It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Good afternoon, everybody, and happy Halloween. Welcome to the NACE Star League 2022 Fall Seasons Conference Championships. It has been a fantastic season of collegiate Smash Brothers action, and we have a fantastic match, or two fantastic matches for everybody today between Quinnipiac University and Shenandoah, followed up by Manchester University and Shawnee State University, both vying for their respective conference championships. But before we get to that point, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mies, and I am joined with Max. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. Called up to the big leagues for the championships. I've never been seen before, so it's going to be a good one.
No, glad to have you with me. But before we get to everything, let's quickly go through the season format. We had the regular season, which finished up a couple weeks ago, and the conference play-in was also this past Thursday, and now we're in the conference championship. And for those who didn't make it this far, there is still an LCQ that will be later on, followed up by the playoffs, and last and certainly not least, the grand finals, where we will finally be able to crown a champion. There you go. Take a brief look at the schedule. We're in the second leg of that right there. Again, the conference championships, LCQ next week, playoffs the week after, and then grand finals in the from the end of November, falling into the beginning of December, and I cannot wait for that. But here is today's schedule. Match number one, Quinnipiac University and Shenandoah University. Both these teams actually played way back in week one of the regular season, with Quinnipiac taking that 2-0, and Manchester University and Shawnee State played, I believe, 2 weeks ago, with Manchester, I think, winning in a very close 3-game set. One of the few 3-game sets we actually had on the broadcast. It was very close and very intense. Max, how are you feeling about these two matchups?
I'm feeling like we're going to see some good Smash today. From obviously, we're looking at two teams undefeated. This is the championships. They put all this effort in. Like, this is high quality. Like, if they, two teams undefeated, two teams one loss. Yeah. It all comes down to this.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really good day of Smash. Like you said, when you get to this far into the season and you're seeing all these, undefeated, one-loss teams, I imagine we're gonna get at least one 3-game set this week. I fully expect these to be very, very close. I'm hoping we don't see a blowout, because I like a good 3-game set. Who doesn't? But before we get to that, quickly we got to talk about the pricing. I'm a student. Max, I don't know if you're a student, but I know how expensive school can be. First place team gets $2,000, second place gets $1,000, third place gets $500, which can go a very long way. That's like one textbook. So hey, that can go a very, very long way. So shout out to all our sponsors for helping make that possible. Extra Life, change kids' health to change the future, and join our super team page today. You can click the banner below for more information. Also, NACE Star League runs on Duncan. Click the Twitch panel as well to find a Duncan near you, and followed up by ROTC, become a leader for life. So shout outs to all of our sponsors for making this possible. And we also have a giveaway from ROTC. Ooh. Breaking news, everybody. Our friends at Army ROTC want to give you, yes, you, a chance to win a free Camel Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Check out the NACE Star League Twitter to enter. And I have a Herschel backpack. Those things are fire. Those are top quality, high tier, S tier backpacks. So please, everybody, go to NACE Star League Twitter to enter. And man, I wish I could. Can I enter? Because I'm trying to win that bag too. I'm not gonna lie.
I kind of need a new backpack myself. I think it looks like it's great for hiking.
And here is the season, or the crew battle format for those who are unfamiliar. Teams of 4 will compete in the crew battle. Stocks carry over between each match, so how you win is just as important as if you win. And the way they will be best of 3. The first 2 will win the series. And again, Max, I'm so excited to see these schools. We've seen these schools earlier in the season fantastic players. Shenandoah obviously has a Squid Plumber, an amazing Richter player. We saw them do amazing at Glitch, like however many weeks ago that was, maybe probably like a month ago at this point. And on the other side, Quinnipiac University, just a very well balanced team. Each of these players is fantastic. You have Backho the Shulk, Grit the Bowser Jr., Moat the Terry, Donnie the Joker. And over on SU, we have Igloo, who will be playing Yoshi, Moon Lady, who plays both Joker and Byleth, Squid Plumber, who we talked about earlier, playing Richter, and Kip the Pac-Man. They also have a fifth player, Nib Staffel, who is a very good wolf as well, who we might see today. But like, yeah, what are your thoughts about these two teams going in?
I really like it. I like the balancedness with Quinnipiac from having that Shulk, big range, very fast. Obviously, Minato Art's such a deep move that just makes that character what it is. But then over on Shenandoah, you have a couple zoners, full-on zoners from Squid Plumber with the Richter, and then Kip with the Pac-Man, which I think can wall out a lot of say the bigger like Grit, the Bowser, or Moat, the Terry. Just sort of keep them at bay. So this is going to be interesting to see if like whoever wins the first game, who sends out next, because it could just be a counter pick war towards the end of it.
No, I totally agree. Like looking at Quinnipiac's roster, it's a lot of characters who need to be in your face. Obviously, Shulk can play at a bit of a range, but still needs to get relatively close to you to do damage. Terry, obviously an FGC character, needs to be in your face. Bowser Jr., a little bit similar, Joker as well. So yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how these two play. Again, they did play all the way back in week 1 with Quinnipiac taking that. Don't think that was on the broadcast, so not sure exactly how it went, but they did win 2-0. And so Shenandoah was looking for a bit of revenge.
Yeah, trying to go and bring it back, trying to really just solidify themselves as going into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. And we do have one more match in the East 5 conference. That's going to be Manchester University and Shawnee State. Again, two really great teams as well. I think they played like 2-ish weeks ago. I want to say I should probably know this. They probably played like 2-ish weeks ago. But again, also very good teams, and we'll talk about them a bit later. But like, man, I am so excited to just see this. Like, it's interesting because getting to see rematches is a lot more interesting to me than seeing two teams play each other for the first time when they're both trying to figure each other out. Because now, okay, cool, they have the experience. They know who's who on which team. They know, okay, cool, this is the player we got to look out for. This player, whatever. Maybe we can kind of sleep on them a little, but whatever the case is. So that chess match between the two, who's going out when, what character am I using, all that kind of stuff is going to come into fruition today.
It really, like, these rematch situations are where you can essentially turn Smash into a team sport.
Yeah.
Like that whole thing of like, okay, so we know we got them coming up, so we can plan for them again. Like we know, okay, Baco is going to come out with the Shulk. We got to get some practice on Shulk and understanding what Minato, especially Shield Minato, works well against and what we can punish. And it's this really deep kind of way to play Smash that you don't really see in the standard bracket format.
No, that's like 1000% true. That's why I love crew battles, because like you said, like you don't get the strategy in singles or even doubles or squat, whatever, that you get in crew battles. And I like during this season, we've noticed that like you could have one game where one team wins by like 8 stocks. And then game 2, just because the team that lost will slightly switch their lineup, now that 8 stock lead that they lost by in the first game all of a sudden is down to like a 1 or 2 stock win, or possibly, they only lose by 1 or 2 stock in the second game. So like little adjustments like that can completely turn the tide of the match. And because all 4 of these teams we're going to get today are so talented, I'm sure they are like, their minds are just going to be firing off on like, okay, this is what we need to do now, and saying like this and this, and if we counterpick this, are they going to counterpick our counterpick with this counter, and this whole kind of thing going on. So yeah, I'm like really excited to see this.
And yeah, with that thought, we're going to take it to a quick break.
Okay, we'll see everyone soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I take a quick break to handle some stuff, but we are back. We will have Quinnipiac University and Shenandoah University for you very, very shortly. I'm going to quickly run down the rosters again. Baco, for Quinnipiac, we have Baco the Shulk, Grit the Bowser Jr., Molt the Terry, Donnie the Joker. On Shenandoah's side, we have Squid Plumber, an incredible Belmont player, Moon Lady, who will be playing Joker and Byleth, Kip the Pac-Man, Igloo the Yoshi, and potentially Nib Staffa the Wolf. And just looking at these two rosters of characters, on the side of Quinnipiac, you have a lot of characters who need to be in your face. Obviously, Shulk, Bowser Jr., Terry, Joker, all characters that kind of sort of need to be in that mid to close range to really do a lot of damage to you. But on the side of Shenandoah, you have Belmont, who does not want to get close to you unless you're in the holy water or something like that. You have Pac-Man, who doesn't want to touch you at all. You have Byleth, who even kind of similar to Shulk in the sense where they want to play in that mid-range. They zone you out with their sword a bit. Then you have Yoshi and Wolf, who could both also kind of play a zoning game with the laser and with the egg, respectively. So it's cool. It's going to be interesting to see how Quinnipiac deals with the 6 million projectiles that are going to be coming at them in every single second. But they did win back in week 1, so I'm sure they're ready.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's but also there's characters on both sides that can just take stocks out of nowhere. Like you've seen what MKLeo can do with Byleth, and just all of a sudden 2 hits, and next thing you know, you're gone. And Baco, I imagine, can do very similar stuff. I've seen Shulks do very, very similar things, from nairs and just speed, and then you blink and a Shulk is in your face with a forwarder off stage.
Exactly.
So it's going to be interesting to see, like you said, how is Quinnipiac going to maneuver around the 8,000 or so projectiles hurling in their direction? Because you're going to have to bob and weave like Floyd Mayweather.
Oh yeah, I would imagine because of the amount of projectiles, like I think Donnie the Joker is going to be really big here. Obviously, with that Rebels Guard, you can nullify damn near any projectile in the game. You build up some Arsene meter. Then obviously, when you have Arsene, you have the Reflector. I would imagine that's going to be a big thing here. Molt the Terry, I think we might see struggle a little bit in this matchup again, even though Quinnipiac did win early on. I'm sure Shenandoah did their homework, but we potentially might see Molt the Terry struggle a bit. Obviously against Pac-Man, might be a bit of an issue. Against Belmonts, might be, especially Squid Plumber's Belmont, might be a bit of an issue. Byleth as well, if Moon Lady does go Byleth, again, just because Terry needs to be so close to you, and their approach options are relatively limited, relatively straightforward. You kind of know what they want to do. Molt the Terry, it's going to be cool to see interesting to see what they do in this matchup. But I think everybody else on Quinnipiac is going to do decently well.
I think from my perspective, I would think Moat either comes out first or he's saved as a counter pick for the Yoshi, because
Fair.
I think that's a matchup that would heavily favor Moat. So we're getting right into it, and we get a Mario.
Oh, Donnie's playing Mario, not Joker. Okay, interesting to see that. Well, yeah, right now, for game number 1, we have Donnie from Quinnipiac with, the Mario and Kip from Shenandoah with the Pac-Man, and oh my god, a quick 36% off the jump for Kip there.
Like you said, we said earlier how Pac-Man is going to want to sort of keep you at bay until he wants to be in your face, and then next thing you know, he's got the fire hydrant right there to just charge up an F smash and push him directly up your nose.
Exactly, and oh my god, this damage from Kip right now, that was absolutely dirty with that Galaga. Already 105% on Donnie. Ooh, a misspaced that forward smash by just a bit, giving Donnie a chance to maybe come back, but that hydrant coming clutch there for Kip.
You know, that's when Steve was revealed and had the anvil. I was like, this is just sort of hydrant, but different. And we see still just dropping that hydrant out of the sky.
It's a really good. Oh goodness gracious! My God, Kip! I didn't even see. Hey, plays of the week. That better be next week. Anyways, Kip right there with an incredible play off that fire hydrant, throwing the melon back, and you know what? He is still going. 26% already on Donnie. And
Kip is cooking the highest of quality fruit bowls right now. Just
man,
cooking up something fierce. And there goes the fire hydrant.
Whiffing on the forward smash. And right now, man, Donnie is just throwing everything out. They really want to take this stock. But you know what? Kip is playing a really good defensive game right now. Already almost lapping them in percentages. And Donnie is just tossing everything but the kitchen sink at Kip, trying to get this KO.
Oh, there you go. Using the hydrant against Pac-Man. That's going to be one of the keys here. Like, when it's placed down, just knocking it out of place. And there you go. Back air at ledge. Clean, confirm. working since the beginning, so but you don't want to get hit by Bell in that case.
Yeah, unfortunately couldn't get too much off the Bell, but does get that grab at the ledge. What's the edge guard here? Another Bell. Good block there from Donnie, but still kind of on the back foot right now. Off stage, using the fire low and the neutral get up, getting caught by the fire hydrant. The fact that the fire hydrant is so slow sometimes can really throw you off.
Yeah, I think definitely looking forward, Donnie's going to want to start utilizing Cape a lot more,
Yep.
using that as a reflector to get things back. So right now, it's just been all Kip this whole time.
And you know what? Kip on the verge of potentially taking Donnie out with 2 stocks left. Still relatively healthy right now as the percentage on Donnie continues to rise, already at 74 on the last stock. And man, with the way Kip is playing, I would imagine they're going to probably come out of this with both their stocks, unless Donnie has something up their bag of tricks, and that is it. Right on cue, Bell to forward smash. Kip did lose a stock, but other than that, that was damn near complete domination from Kip. I really feel like Donnie just never really got quite got the grasp of that match, even though they did take that stock, like I said. It really just felt like Kip was in complete control the entire time. A lot of what Donnie did was a lot of like stray hits, a lot of stray back airs, some fireball damage. Didn't really get to see any of the long marks. Jesus, that is crazy.
That again, that is pure character knowledge right there.
Yep.
Knowing that, okay, like you can do similar stuff with the melon, but the melon, even with it when it's reflected, isn't going to be that fast. So it had to be the orange in that case. So that is hot. That is top tier character knowledge coming out from Kip.
And if I'm Donnie, I'm so mad that hit me, because like you don't even expect that to cut. Like who does that?
Exactly. It's like that's one of the biggest things with playing Pac-Man is where do you look in that matchup? Because if you look at Pac-Man the whole time, then you're just going to be bombarded by fruit from all directions. But if you look at the fruit, next thing you know, Pac-Man's grabbing you and he's taking you for a ride with fairs. So it's really just you got to pick your poison.
Yeah. And you know what? Quinnipiac now has to pick who they're going to send in next. Again, that was just Donnie. We still have Moat the Terry, Grits the Bowser Jr., who I could potentially see coming in. Also,
that's what I would assume.
Also, Babako, the Shulk, who I think they're going to save for last. But yeah, I think me and you both agree. I think they should probably send in Grit right now. Can kind of, doesn't have to approach Pac-Man as much as Mario does. Can, camp out with Mecha Koopas. You have the Cannonball they can kind of use as well. Up B to kind of, that's a projectile too, even though it has kind of put you in a bad disadvantage state, but can be used as a good tool. Terry, I don't think I want to see against Pac-Man at all.
No.
And I think, and again, I would save Bako for last, so I would imagine we're going to secret the Bowser Jr.
Yeah, especially because I would say it's a much lesser spin dash, but side B also is a very good way of not only running through your opponent, but also creating that space on a bigger stage. So, I was from Cannonball, Mecha Koopa, side B. I think Grit would be the positive choice here.
Yeah, most definitely. But hey, Pac-Man still can do, or does do, relatively well against Bowser Jr. Get heavy character, really easy to combo, and we saw what Kip could do to characters. We just saw what they did to Donnie there with that Mario, and you're gonna be able to do that like tenfold against Bowser Jr. because of how heavy and how slow they are, and they struggle to land sometimes. Even though downers are a pretty good tool for landing. But yeah, like no matter who Quinnipiac really sends in, I feel like it's not a great choice. Because again, Terry just gets walled out. You know exactly what Terry wants to do to approach. Though when Terry gets their hands on you, you're eating like 50% damage every single time. But then like Grit, on the other hand, can deal with the projectiles, but at the same time, like I said earlier, just gets comboed into oblivion. Has a really bad disadvantage state. Is easily gimped. So no matter.
You can also providing your own opponent with projectiles. Like imagine what Kip could do with Mecha Koopa.
Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't even think of that. No, that's a fantastic point. I didn't even think of that one. And I haven't seen Kip play against too many characters that use items, but obviously when you play Pac-Man, you have to know how to use them yourself. So that's a really interesting point as well. If Kip does grab the Mecha Koopa, I want to see what they do with it, because we've seen what they can do with all their fruit. Putting an explosive in that person's hands is sounds dangerous.
Imagine that reflector kill from the last game, but just instead it's a Mecha Koopa. I imagine similar stuff like that.
I wonder. I gotta test this out. If you can throw the Mecha Koopa against the hydrant and have it get blown, shot back by the water, I gotta test that out. I've never seen that happen before.
What's the speed? What's the angle? There's math here, folks. We have to doing rapid calculations at all seconds of the game.
Hey, well, that's why they're all in college. Okay, so hey, a lot smarter than me.
I tested out of math classes. I never had to take one in college, so we're leaving the accounting and the angles to them.
I feel like if you play Pac-Man, you like have to have like a degree in like physics or something.
They're definitely like engineering students or something.
Because
biochemistry.
Because like to get that orange kill, that melon kill, whatever it was, the Hydra man, you have to know physics. Hey, either way, going into this game too, Quinnipiac, yep, they are sending out Grit like me and you predicted. Definitely the best option out of the of the three remaining characters on their team. But this is Kip. We know Kip is disgusting. I don't think Kip cares who you send out because Kip is just going to do Kip things.
Yeah, Kip's going to do Kip things. I like the stage choice here. Getting a smaller stage will kind of it's going to give Pac-Man less space to think, but it's also probably going to work a lot more in Grit's favor because that side B right there is going to be able to close the distance all the way across small battlefield.
And yeah, right on cue, we saw that side B come out, but right now Kip just playing basketball with that apple right on Grit's head. But dead even match coming into about the 40-second mark or so. But right now, Grit on the edge, not getting hit by the bell. And whoa, what happened?
Ooh, okay. Just, silly little things with Smash. Some random stuff happens every time.
Yeah, that was a Smash Brosing right there. That was a very odd interaction. But hey, if you're Grit, you'll definitely take that because if that bell landed, that was probably going to be your stock.
Okay, yeah. Oh, side B. I like that. Okay, try. Ooh, but that's one of the things when you're gonna go for that up B, like with the hammer, you gotta be careful how you land because that was big punish coming out from Kip.
And right now, Grit pushing Kip all the way to the side. That was really dangerous for Grit. Well, yeah, Grit pushing Kip all the way to the side, but Kip making it back. Up smash. Oh, that did KO. Didn't even realize.
Yeah, star KO coming off the top. So now Kip on their last stock. And trying to get something started again here. Like we've seen the Kip combos early on, and now there's Kip with Mecha Koopa, like we said earlier.
Had them between the fire hydrant and that jab there, racking on some damage. Grit already at 72% on the second stock. If Kip manages to take this, that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stocks taken to open this up, which is exactly what Shen and Doa would have needed. But right now, Grit, one good combo away potentially. Oh, from taking it. If they landed that, I probably would have lost my mind.
Oh, it would have been nuts. Crazy ladder combos. Rarely seen ladder combos coming out of a Bowser Jr. So, okay. Oh, I like that. Reads the tech roll in, but gets punished by an S smash.
And there goes Bell again. Couldn't quite land. There it is. That should be a stock right there. Oh no, just a little bit too late pulling the trigger on that up smash. But hey, you know what? If you're Grit, you will take that a new lease on life as you hang on to this stock. And now you have the chance to close the gap potentially.
We tech those here. And okay, yeah, up B. Not going to get the explosion hitbox either, but
there we go.
All in up smash.
And Grit taking that 1 stock or 2 stocks away from Kip. But man, you gotta wonder if that up smash after the bell landed and Grit was down 1 more stock, that could have completely changed the momentum of this entire match. And I'm hoping for their sake that 1 stock doesn't come back to bite them. But man, if you're Kip, you really wanted that.
Yeah, like with this whole format, that 1 stock can mean, like you said, can mean so much. Like if now all of a sudden Grit's playing from 1 stock down, you can just send out like Moon Lady playing Byleth, and they can just do whatever they want and just take that first stock easy on Grit. But here we're gonna see that missed up smash earlier. Like you just think like you'd hope that doesn't come back to bite him in the end.
Yeah, because that's a difference between what, like a 2 stock lead and a 3 stock lead, I think, for that team. And again, like we've seen 1 stock matches, we've seen matches that go down to like the last players on like 1, 2 stocks each. And oftentimes, looking back at the match, at close matches, you'll notice like in the second match there was like 1 moment, or like the third match there was like this 1 moment where if that one thing went differently, the entire match could have flipped. And that right there, that missed up smash could be the determining factor in this game for whoever ends up winning. So again, if I'm Shenandoah, it kind of sucks that you didn't get it, but you're still happy with Kip coming out, taking out 4 stocks. That's really all you needed to do. Anything more than 3, in my opinion, you've done your job. Anything above that is just extra icing on the cake.
You're always looking, like whenever you're in a crew battle situation, you're always looking to just take as many stocks as you would take in a normal set. You're looking for 3. If you get more, that's good. Even if you just take out another player, if you know where you fit in your team, it's just like, I got to come in, take 1-2 stocks at most, and let my teammates carry me. You just got to know your role and fill your place. So who do you think is going to fill the role of coming in next for Shenandoah?
So if I'm them, they do like to send in Squid Plumber second sometimes. I have seen that. That is their best player sometimes, but they are up right now, so I don't imagine that's what we're going to see. We have Nibstaffa the Wolf potentially, who is their sub. We might see them. Moon Lady with Joker and Byleth is also not a terrible choice. This could be anybody, if I'm being honest with you. I have 0 predictions, but we are going to find out right now, and it is going to be. It is Squid Plumber.
Oh, okay. It is. See, I would have bet on Igloo for this case, but yeah, we're going to see the Squid Plumber coming out already. This is going to be. See, now I almost kind of wonder, because you have put both of your major zoners in back-to-back situations. Now, if heaven forbid, if Squid Plumber just loses all his stocks, then it's just down to a couple rushdown characters with, say, a Yoshi, a Wolf, or a Byleth and Joker.
And yeah, that's a really good point. Like, throwing out all your zoners right now could be a bad. Oh god, could be a bad thing, as we see Squid Plumber get almost taken to the heavens right there with that amazing grit combo. But yeah, kind of dropping all your zoners right now, a bit of a risk. But this is Squid Plumber. This is an incredible player. I fully imagine that they know what they're doing. I've seen Squid Plumber do incredible things, but right now, a bit on the back foot right now. Grit playing incredibly with a 40% or so lead, and is very close to actually taking the stock.
Yeah, Squid Plumber just trying to almost just punish every single landing on himself with an up B, almost just like a wake up DP in like Street Fighter kind of situation. And he's getting like 1 out of every 2 so far, so 50-50 chance isn't the worst.
But you
We're
still
just looking for.
Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
No, you finish.
I was gonna say you would still, even though he is going for those up Bs, you would still, as we see Grit take that stock, you would still like to see them maybe pull the trigger on those a little bit less, because they don't seem to be working, as well as you would like. But in either way, just like that, Squid Plumber losing that stock, but does have Grit at 125. This is one like holy water F smash away from being tied up. But yeah, if you're Squid, you hate to lose that stock.
And that's even worse. Whipping an up B into a conversion like that and taking another still 62 unanswered percent here, that's racking up over time. So if you're Squid Plumber, you got to get rid of this first stock here.
And Squid kind of getting cooked a little bit right here. You don't really see Squid losing like that, as they do manage to get that back air. But man, if you are Shenandoah, you need to hang on to these 2 stocks for Squid right here. You cannot afford to lose another one. You have to try to maintain this lead. But with the way Grit has been playing, man, this is going to be a really tough call for Squid.
Yeah. See, now I think the Belmont zone is trying to get set up, but the ability to just close gaps, and oh my gosh, that's kills off the top. The up smash, deceptive in its strength, but it will do it. And now
for Shenandoah,
get a tie game.
Yeah, for Shenandoah, this is looking kind of bad, because obviously Kip got you off to a really good start, and you sent out Squid Plumber second, who's your best player, and they're on the verge of actually losing all 3 stocks in their very first game. Hopefully they can get out of this, but man, if Squid Plumber does go down here, that's gonna put Shenandoah in a terrible situation, as that might be it.
And that is it.
Wow.
Lost jump, back airs. Gonna take it.
Squid going out in their first match. I definitely did not see that coming. I'm not gonna lie. But Grit playing absolutely out of their mind right there. Again, that is Shenandoah's best player, and that's the risk you have when you send in your top player, first or second. You risk losing them this early, and then everyone else now kind of has to pick up the slack, maybe play a little bit better. I do trust everyone else on Shenandoah, because they all are fantastic players. But man, losing Squid second, and without him even taking anybody out, really, is definitely not what I expected.
No, but like you said, going back, a 1 missed up smash, and this game is in a completely different state.
Yep.
So good job on Grit for taking out all 3 of Squid Plumber stocks. So it's just a case where you get the recoveries you need.
Yeah.
The side B across stage. At one point, I saw it just completely power through the initial hit of Holy Water, and just clock him in the face. So, Yeah, it's if you're Shenandoah, if you're Squid Plumber at this point, you're telling your teammates, okay, you guys got to pick up a little bit of slack here.
Yeah, and I go back to the match between Kip and Bowser Jr. and Grit and that up smash, because if Kip lands that up smash, Grit only has one stock, and potentially that's all Squid Plumber has to do, take out one stock. If he takes that out first, then we're seeing Squid Plumber potentially go into this next match with 3 stocks and Grit being eliminated. But now it's the complete opposite, and it all goes back to that one missed up smash. Now Squid Plumber's out, Grit still has a stock, and Shenandoah is down 2 people with their best player gone. And again, it's crazy how one moment in a second match of a crew battle completely shifts everything.
Everything.
Oh man, but now just looking at the rosters though, we still have Igloo, the Yoshi, we still have Mib, Staffel, the Wolf potentially, still got Moon Lady, Joker, and Byleth. I feel like just on a matchup to matchup base, none of those are bad options. Byleth has a lot of kill power, can easily kind of clean up a stock. Joker, not as much kill power unless Arsene is out, that might be a bit of a riskier play. Yoshi does pretty well against Bowser Jr., and Wolf is just a very good character all around. So I think no matter which way you go, this is going to be a pretty solid choice for Shenandoah.
And going back to that last match, I do think that there was it was just a lot of letting the up B rip from Squid Plumber's part. Just a little too much, really. Got really trigger happy with it, and every time it whiffed, there was Grit waiting with a back air and a combo starters, and you got to think towards the end, just fishing for it a little too much.
Yeah, I don't want to say it was like desperation, because don't really see Squid Plumber do bad options like that. But yeah, definitely was letting those up Bs rip a little bit too much, and I think Grit just became privy to it, and played it. We countered it perfectly. But either way, game 3, or we are going in. Oh, sorry, the next game, we are going into Igloo right now. The Yoshi again, pretty good matchup as well. Only have to take off 1 stock. But man, with the way Grit is playing, I would imagine this stock is not going to be very easy for Igloo.
No. Yeah, definitely Grit's going to put up as much of a fight as they can. 1 back air starter could lead to an up tilt, and okay. Knock her on the ledge right there. I got to watch a lot of Yoshi play last night, and one of the most underrated options in this game that is just a terror is Yoshi's Nair out of shield.
Oh, it's great.
Oh, it just carried him along? Okay.
Now imagine if that was facing the other way. That probably would have been a stock. But my god, Igloo already at 106%. Grit going absolutely bananas right here in this crew battle. He wants that conference championship.
Exactly. Yeah, he's playing to win here. He wants that money.
Okay, back air right there on the shield. Couldn't quite get it. Man, Igloo needs to pick up the pace right there, but there is the Koopa cart taking a stock, and that's what stock number 1, 2, 3, 6, I think, for Grit. I don't even know how many stocks. A bunch of stocks for Grit right now.
Too many. If you're Shenandoah, it's too many.
Yeah, 1000%. Took out Squid Plumber, beat Kip. That's 5. I think that's 6 stocks, I think, now if I'm counting correctly. But right now, Igloo just fighting for their life, needs to take out this one. This is one good read away from Igloo winning. Can they get it though?
Oh, just run up, no fear. Run up smash, gonna connect with it too. And now that up tilt up air combo so good.
There it is.
But there you go.
And finally, this absolute onslaught from Grit is now over thanks to Igloo. They did lose a stock though, which you really hate to see, which means that Quinnipiac still maintains their 1 stock lead. Again, you really don't like to see that if you're Shenandoah, but hey, you know what? The trouble character is gone. The trouble player is gone. But you still have Backo the Shulk, who is incredible. You still have Molt the Terry, who I think we could see coming out here. Matchup wise, I think I go Shulk. Yoshi just historically, no matter what Smash game you're in, Melee, Brawl, Smash 4, just sucks against swords. Everything, no matter what game it is. So I would imagine just on a matchup basis, Shulk is probably the best option here. Terry a bit riskier, just based on the fact that you have to get up in Yoshi's face. That's where Yoshi wants you. You can nair out of some of Terry's stuff sometimes, if you do mash it. It's a big risk here.
Looking at the grander scope of the game, currently, Shenandoah has 1 player with 2 stocks and then another 3 in the bag. Yeah. I think this is, if you're Quinnipiac, you are sending out your best player to sort of just, to, for lack of a better term, just stomp on the neck and just stop them right here. Just be that brick wall that they cannot proceed past. And that's why I think Bako is going to be the correct answer here. You want somebody that's going to be able to go off stage and contest Yoshi with their aerial mobility and the super armor on their double jump. And a character like Shulk, who can just activate jump art or speed art and just be right out there in their face with fairs or nairs or whatever aerial you want, is really going to have a much increased chance of gimping Yoshi in those situations. And just at some point, you get a couple throws, you can just cheese 2 stocks right there.
No, that's a fantastic point. It's a fantastic point as well. I think if they do go back on Shulk, the offstage game, being able to gimp Yoshi relatively easily with forward air, whether that's like smash art forward air, that kind of just pushes you a little bit horizontally. That's going to be a really good option for them. You do run the risk because I have of just getting forward air though, because I have seen Igloo reverse edge guard some people. They will jump off stage to try and do something, and you just see Igloo just rip a forward air, easy spike, reverse edge guard, and they end up taking the stock. So that is something you have to be careful for, because again, Igloo is definitely willing to toss it out if you're going to jump after them all willy-nilly. So we'll see what happens there. And on the other hand, if you go Terry, again, you can combo Yoshi pretty easily, though if you do mistime some things, you're going to get nared out of your combos if you're Terry. A bit easier to kind of push horizontally off stage with neutral air as well for Yoshi. Again, I feel like I'm saying this a lot, but no matter which way you go, it's kind of it's a high risk, high reward. But we're going to see what the option is here, and it is going to be
drum roll. Okay, so it's going to be the Terry.
They are setting it in mode. Okay,
this is interesting because that whole thing I said of offstage contention goes almost completely out the window with Terry, a character whose recovery is going to be as limited as Terry. Yoshi is going to have the big advantage in any offstage confrontation. So
absolutely, but on stage right now, Moat complete domination already, 69% over here on Igloo, and it is still going 90. And you know what? This is probably one jab power dunk away from being a stock. That power dunk couldn't quite do it, or probably
in this.
So go ahead.
Yeah, with this, I also really love the stage pick. Town and City will just turn into FD, which is a character that these FGC characters like Terry adore to play on. It's like one of their, like, if you give it to them, they're going to take it all day. So a stage like this is going to play much more into Moat's favor than Igloo. So it's going to be, and so far, yeah, we're seeing exactly that.
As we see the burning knuckle right there taking that stock, and you know what, that is a fantastic point, Max. Anytime you play an FGC character, whether that's Kazuya, Ryu, Ken, Terry, whoever, they always want to go to Final Destination. And yeah, Town and City, not quite Final Destination, but basically the same thing for at least portions of the match. And right now we're seeing Mo take no way you ran into that. There's no way you ran into. He started charging that yesterday. No way you ran into. Oh,
you're gonna be right here. Come on, approach. You want some? Come get some. Eat this boot. Does the leather taste nice? It's Parisian.
He started charging that yesterday. Oh my god.
He started charging that thing last week. He charged that thing, took a whole exam, finished it, got an A, and then let go of the button.
Jeez, man. Oh, and I think this is going to be it right here. After that power dunk, just runs to center stage, starts charging that, and then you saw at the end, Igloo realized what was happening and tried to kind of dash back, but those very long legs of Terry, unfortunately, just got you in the back of the head, and that is it for Igloo. Oh man, if I'm Igloo watching this back, you are probably kicking yourself for running into that.
It's so tough because like you see like those size 12 Chuck Taylors just coming at you at a million miles an hour. And it's like, I tried. You dash back just a second too late, and even then, Yoshi's got a big head, but you turn around, Yoshi's got a big tail too. So it was the spacing just off a little bit. So unfortunate for Igloo, but now if you're Moat, you're living big.
Because now who do you have left over on Shen? Do you have Moon Lady?
Moon Lady or Nibstafa. Sorry,
Nibstafa the Wolf. Personally, I think going Byleth might be a good choice, just to keep Terry out. Obviously, because Byleth has one of the longest reaches in the game, if not the longest, with all the weapons that they have. Joker, kind of risky because you have to get up close and personal with Terry, which is what they want. But you can Rebels Guard a lot of the stuff that Terry wants to do, which is basically just free Arsene. And then you have Wolf, who is, no matter who you go, Wolf is always like a solid pick, just kind of in the middle there. But if I'm them, I think I trust the Moon Lady and I go Byleth.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The character, especially such a volatile nair that one of the best nairs in the game. I'll just say it right here. Has a landing hitbox that catches a lot of people off guard. That's going to allow you to get in and get stuff started that you need to, from like your down tilts into up airs, which once Terry's like in the air and he's above Byleth, there's really nothing he can do except try and like either burning knuckle or crack shoot or just create any space. Doesn't have the air mobility to really do much of it, so he has to burn one of those moves.
Yeah, and Moon Lady, like I've seen Moon Lady play, a few times before. They know that. They know exactly what Terry wants to do when on the landing, and they're going to take advantage. Whether it's Joker or Byleth, they go. But we're going to see what the option is right here as we get into this next game in Shenandoah. It is going to be Moon Lady with the Byleth like we predicted. Shenandoah on their final 3 stocks, and it's crazy because after the opening that Kip gave them, the fact that they are now down like 3 stocks is pretty crazy to me.
It's really nuts. It just shows you the power that, like, how hot Grit was playing today. Just put the team on his back for a little bit, taking out Squid Plumber, and now putting his team in this position to succeed. Double jab, jab. Ooh, okay. Rising Thunder, too. That's going to be already 90. Okay. Trying to go for it again.
You got one. Don't be greedy.
He's like, hey, well, I got one. Let's see if it'll happen again.
Oh, man, but right now, yeah, this domination right here from Moat, Byleth, Moon Lady doing their best to try to close this gap. That could have been a big punish right there, but Moon Lady opting to jump away instead. And we're seeing a lot of power dunks coming through from Moat right now, just trying to land one of them. Burning Knuckle.
Oh, there's a Burning Knuckle. I'm not going to do it just yet. Going to get the recovery, too. I definitely think, like, for Moon Lady, right now, you're trying to survive. You're trying to create as much space and just poke as much as you can. Letting a raw up smash just roll when he's nowhere near. I think that might have been missed input. But definitely just try and create as much space, but you're not going to create space when you're landing right on Moat's face.
And now Shenandoah down to their final 2 stocks. Moat still sitting on 3. They still have 1 player in the waiting in the back as well. So Moon Lady with a very, very tough mountain to climb, but already at 59 on their second stock. If Moon Lady can get out of this, fine, took 1. If Moon Lady can get out of this with both of these stocks, it's definitely not going to be over yet. But man, with the way Moat is playing, I really don't think that's going to happen.
It is a tall task to ask for, and especially with the air dodge in. Yep, these are the kind of situations that jab 1, Moat is playing with his food. Moat is just like jabbing you once, seeing how you react, and punishing you off of that. So good job, but good job for Moon Lady to turn around and get some of these tech chases too. That percent just keeps rising.
Yep, off stage right here. Goes for an option on the ledge there, but Moat was ready for it. 1 jab, and this is probably going to be another stock. But yeah, Moon Lady is doing whatever they can to keep Moat out. Power Wave getting blocked right there. Yeah, you know what? Moon Lady, I like what Moon Lady's doing. Moon Lady's basically not approaching and waiting for Moat to come to them and just stuffing them out with that long range. But that's... Oh, no! Catching the power... Oh, wow, I've never seen that before.
What in the world? Gets the double jab, but doesn't even get lifted with it, too. That's insane.
Man, but catching the power dunk with an up smash is crazy.
It is. And now, but we haven't seen Moat actually enter Go at all. And we didn't get to see him do anything with it either, so...
And you know what? Oh, I feel like that might have been a misinput, but there we go. Gets the Burning Knuckle, and now Shenandoah to their final stock. Moat still has 1 left, and they still got Bako in the back, going to be sitting on 3. So, man, this is not looking too good for Shenandoah, and I think, I don't want to doubt Moon Lady out. I don't want to count them out right now, but I feel like it's going to be safe to say that this first game is probably going to Quinnipiac.
It's definitely... You're asking for perfection from this point out. Moon Lady has to play perfect. And right now, getting jab, jab, power dunk consistently is not helping the situation. What I think for Moon Lady is playing more in that mid-range. You see that sort of like range, like Schultz, and even Steve's want to play, but that, Rising Thunder's not going to kill just yet.
But no, that's a good point. I really think like the few times that Moon Lady has, as we see, Quinnipiac taking that game in that stock, but the few times we did see Byleth and Moon Lady do well was when they were playing at the mid-range, like you said before, spacing out with forward tilt, spacing out with forward air, and things like that. And when they stopped doing it is when we saw Moat just kind of snap and rack on all their damage. Hey, but either way, Quinnipiac taking game number 1. There will be another game after this between these two. And it's crazy because going back, if I'm correct, going all the way back to week 1, I don't think. Oh wait, no, yeah, Quinnipiac. Shenandoah has never actually taken a game off of Quinnipiac, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, last time it was a 2-0, and now they're Quinnipiac trying to stay perfect too.
Yeah, and man, you have to wonder just the mental battle, or the mental battle right now that Shenandoah is going through, because it's again, Kip gets off to such a good start. This is a team that beat you 2-0 in week 1. Kip gets off to such a good start, puts you up, but that wasn't enough for to stop Quinnipiac, especially because the grit just kind of went off. You're just wondering, mentally, are they still there? Do they think they can do it? Is there a bit of a mental block? Hey, but either way, we're going to find out what happens in game number 2 right after this quick break, everybody. Everybody, welcome back to game number 2 between Quinnipiac University and Shenandoah University. If you missed it, Quinnipiac did just take a victory in game number 1, pretty commandingly, I will say. Shenandoah got off to a really hot start. Kip, put them in ahead, I think, like 2 or 3 stocks early. But then we saw Grit, the Bowser Jr., come in and just completely wipe that lead away single-handedly, and the rest of Quinnipiac just kind of cleaned up from there. And we were talking a little bit during the break, Max, and you brought up a really good point. Shenandoah sent in both of their zoners back to back. They sent in Pac-Man, and then they sent in Belmont, Squid Plumber, back to back. And I think, like, you brought the point, like, you would have spread them out a little bit more. Could you, like, just elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah, so in that case, you have 2 playstyles that are going to function kind of similarly. You just create space and sort of stall them out. Putting those 2 back to back, especially when one of them is probably most definitely your strongest player in Squid Plumber, it doesn't really sit right with me, because especially for that one, if you sending in a Yoshi into that Bowser Jr. just felt like a much better pick, because then you don't have the opponent playing from one play style into a very similar play style. You want to keep them guessing and then go from, like, say, a zoner into somebody that's always going to be in your face, like a Yoshi or a Byleth. And saving, like, spreading your play styles out across the game will do you much benefit, and it's something I didn't agree with. But then again, I'm in no real place to make calls like that.
So I'm wondering if Shenandoah is thinking a similar thing to you. Again, like, what you, even like just sending in 2 zoners back to back is a bit of a risk, but sending in your best player second as well, also risky. We do see Shenandoah kind of either flip Squid between first and second. They do go second a lot, but sitting in your best player that early, very risky, because again, you lose them, and now everyone else has to pick up the. I love that Syndical plushie behind you, by the way.
Oh, thank you. It cost me a lot of money.
I'd imagine. But yeah, sending in your best player second, it's always a risk, especially on Quinnipiac, where you have 4 players that are just very well balanced, who are just you can't really tell who's better than anyone else. All of them are very, very solid, even though Grit definitely was the best player for them in that last match, versus Shenandoah, where you kind of have your clear number 1 and everyone else is, no disrespect, just kind of falls behind them. When you lose that player, it does hurt a lot.
It can do a lot more. It can do mental damage to the entire team, really, because if you have 3 players that sort of rely on that upper echelon player, and they fall to 3 stocks in like their first game, everybody knows we got to pick it up a little bit. But some players, they're gonna be like, "Can I do that though? Do I have that in me?" And then you get self-doubt falls in. So it looks like we're getting into game number 2 here. So we're gonna see what the decision is and who's gonna start first here as we load in. Drum roll, please. Okay,
Mithra. Who was that?
So they're sending out the hot hand. I like this. They're starting with Grit out front. And big shout out to also, by the way, to Extra Life. Play games to change health, change the future. Join Extra Life today.
And you know what? After that last match, I really think Shenandoah's gonna need a few extra lives. We are seeing Moon Lady go with the DLC trifecta. They play Joker, they play Byleth, and now we are seeing the Aegis Pyra Mithra coming out. Okay, but you know what? I do like this. I do like this a lot. I like the Byleth as well. But hey, you know what? Mithra has a lot of good matchups, just flying around the entire game. But the one thing I've noticed about Grit, not just today, but in previous weeks as well, Grit does not care about bad matchups. Grit does not care about the tier list. Grit just does what Grit does, and oftentimes what Grit does is amazing. And so I don't think they care who Moon Lady uses, even though they are kind of getting cooked right now. I don't think they care who Moon Lady uses. Their game plan is going to stay the same.
Yeah, I agree. I think, and specifically in this case, I like the Pyramithra pick. I didn't know Moon Lady had it. It was in their arsenal, but I do really like the pick. Mithra for speed, Pyra for kill. But right now, oh my goodness gracious, going out deep for that one. Grit putting in the work. Goes to show you, Grit doesn't care about matchups. Grit's going to play Bowser Jr.
Because like on paper, as we see, there you go, Moon Lady taking a stock from Grit. Yeah, on paper, this is a matchup I feel like most people would agree that, Pyra Mithra could basically cooks Bowser Jr., but Grit is just such an incredible. Well, Moon Lady is an incredible player as well, but Grit is just so good that it almost like transcends matchups. As we're seeing already 61% and 77. Oh, ooh, bad tech there. But 92%. Again, Grit just does not care about tier lists and matchups. As we see a very bad side B from Moon Lady. Unfortunate. coming through there as they do SD. But to go back to my point, like, this was such a close match, like 15 seconds ago, but Grit again just showcasing why they trusted them to go first here.
Yeah, this is the case of it's an expression in hockey of you go with the hot goalie, where even if you're splitting time, whoever's playing the best, that's who you want at the front. And right now, Grit is that hot goalie, where they've just been rolling. It's there, and we see it right there. The big up B hammer, not going to do it just yet. Moonlady's still sitting at 109.
Almost getting a combo off the Mecha Koopa. Yeah, 109. But you know what? They do take that stock, and that is massive because, hey, we brought it up last match, that match between Kip and Grit, how big that one stock was that Kip ended up missing. So you know what? Even if Moonlady does not win this match, which is looking like they might not, being able to take on that second stock, there you go, being able to take that second stock off of Grit after you almost got KO'd is absolutely huge, because we both know what Grit can do. We saw what Grit can do in that first game. So now whoever comes in next for Shen and Doa, it's just one. It's just one they have to take out. Even if they lose one themselves, it's only one they have to take out from Grit. Because before we saw people have to take off like 2-3 stocks off of Grit, and no one was really able to do that. It took a team effort to finally take them out. But now again, only one person is needed, as we see that down air into up smash right there, the Pyra special.
The 1-2 punch. It's you said it at the very beginning of the stream. It doesn't always matter if you win, but how you win. And so yes, Grit won that game and keeps the lead, but didn't really hold on to as many stocks as they wanted to. So good job for Moonlady, taking it to 1, and now whoever they send in next, like you said, there's a much less like lowered pressure, because they know even if I lose 1, I still just had to take 1 and Grit's out. The person that just ran through us last game, they're already gone, and we can focus on the 3 remaining players.
Now, you still have... Now, they could opt to send in Squid Plumber again, second. Excuse me. You have Kip the Pac-Man, who I think I would save for Terry, potentially. You have Igloo the Yoshi, who on paper is really good, but we saw Grit cook Igloo up in that first set. So I don't know if that's necessarily the option. I lean towards them sending out Squid again. Not that I'm saying I agree with that. I think that's what they might do. Because it's like you get rid of their best player potentially. If Squid manages to take that one stock, you get rid of their best player. And I've seen what Squid is capable of. I've seen Squid take off like 7-8 stocks off of teams before single-handedly. So I think once Grit is gone, and that's, you kind of have that big sigh of relief. So I think Squid's gonna, if they manage to do that, Squid will cook from there on out.
So now they're at risk of doing the inverse of what they did last game, where if they send out Igloo, then you're sending out both of your like in-your-face characters back to back, and you're saving both your zoners for the end. I would actually go with the Kip pick here, and let Squid Plumber just sort of wait in the wings for when it's really time to go, like with him, because I think we saw, like, before we were talking this whole time about Grit, we were talking this whole time about Kip and their crazy hot start as Pac-Man. So I think you throw in the fire and you fight fire with fire.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. That's a really good strategy as well. But with Shen and Doa, it's just like, man, they've tricked me so many times. You know, there's a lot of times where I'm like, oh no, they're definitely gonna send in player A or player B, and they just completely flip it on me. So, and again, they still have Nibstaff with the Wolf. I don't know if they're present with them today, but they still have a Wolf player, Nibstaff, who's very, very solid in their own right. Who, again, I feel like just on paper, it's a very good matchup against Bowser Jr. Can deal with a lot of stuff. Obviously, Reflector is going to make Mecha Koopa almost useless. You have Cannonball, again, make Cannonball useless. All that kind of stuff. And Wolf just is so good at approaching from both the ground and from the air, and can stuff out a lot of Bowser Jr. stuff. So that's also an option. Keep that in mind. But again, it's hard to predict, because with only one stock to take, you can really go any direction, and like matchup wise and player wise, it doesn't necessarily matter. As long as you can take out that one without losing more than one yourself, no matter who you go, I think you're in a pretty good position.
If you're trying that case where you're just trying to take one without losing one yourself, I do think you would go for Kip, who can just sort of put that like fire hydrant either behind him or in front of him, and then just like start chucking fruits and just sit back, be very, very evasive, because that's while Bowser Jr. has that side B to give him a lot of speed. Pac-Man has a side B of his own and his own tricks to really like make him a lot faster than people think.
Yeah, 1000%. And Fire Hydrant that can stuff out a lot of Bowser Jr. stuff too. Obviously, the Fruits can kind of stuff that out too. I think Fruits probably beat the Koopa card if I'm not mistaken. I know Key and Bell definitely do. I'm not sure about the other Fruits, but hey, either way, we're gonna see what the option for Shen and Doa here is in this next game, and it is going to be drumroll. It is going to be Igloo. Okay, it is going to be Igloo saving Kip for last. And you know what? Hey, Max, you kind of sort of called it. If they send in Yoshi, it's like they're sending in both of their in-your-face characters, immediately, which also runs a risk with, of a reverse what happened last time. But it is only one stock against Grit, and Grit really was the deciding factor in that first game. So if Igloo can do this, this is going to be a completely new match.
I agree. I do. If it was to go reverse, I do think this is the way you do it, though, where you bring in Kip to counter, you bring in Igloo to counter, like however that first game ends. So,
hey, right now Igloo kind of getting bodied right here. Has that up tilt clang split that up smash, just one stock Igloo. But right now, man, Grit is doing whatever they can to just make sure that they take out at least one more before getting sent back to the bench. 100%. They need one good read. Grit wants so bad. There
grab, dunked.
There we go. Yep, dunk shouts to Dunkin' Donuts. But right there, Igloo again
doing Star League.
Doing exactly what they need to do. Took out that one stock. They were kind of getting bodied early, so I was a little bit scared that they would lose one, maybe even two. But again, did what they needed to do. They took out the X factor that made you lose the match in game number 1. So now if they do send in Squid Plumber after Igloo is, eventually taken out, Squid Plumber has a much easier route to taking out, as many stocks as they need.
So that was actually a very close thing because that did a lot of shield damage to Yoshi, and I'm surprised that was a tether grab and a half.
Yeah, read that one like last week. That was absolutely insane. Again, Yoshi, Igloo. I questioned the pick because we saw Grit just kind of completely steamroll Igloo in the first game that they played, and I kind of thought that was going to be a repeat based on how that first stock went. But then Igloo just stayed the course, kept composure, did what they needed to do, and when you only have to take one stock off of somebody, it feels so like it's so liberating because it's like now there's no pressure on you. It's like all you need to do is have one good conversion, and you're gonna win. And so I think that was probably the difference between the two games, because in that first one I think Igloo was kind of just like played a bit scared. I want to say play a bit scared, but managed to take this one out.
So now if you're Quinnipiac, you're thinking, okay, Grit's gone. Who goes next? Because we didn't really see much from Donnie in the first game. They surprised us with the Mario, and then Kip was like, "Hey, it's Kip time, baby." So I think if right now I think would be Donnie if Donnie's time for redemption, or Moat also playing pretty hot today. Had that hot just forever F smash in the last game. So. That could also be a good one. I still think you save Baco. Baco for the end as a solid anchor. So I think really the decision comes down to Moat and Donnie.
I could because it's Igloo out with Yoshi. Donnie does have a Joker as well, which could do pretty decently. But we saw what Moat could do to Igloo already. Moat won that match pretty handily. So you might just opt to go for that again. Just to play it safe, and you might want to save Joker Mario from maybe Kip, because I feel like they deal with both those characters deal with projectiles a lot better than Terry or Shulk really can. Obviously with the cape, Joker has the Rebel's Guard and the Reflector when Arsene is out. So I think you probably save Donnie for Kip, but I have been wrong in the past, and I usually am, and am I going to be wrong again? Let's see. I am wrong again. Okay, I gotta stop making predictions. Right now, they are sending out Donnie and the Mario. This is all tied up at 9 stocks apiece as we get into this next game, Mushroom Kingdom Battle.
Oh yeah, Battle of the Mario Bros. Coming out in theaters.
Hey, that movie trailer was fire, by the way.
It was so good, and then Chris Pratt talked.
Oh, thank you. I need a mod where it just replaces Mario's voice in Ultimate with the Chris Pratt lines from the movie.
Oh, that's coming, and I can't wait for it.
I'm sure someone's gonna come up with that. I'm 1,000% sure. Once that movie hits like Blu-ray, DVD, someone's coming up with that. I guarantee you. But hey, either way, going into this match right here, Donnie up about 25 or so percent here on Igloo. This matchup is like one of the most even matchups in the entire game. I think it's like both these characters can absolutely body each other. They get their hands on each other, and you're eating like 30 or so percent damage every single time, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. Mario has such like solid neutral, and then off of like one down throw can get the up air strings, has the crazy stuff with like, back air at ledge, but then you have Yoshi, like one flutter kicks, it does like what, like 30-40%?
Something stupid, yeah.
And then you can just like almost wall them out. Like both characters can wall each other out, which is back airs. So but I think something like Flood is going to be one of the defining differences in this game. Just like interrupting Yoshi's aerial momentum, like a character that doesn't have a traditional up B, that's going to affect a lot more.
And you know what? I'm sure both of these players know that as well. I think Igloo is going to do their best to try to avoid that. Hasn't really been off stage yet. Right on cue. Off stage. So haven't really seen it be a factor just yet. I don't even think Donnie has charged the Flood yet. Can't really tell. But yeah, that's a really good point. That's going to be huge in this match if they do opt to use it. But besides that, this is like one of the most, like I said, one of the most even matchups in the game. We're seeing right here reflected in the percentages. Both of them looking for that first stock is probably going to be it. Yep, up tilt into up air, the Yoshi special. And for a move that looks really weak, that up smash absolutely hits like a truck. I'm sorry, the up air hits like a truck.
Oh yeah, it works. I compared it to Fox up air, where even though it's like one hit, it still hits so hard and kills off the top, like much earlier than people assume. Okay, and there we go. You can string it together like Fox can do like 3-4. Yoshi can easily do as well.
Yeah, no, 1,000% true. Especially off of that up tilt, that low percentage, you can get a couple of those off. Right now, we're seeing Donnie just trying to take the stock. Has Igloo at 152%, looking for an opportunity. We know they want that back here. They want that back here really badly, and they're going for it a little bit too much now. And they're getting punished for it actually.
Yeah, falling to 60% here. Don't want to. Heaven forbid they get back thrown and then just ferret off stage as well. So
again,
good job from Igloo though, creating space here, trying to take the game a little bit more patiently, slow things down a bit.
Yeah, Igloo is just not really approaching at all. As soon as we see Donnie get close, as we see that back air finally taking that stock, as soon as Donnie got close, we're seeing Igloo oftentimes just kind of fade back, and just not approach. As we're gonna see probably forward air. Oh, I lied.
No,
I really thought Igloo would go off for the forward air. Oh, that might be it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, burn the double jump.
Oh no, making it back. Never mind.
Saving the resources.
Yep.
Exactly what you need to do.
112 on Donnie right now.
Donnie can still do something. Like, Igloo's doing a very good job of being elusive enough to make sure they can't get grabbed. Now, as I say that, watch out, Donnie will just get a grab here. But okay, the downbeat now.
There it is.
Another up air.
And Igloo taking that stock, giving Shenandoah the lead. Only 6% on stock 2, looking really, really good right here, and is continuing this momentum against Donnie right now. Complete that, man. That first stock was so close, but ever since that, it has been all Igloo all day. It's like looking like a completely new player right now. Whew. Try to get that forward smash, couldn't quite get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking like a completely new player.
A completely new game as well here. As now Shenandoah holding the lead here.
Looking for the opportunity right here.
Trying to get anything started here.
Man, they're just throwing out hitboxes. There we go. Good read.
Ooh! He's studied the Moat school of smash attacks.
Like that's such a good read, because when you're on the platform like that, you have 3 options, okay? Tech in place, tech right, tech left, or don't tech at all. Or 4 options, I guess. And Donnie picked the absolute worst option, which is teching in, which is exactly where Igloo was waiting. Okay, we're gonna see it right here.
Yeah, it's starts all this with just
forward air, roll in, where is exactly where Igloo was waiting. If they tech rolled to the left, maybe they could have survived that. I tech in place may have actually led to the same result, but of the 4 options you really have, whether there's not tech in place, tech right, tech left, the absolute worst option was teching right. And that is what happened, and Igloo was prepared for that.
Most likely, I would assume that was just a panic option, because in situations like that, you're either going to hold one way or another. And if you I would assume if they rolled out, they would have just they would have been Donnie would have been right there to take an egg to the face. So you were kind of in a catch-22. Like he obviously guessed the worst possible option, but in the heat of the moment, sometimes that's what comes out.
Yeah. So Quinnipiac, they have 2 players left. You have Moat, the Terry, who I think they're going to send in. I think they should send in. So have Backo the Shulk. And the thing is, Shenandoah still has Squid Plumber. Have not burned them yet. Might save them for Anchor if it comes down to that. But if I'm Quinnipiac, I think I'm 1000% just going Terry. Gotta take 2 stocks off of Igloo. We saw what Moten could do to Igloo before. Completely dominated that match. And again, I'm saving Backo for absolute last. I would probably want to save Backo for Squid Plumber. I definitely don't want to go Terry against Squid Plumber. So I think Moat's probably the best option here.
Yeah,
of the 2.
I would agree with that. We did see quite a bit more. We did see Moat have a lot of success against Igloo as well. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's my pick as well for going forward is Moat.
And I'm wondering, like, I don't know if Squid plays any other characters. Probably not. But, like, man, if this does end up going to Squid Plumber versus Backo, Belmont versus Shulk, I can't imagine that's an easy time for Richter. Because I think Speed Monado just completely if you're smart with the Speed Monado art, you can just completely almost nullify a lot of the projectiles that Belmont wants to throw at you because you can just zoom past them and get in Belmont's face before they really have a chance to throw them out. But Squid Plumber is such a smart player that I'm sure they know that and are going to plan accordingly. Yeah, that's looking in the future. That's not the matchup we're having right now. But I'm just I do want to see that. But
I do too.
But yeah, I really think Moat is the best option here. FGC characters tend to do relatively well against Yoshi. Terry, being one of the better. Terry and Kazuya definitely being the best in that case. Can't really get out of the combos too much. Yoshi can neutral air out of some Terry stuff. But for the most part, as soon as you get Jabber up or up tilted, or not up tilted, sorry, Jabber something, you're probably eating like 30% minimum on a bad day. You can eat a lot more, especially if Terry has that gold meter. You can just get jabbed into Buster Wolf, jabbed in, not jab power dunk, or you get power geyser off stage. If you're Yoshi, especially because your recovery is very exploitable. And yeah, just on paper, that's 1000% where I would go.
Yeah. So we're just waiting here, seeing for them to get loaded up. I guess all we can really at this point is just sort of look forward. Never mind, as we're getting in here, drum roll, please. Are we right or are we wrong? Is it Moat or is it Backo? Either way, we're going to see him versus Igloo the Yoshi.
Yeah, it is wrong.
And it is Moat.
Okay, only 2 stocks. They do have to take off of Igloo. If anybody can do it, it is Moat. But man, Igloo was playing so well in that last match. You would have to imagine that they're going to keep some of that momentum going into the second game for them.
They're already eating a full flutter kicks too. That's not going to help your cause, but there you go, 69%.
Jesus. Wait, 20 seconds into the match? Already at 69%. My God. But hey, the thing about Terry, Terry does not care about damage because we saw right there 1 conversion, already 46, bringing this back to a very, very close margin. And oftentimes, Terry is going to be KOing you a lot earlier than you're KOing them, especially when that gold meter is out. So you can't afford to keep the game close.
I like that. The auto turnaround coming in clutch there with the down tilt and the jab power dunk. So another power dunk. This is going to be an explosive matchup from both sides, really. Yoshi does okay, loving that drag down back air into F smash, taken first stock off Moat, and the lead grows from Shenandoah.
I kind of imagine that jab there was a misinput there from Moat. They're probably looking for the jab power dunk or jab rolling knuckle, and they just end up doing three jabs, which means that Igloo still has 2 stocks, and oh my God, might take 1 more if they keep playing like this. The power dunk has to be a big punt. Oh no, there you go. Jab into the rising tackle. Finally, Igloo losing that stock, and if you're a Moat, you need to hang on to these 2 for absolute dear life. You cannot afford to lose another one.
Yep, and you've got to be especially careful any offstage situation where like that's where Igloo wants you. That's where Igloo gets their money. So
especially because Terry's recovery is linear. You know exactly what they're going to do. You know exactly where they're going to be and when they're going to be there. And Yoshi with egg with neutral air, they're so good at stuffing out recovery. So that's going to be huge. Buster Wolf.
Yep.
Not going to be quite enough. One more might do it though.
Oh, I love that power guys are trying to get him on the platform. Not going to do it just missing, but this is where I think Terry, the go meter is just all that in a bag of chips for Terry.
Yeah. One more Buster Waff, I would imagine, is probably going to take it. Igloo knows that. Another back throw, probably.
Yep. Extending the hurt box with the down tilt there puts him just in range for Igloo to grab.
Looking for that jab. We know Moat wants... Everybody knows Moat wants that jab. Neutral air. Getting them off stage. Still alive at 163.
The
There it is. Okay, wrong way, though.
Yep, all the way across stage. Not going to do it just yet. Sitting at 163. Trying to hold on as much as he can. Okay, there's the power geyser still missing.
I was going to say Igloo needs to be careful on that platform because the power geyser will hit as they do take that stock. And you know what? Igloo keeping this momentum up right now. That Birdie Knuckle is going to do it. But hey, Igloo coming in clutch, playing very, very well. Unfortunately for Moat, losing 2 stocks there. But hey, you know what? Shenandoah keeps their 2-stock lead. And now Quinnipiac is down to just Tobacco, who we haven't actually seen today, but they are a very, very solid Shulk. Man, this is gonna be a very hard ask for them.
It is. But, if there's any character that can do it, it's probably going to be Shulk. Just looking at the characters left on the other side, Shulk is going to have all the tools needed. Big fast aerials, the ability to change their own properties with jumps, heights, speed, your attack doing more damage, and just becoming heavier with shield art, because that's just a move in itself. But here we see that last stock here coming out from Igloo.
It's gonna be up smash. Yeah, there's the up smash right there. Oh man, you would have loved to take out another stock there, but hey, either way. There we go.
Got a little bit greedy with that burning knuckle too, just sort of thinking maybe you could punish it, but then again, Yoshi Nair at a shield alone is like a 3-frame option, and with such a unique shield that Yoshi has, where not being able to shield poke, any shield pressure on Yoshi is going to be completely different from shield pressure on any other character in the game.
Yeah. So looking at Shenandoah's roster now, they still got Kip. We haven't seen them yet, other than that first game, who I think is probably the better bet. They might use Squid Plumber. Either way, 2 zoners. Terry struggles against zoners. We all, that's no secret. No matter which way you go, I think this is going to be a good game for Shenandoah. Don't want to count them out yet because, again, Terry still has 1 stock left. They can do a lot of damage. We still have back of the Shulk, who can do a lot of damage as well. But I would imagine no matter who they send in, I don't see Moat getting out alive. Hopefully they can take 1 stock. I don't really see them getting out alive, though. And then going to leave it all up to Tobacco in the end there. And man, the fact that they still have Squid Plumber and they have like a 3-stock lead or 4-stock lead or whatever it is very scary.
Very, very frightening. If you're Moat, the prime directive here is to at least get them down to 4 stocks. One is going to be a minor victory. 2 is a major victory. 3 is like we probably already won then. But if you can get 2 and set up Baco to only have to take 4, then that's going to be a lot better than if it's just sort of like an 0 and out.
Yeah. And 4 against 2 characters in Pac-Man and Belmont that I think Shulk does, relatively well against as well. Again, definitely a much easier ask. But yeah, man, this is really looking like Shenandoah's game. I think sending out Grit that early, 1000% came to bite them in the butt. I kind of mentioned this in the first game. There's a big risk sending out your best player first or second, because if they go out, you don't have that to fall back on to either bring you back into a match or to help you close out a match. That's exactly what happened to Shenandoah. They sent Squid Plumber out first in that first game. Squid Plumber unfortunately did not do very well. They sent out Grit second at 2 as well, but then Grit took out 7 stocks, something crazy like I don't know, whatever it was. Almost ran through the entire team. But now I'm liking Shenandoah's position. Obviously, they're up 3, I think. They still got Squid. They still got Kip. 2 fantastic players. I feel like no matter who anchors, it's going to be a good day for them. And yeah, again, if I'm Moat, all I want to do right now is take out 1. If I can take out 2, great. But just focus on taking out at least 1.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order as we see who's up to bat for Shenandoah.
Here we go into the next game. It is going to be Kip. They are saving Squid for Anchor. I do not blame them. That is the right pick. Man, Moat can do this. Moat can 1000% do this. If they can take out at least 2, I think it's very much in the realm of possibility here. But man, against Kip is just such a talented player that it's hard for me to see a reality where that actually happens, though.
Already has Bell loaded up, so it's got to be something you got to be looking out for here.
Let's say 73 right now. 73 right now on Kip. Tried to get those forward air combos going, but couldn't quite land them. Doesn't have a
regrab on the Bell either.
Yeah. Oh my god. And you know what, man? Mo got such a hot start, and immediately that lead has evaporated and turned into a Kip lead right here.
Moat had a lot of power in their hands right there with catching the Bell, but now they have go meter, so takes one jab.
2 of them, 3 of them? Okay, never mind. And fire hydrant right there off stage. Oh my god. Okay. Let me talk about the setup real quick. That I saw Kip do that on Thursday, and that is one of the most disgusting Pac-Man setups I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay, let me explain. So you put the trampoline right on the ledge, and if you don't know, if you stand on the trampoline, it kind of stuns you a little bit. You can't go into shield because you're forced to jump up in the air, and then you put the fire hydrant right above that. So there's literally nothing you can do. There's literally nothing you can do. And that I saw Kip do that for the first time on Thursday, and I lost my mind.
That's a checkmate, shake my hand kind of setup right there.
Yep.
You see right there, there's the fire hydrant knocking it. He's gonna knock it up. Yep.
See, you land on the trampoline. You're forced to jump. You're forced to jump, and putting that fire hydrant at a perfect, just like 180, like straight down degree angle. And there's literally you cannot do anything about that. And that's just it's a matchup check. It's a matchup check because if you don't play Pac-Man a lot, you're not gonna even know that's a thing.
It's one of those, it's just one of those long lists of Pac-Man or Steve. These characters just have like so much theory crafting within their character's kit that you can just learn something new every single time you play against a different one.
Like every day I go on Twitter and I see somebody, hey, new Steve tech, new Pac-Man tech, I found out it's just some insane thing that requires you to like have like 6 different degrees just to be able to attempt it, and they're just doing it easily, and it's crazy. And I'm so happy that I saw that for the first time on Thursday, because that is incredible. Maybe that's a normal thing with Pac-Man. I hope I get to see that a little bit more often, because that setup is just absolutely it's insane. I keep saying it's insane. It blew my mind when I saw it the first time.
When you have a character already that's such a strong zoner and can just sort of wall out your opponent with fire hydrant and all these fruits, just having one of the most solid like trump ledge traps in the game. Like, exactly, what are you gonna do there? Can't do anything. Like, stock's gone, shake my hand, move on, see you, losers, kind of stuff. But like adding that to a kit is tech that takes a character from being mid-tier to top tier. So
absolutely,
that just goes to show this game still has a lot underneath the surface that players can unlock. So getting into this here, we're gonna be seeing Mako finally,
the final player for Quinnipiac, trying to win this set 2-0. But man, they have to take 6 stocks off of both Kip and Squid Plumber. I do not envy their position right now. Hey, but if anyone can do it, it's definitely Baco. As we get on the early goings in this match, dead even. Both of them just kind of find a feel for each other. No real big things coming out just yet.
Oh, one of the few times I've ever seen that counter work.
Yeah. Didn't quite get a hit from it, but hey, it did come out, saved them from taking a bit of damage there. Buster Art is out. Again, if you're not familiar with Smash, Buster Art means you will do more damage to your opponent, but at the cost of less knockback and you taking a bit more damage. And now we're seeing speed come out. Can't jump as high, but you are way faster.
Way faster. You're able to go really deep. If you're fast enough with it, you're able to go really deep off stage for some pretty nasty edge guards, and you can swap back to jump and make it back no problem. But there's the bell. Okay, panic shield art. You're gonna see that a lot coming out from most Shulks, because that increases your weight and reduces your ability to be knocked back, but it will reduce your damage instead. Ending right there and eating an F smash for trouble. So Baco is gonna be down to 2, as is Quinnipiac University.
And yeah, Kip just absolutely cooking right now. Baco, the last hope for Shen and for Quinnipiac, not looking like they're gonna succeed right here, especially if Kip keeps doing things like this. Kip, stop it! Oh, already
they have a family.
I know
Oh,
this man has a family.
Follow up with the. Yep, here's comes Smash. This is where you're going to see a
Oh, that's
lot of
punish.
like.
Yeah.
Smash Art also will increase Schultz knockback.
Oh, and apparently will stifle your ability to get back to the stage, apparently, as we see Bako unforced an SD, and that means that they are on one stock as they manage to finally take that one off of Kit. But you would have to imagine at this point, this pretty safe to say that Shenandoah is going to put themselves on the board in this in this set right here, especially if Kip keeps playing like this. Just feels like it's a matter of time before we see that game screen. But man, I gotta say, man, the adjustments from Shenandoah here in game 2, phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. They go from losing convincingly, I think they lost by like 6 or something, or 5 or 6, to now winning by potentially 5 or 4 if Kip manages to clean this up.
And there's the orange.
Yeah, you're not making it back. Yeah. Well, they're in shield art, so they weren't enough to make it back. And Shenandoah, again, taking the adjustments from the first game to this game, absolutely incredible. And one more point I gotta say, this is actually the first time Shenandoah has beaten Quinnipiac in a game. I do gotta say that. Again, they played back in week 1. It was a 2-0 for Quinnipiac. Obviously, they played earlier. Quinnipiac won the game, that first game, and now Shenandoah wins this one. So yeah, the first game for Shenandoah against Quinnipiac. So we are going to go on a 5-minute break, and we'll have game 3 for you right after it. So please don't leave your seat and stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NACE Star League Fall 2022 season conference championship. We have a Game 3 coming up between Quinnipiac University and Shenandoah University, two fantastic teams vying for that East 3 conference championship. And man, Max, this has been such a great set so far. After the first game, I really thought Quinnipiac was going to run away with it because they kind of dominated. But now Shenandoah fighting right back and winning by 5 stocks? Incredible.
Something crazy like that. Yeah, like a character and a half almost. And along with that, you have Shenandoah looking to give Quinnipiac their first loss on the season, the first loss on the year, really. So it all really, you couldn't ask for a better ending. You couldn't ask for a better way for this to go.
And you know what, as we get into the later parts of these seasons, we start seeing these great teams. We're going to see a lot of matchups just like this, where as soon as you think one team has the advantage, and then maybe they'll again they'll wipe the floor with the team in game number 1, you'll see the opposite team just make adjustments. Character switches. We saw Moon Lady switch to Aegis instead of using Byleth. We saw them not even use Squid Plumber at all, probably saving them for Anchor. We saw Igloo was completely snapped. They just changed the order of their characters just a little bit, and obviously had that one character switch, and it shifted the tide of this match completely to their side, to Shenandoah's side.
I will say, I made the call of how they flipped the order, essentially, of having two in-your-face characters first, as we're going to see opening Donnie and Moon Lady. Ooh, okay, we get the Cloud and the Mithra?
Cloud, okay, that's an interesting pick as well. I do like it. Cloud does do very well against every single character on Shenandoah's side. Aegis maybe not as much, but whether it's Belmont, Pac-Man, Yoshi, I think Cloud does very well against all of those characters. But now you run into the problem of, is your Cloud warm? You've been playing Mario for 2 matches straight. Cloud, very different character. Did you warm up at all? Maybe were you warming up during your off time after you got eliminated? And that's definitely a factor, because switching characters like that mid-set oftentimes bites people in the butt.
It really can, especially a character with, you said, you're going from right there, big air dodge, and now Donnie can lose their first stock. You're going from a character that has a much more varied recovery with Mario, who can do, cape stuff and down air, up even. Now you have a very linear recovery with the Cloud. So,
and you're playing against Pyra and Mithra, who are, pretty decent at edge guarding. Obviously, Mithra has that up B, which can, shoot those little lasers at you, which can stuff you out. You have Flame Nova from Pyra, which can also stuff you out. You have a couple things like that. Or, sorry, Blazing Edge from Pyra, which can also stuff you out. A lot of things, and again, like you said, because Cloud's recovery is so linear, as they do take that, Donnie does take that stock, this edge guarding for Moon Lady is going to be huge.
Absolutely. And now we got a full limit. The Blade Beam. Ooh, okay, there's the Foresight.
That's
for $5.99. You can do that too.
That's cheating, man. That's as someone who loves Xenoblade, that move is a cheat. But yeah, I saw that Foresight playing, going perfectly, going right through that Blade Beam. Managed to get a punish off of it as well. Now we're going to see that Blazing End coming through from Moon Lady. Couldn't quite get much off of it though.
Say what you want, say it might be an elite smash strategy, but right now, just these landings, oh my gosh, but that is also a $5.99 special. But I like, to go back to it, I like these consistent up Bs on landings from Donnie. It's just it's just Pyra's for kill.
Yeah, 1000%.
It's hard to combat the raw kill power that that Pyra has, especially
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And the thing about Donnie's making a few mistakes here. It feels like every KO that Moon Lady has gotten, or both of those KOs, they were off of a Donnie mistake, whether a bad air dodge, a bad tech, whatever the case is. And almost got punished right there for another one. And look, like I said, I feel like every single kill, all 3 of those were off a mistake. Right now we saw Donnie pushing buttons, and they probably should not have been pushing buttons. And Moon Lady gets that down air into up smash. First stock was an air dodge, was a pretty mismanaged air dodge, led to an up smash. That second stock, I think, was just a bad tech or whatever on that middle platform, led to an up smash. And I really feel like that was a more Donnie making mistakes than it was Moon Lady. Moon Lady forced them to make the mistakes, but I really feel like that was more Donnie just picking the worst option in a lot of scenarios. As we're going to see that second, I think this is the second stock here.
Yep.
Or oh, you know what? Never mind. Yeah, that was just like a bad dash that led into down air into up smash. But yeah, Moonlight did a really good job of forcing Donnie in positions where they had to pick something, and Donnie not almost every time, every single time just picked the bad option, and Moonlady was ready for it.
And that could also be a case of like you said, Donnie has played Mario these last 2 games, and now all of a sudden here comes a Cloud that is most likely kind of cold, if most lukewarm. So you have a whole different set of options to go to when you switch characters like that, and especially to a character that changes so much and has such a different properties from Mario. It's kind of something you'd almost expect to happen.
Yeah. No, 1000%. But yeah, Moonlady doing exactly what they needed to do. Now, Quinnipiac, they got Bowser Jr., they got Grit. We saw Grit come in second in the first match and completely clean up everything. This is pretty similar to how Game 1 went. We saw, first player come in, Kip, do very, very well. Grit came in, I think, second or third, and, cleaned it up and brought it to a reasonable margin where they ended up winning. Sitting in Grit second here might be a good option. Again, Bowser Jr. does not care about matchups. They do not care whether it's Aegis, whether it's Byleth, whatever the case is. We are going to see who it is, and it is going to be It is going to be Grit. Okay, it is going to be Grit. Like we predicted. Again, you run the risk of if this does not work, if Grit does not take out these 2 stocks, or if Grit loses, these 3, or maybe even loses 2, you run the risk of repeating what happened in that last game where you didn't really have anybody else capable of making up the slack for Grit there. But if Grit can get, at least 4 stocks without losing these 3, then I think Quinnipiac is going to be in a great position. But man, Moonlady does not care. Moonlady is cooking right now, and oh my god, hey,
my goodness gracious.
You know what? I think this Grit pick not working out too well. That was insane.
I think the Grit pick honestly was probably the smartest option. It's just Moonlady has turned up the heat, and right now I don't think Grit has what it takes to stay in the kitchen.
Oh my god, man, Moonlady is just on an absolute tear right now. Fantastic grab. Tried to go for that down air, couldn't quite get it. That would have been dirty if it did land. And this is where it's gonna suck for Grit, because landing as Bowser Jr. is a task and a half, and against a character like Aegis, who has so many tools for just keeping you in disadvantage, that's where Moonlady is gonna thrive, and that's where they have been thriving.
And I really like these air stalls to mix up the timings of these down airs, because Grit's gonna be thinking, okay, they're gonna hit this time, but no, this game you can't really play in a rhythm at all in this game.
No,
your opponent is like, now here we go. We see Grit off stage once again, trying to make it back. Oh my goodness!
Almost got that down there, got that Providence Revolt. Not gonna be enough to get the KO, but one more of those will definitely do it. Man, and Grit just getting absolutely worked by where was this Moonlady in game number 1? Oh my gosh, I wonder, man.
Footstool 2?
Moonlady's going crazy right now. Moonlady's going crazy right now.
Going crazy, going stupid. Oh my goodness gracious.
Can they do this without losing a stock? Oh my god.
They very well might.
Okay. Okay. I thought we're gonna see. Okay. We jinxed it. But hey, you know what? Moonlady's still going on a tear right now. 3 stock lead, potentially a 4 stock lead if they do manage to take this last one. But man, I'm just wondering if Moonlady went Aegis in that first game, maybe Shen and Doa already wins this 2-0. My god.
Possibly. I think it was just a case of now the Pirate Mithra is warmed up for Moonlady, and they're just showing like consistency with down air spikes. Every single time they hit that down air, it's always hitting, but
oh my gosh, and Grit snatching a victory out of the jaws of defeat. I'm not gonna lie, I was ready to call Moonlady the winner there, but that's why we say, hey, Grit does not care about matchups. Grit does not care about your tier list. Grit does not care if he's up or if he's down. They're going to come to play every single second of the match, and that is huge. We brought this point up in the first 2 matches. Oftentimes, there is that one moment in a crew battle that completely changes it. And I think Grit managing to take that stock instead of losing it to Moonlady is going to be the moment that determines how the rest of this match goes.
Exactly. Like, very, very close situation to having a whole arm cut off and all of a sudden you're bleeding everywhere. But right now that Grit took that, wrapped up the bandage real quick, stopped the bleeding before anything got out of control. And here I was just boosting Moonlady through the roof, and all of a sudden there's just a couple back airs and just stops me right in my tracks.
Yeah, the thing about Bowser Jr. though, again, despite not being the best character, racks up damage like they're a top tier. They're not a top tier, but they rack up damage like almost like unlike anyone else. You get hit by one Koopa cart and like 4 up airs, and you're at like 67, and you don't even realize what happened to you. And we saw how powerful that back air is at what 80-something%. Got a KO on Mithra. Granted, they were on that left town to city platform, so that did help a little bit, but still, that back air incredibly powerful. Seen that KO people very, very early too. But yeah, like I said, like if Quinnipiac does win this, this is going to be the match that I think determined it, because that was looking like it was going to be all Moon Lady. If I had to put money on it, I would have bet Moon Lady was going to win that, and again, showed me wrong.
Showed me wrong as well. I had a thought here. It is. Head has gone out to pasture at this point, so we're gonna move on and see who exactly do you counter with here. I personally, do you go back to Igloo? Do you do what you did before? I mean, it worked last time, and you're in a very similar situation as last time too. Igloo only having to take 1 stock off of Grit before moving on. Did it once before. I think you got to give it to him again. Yeah, no, I
totally agree with you. In that first game, though, that they played, in game number 2, when they did play, we did see Grit do a lot of damage to Igloo, though didn't take a stock, but was looking really, really good up until Igloo got that forward air, that clutch forward air off stage. But if Igloo doesn't get that forward air, we potentially see Grit take a stock in that second game. But then Igloo just came clutch with that forward air and managed to win that match. But yeah, I totally agree with you. I think going Igloo and just kind of running it back is probably your safest option right here. You don't want to send out Kip yet, just in case. You don't really want to send out Squid yet, again, just in case. Unless you think Squid can take out Grit and then just kind of run through the rest of the team, which again, I've seen them do before on multiple occasions. Incredible player. But yeah, we're going to see what the choice is here today. And this is always so dramatic.
I know, right? We almost need a drum roll button for right here.
Okay, and it is going to be Igloo. They are going to run it back. They played in what? I think all 3 sets they played?
Yeah, at some point, it's always been these two. We're going on to PS2, a bigger, more wide open stage. I think the stage is definitely going to play a little bit more towards Grit's favor. Yep. But like I said before, Igloo, you only need 1.
Yep. Only gonna take that 1, and they are more than capable of doing that. But hey, you know what? If Igloo, I think, could take out at least 1 before losing their own, they're gonna be in a great position. They're gonna maintain only a 2 stock deficit, which is definitely not too much, definitely doable. But yeah, if you're Grit, you need to take out at least 1. Two on a great day.
Yeah, that is one situation we've seen come up time and time again. Igloo can't get the follow-ups in the air that they're looking for, because Bowser Jr. Nair comes out much faster than Igloo probably assumes. It just breaks up everything. And oh my goodness!
That was the most Super Smash Brothers Ultimate hitbox I've ever seen in my entire life.
Hit by 1. Feel the call, trying to pull him in. Because nah, Yoshi's just gonna stand strong.
Oh my god, that was the most Super Smash Brothers Ultimate hitbox I've ever seen in my entire life. How did that hit? Granted, Igloo got out of it, but hey, either way, that was weird. Right now, we're gonna see Grit trying to take this 1 stock, 1 back air might do it. I don't know if he'll do it from center stage. That jab, if it was on the ledge, that would have probably KO'd, but not from center stage.
There's another Mecha Koopa, and now we see Grit. Grit's just gonna keep their back to it, but no, forward throw, not doing it just yet. Trying to snipe him, gets the cannonball, air dodging, and not grabbing the ledge.
I think the forward tilt may have pushed them back just enough to where they couldn't grab it. I'm not too sure, but man, that is very unfortunate for Igloo right there. Would have loved to hang on to that one. And Grit in a pretty good position to take away at least 1 more, in my opinion.
Excuse me. Only sitting at 108. Pardon me.
All good.
Saliva went down the wrong pipe there. But yeah, only needed 115. Yeah. We've seen these up tilt combos like that, especially with Rage. They're going to do a lot more damage, increase the likelihood of getting another stock. Having to go deep to recover, though. And that does so much shield damage as well. It's hard to tell on a character like Yoshi with the different shield, but he'll drain it fast.
Yeah. Right now, Igloo just trying to take the stock. Good DI there from Grit, staying alive at 150. Bowser Jr. is pretty heavy despite being small, so we are going to see some more survivability coming out from them. And that, getting hit by the last hit of back air, that DI, a little bit suspect. Don't think that really should have KO'd, but hey, if you're Igloo, you will take it. If you're Grit, you're, content. You're not happy. You're content. You took out one, which is great. Only down 2 stocks. Still got a couple players left. Still have, let's see, who is left on that team. They still got Moat and they still got Bako. Again, 2 solid players. We know what Moat can do. We saw, them play incredible. Shulk, Bako didn't get much of a chance to showcase what their talents are in that second game, but they are very, very solid. But now I'm thinking, if you're Quinnipiac, do you risk mixing it up a bit? I think everyone's expecting Moat right now. They've always saved Bako for anchor. Do you mix it up and maybe just throw Bako out right now?
So I brought this up when we first had the situation, I think in game 1, where it was Igloo, and then we were debating whether it was going to be Moat or Bako. And both times we've seen Moat, but now I do think is the time that you switch it up and you send out Bako. Try and really, from everything you've told me and everything I've learned, is that Bako has the ability to just flip this game on its head, and really bring it back in Quinnipiac's favor, and then put Shen and Doa on the back foot. So I would personally like to see Bako come out. I would also not be surprised if they just throw out Moat again.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a good point. Like, no matter which way you go, it just you're running a risk. This is tough, man. If I'm them, I think I just mix it up. They're expecting you to send out Moat and Terry. Yoshi, Terry can go back and forth. Yoshi struggles historically in every single Smash Brothers game, whether it's Melee, Brawl, Smash 4 Ultimate, struggles against swords, any character with long reach. And I think right now is where you kind of just... It doesn't really matter what position you are, whether you're anchor, whether you're the lead, whatever. I think you just go with the best matchup possible. And I think that's 1000% Shulk. And you risk sending out Terry against someone like Kip or Squid Plumber with Belmont or Pac-Man. I think you just have to take that risk at this point. You're down 2 stocks, final game. I think this is when you have to do those kind of risks.
To use a little bit of a baseball analogy, this is when you put out the do or die pinch hitter. You don't care about what happens after. You don't care about having to field after, because you send up the guy that you think has the best chance of getting that walk off. And right now, I think Bako is the one. While yes, you are playing, it is a double-edged sword. You're playing a big risk-reward situation here. The risk is high, but I think the reward from Bako is obviously much, much higher, because they can take this whole thing.
And I would imagine that's probably what they're discussing right now. Oftentimes when you see someone who is like a set anchor, like Bako, like, other teams, you have like guys like Woodchuck Man on other teams and stuff like that, people who are set anchors, throwing them in third, throwing them in second sometimes when no one's expecting it, can really just throw off your opponent mentally, especially if right now Igloo is mentally preparing to fight Terry and you have to fight a Shulk, who is a completely different character. Obviously has the sword, obviously has the Monado arts, which are basically an in-game cheat code oftentimes. That can really throw off Igloo mentally, and oftentimes that mental game is what wins you a match. So again, I repeat myself, I really think sending in Bako right now is 1000% the move.
And to repeat myself, but with a different baseball analogy, there's times where you throw out your closing pitcher, but you don't always throw them out in the last inning.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes you have to throw out your closer in the most high stress situations because they will execute that. But here we go.
Figure out. They are sending it back. Okay, cool. We called it.
Like it. I like when we call stuff like this.
It's like the first time I'm right. Man, I'm shooting like 1 for like 26 on my predictions, man. But hey,
so was Jose Altuve in the playoffs. So.
Oh man, finally right. And yeah, sending out Bako, I do like this pick. Again, like you're saying, Yoshi just struggles against swords, can't really get in. And right now we're seeing, those forward airs come from Bako was doing a lot of work, preventing Yoshi from stuffing out. That forward air and that neutral air are going to be huge in this matchup. And if you see Bako kind of spamming them, don't be shocked, because that is exactly what they need to do.
I call it an extended mid-range from Shulk, because like such big aerials like that Nair and the Fair, it's longer than mid-range, but it's not zoning, so it's this extended mid-range that most characters really struggle to contest with.
Yeah, and especially a character like Yoshi, who has to approach you, who has to get in close. When they do get in close, they can, do a lot of damage. But even if they do get an up tilt, they get some stuff, Bako can just switch to shield art and get out of it.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to land a full flutter kick, full flutter kicks on a character with something like shield art. So you almost your options just become more limited in that sense.
Back air, back throw, getting Bako off stage right there. I would imagine we're gonna see Smashman auto soon. There it is. Uh-oh. Back.
Ooh, yeah, but
air slash the wrong way, and that's unfortunate. Gets punished for it. Good for them. Didn't take two. Oh, that's another punish right there.
Yep,
Two bad air slashes coming through from Bako, and just like that, Igloo's right back into this match. Oh, you really hate to see that. They wanted it a little bit too bad, and we saw a similar thing from a Squid Plumber actually, and I think it was like the first game where they just wanted that up B so badly, and that's conversion.
Pulled out use frames away from shield art being active, and I don't even think it mattered at that point. We were so high up in the air with that up air.
Stop air slashing.
It's a similar thing we saw with Squid Plumber earlier. You just kind of want to say, stop up being. It's not. Pick a different option. It's not there right now.
Yeah, it hasn't hit, and every single time Igloo has been ready with the punish. You saw that backslash now getting punished right there. Oh my god. Yeah,
my goodness.
Igloo cooking. Igloo is on fire. Bako, if they can take off, okay, might take off one here. That double jump armor coming clutch. Buster, not quite the time for Buster yet. Okay, does finally land that air slash with the Buster, but at 100% right now. Shulk, one of those characters that can make up a deficit in the blink of an eye. But that Buster art, which will rack on some more damage, is on cooldown, and you know what? This is not looking good for Bako at all.
No, it is not. Not looking good for Quinnipiac either. I always say this. I'm sorry. I always say their school wrong anyways. They're a great hockey school, by the way. Fantastic hockey school.
Oh, did not know that. Oh, man. Might need to...
Okay, hold on. I gotta talk about this. There was an option select right there from Bako that I love to see. Local Shulk always does it. Up smash from Shulk has a scoop hitbox that nobody expects. It reaches out way farther than anybody would think it does, and it catches everyone off guard. So what I like to see a lot is Shulk sit at ledge, waiting for just any sort of ledge option, neutral get up, jump, anything, and charge up smash, because if they neutral get up, they'll get scooped by it, and if they jump, most of the times they'll get hit by the top of it anyway. So just want to call it one little quick option that I saw that I love.
That's a really good point. No, that's a really good point. Hopefully that for Bako, they survive long enough to make use of that. Does have Smash Art out right now. A forward Smash Art backer will probably KO. But you know what? When you have Smash Art, you also take more knockback too. Granted, it's not a factor anymore because it does run out. Both of them just looking for that one kill option. I think a back air, not quite enough. Going deep. Oh, I think you're done.
No, had jump art active, so they can recover. Oh, there we go. The run-off fair, classic, time and time again. You see that from Shulk. It's one of the best options. It's one of the options I was waiting for the most in that matchup particularly.
I said that they were done because I thought we were going to see Igloo run off and just get in there to get a KO like that. But hey, you know what? Opted for, to play a bit safer. Didn't pan out for them. Bako does take that stock, and I think Shenandoah is down to 3. They still have Kip. They still got Squid. Arguably, their 2 best players still waiting in the wings. And Quinnipiac is only down to, 4 stocks? Yeah. And it's unfortunate because it's Yoshi and it's... Sorry, it's not Yoshi. Sorry, they have Terry left, which is not great.
No, especially into the 2 remaining matchups.
Yeah, so if when Bako eventually goes out, fighting Terry up against Belmont and Pac-Man, or Belmont or Pac-Man, is... not great, but the thing is, you had to risk sending out Bako right now. You had to take that risk. It worked out. You'd have loved to have them hang on to one more stock, but you had to do it, and this is kind of the price you have to pay, because now if Bako doesn't take out either 2 stocks from either Pac-Man or Belmont, whoever Shenandoah sends in, it's going to be so hard for Moat and Terry to really do any damage.
I agree. This is just how we said in the last game. Like, this is the point where you send out the player that can flip it the most, and they send out Bako. This is where I think Squid Plumber just sort of comes in and just cleans up.
Yeah, and saving Squid for last, definitely, or third potentially, is 1000% the right move here. We saw they sent Squid Plumber in early in both games, didn't quite work out, but they are sending in Kip. It is going to be Pac-Man looking to close out Bako's Shulk. Man, if Bako could take out one, I think that Quinnipiac will still definitely be in it. So I think that should be their goal here. Just take out one.
Mm-hmm. And we are going to go see Kip here. So we get the Pac-Man versus the Shulk in this situation. Going to PS2, so a lot of space for both characters to go. Shulk will be able to close a lot of distance with speed, and then you're going to have Pac-Man having a lot of space to throw a lot of fruit.
right now on the early goings on in this match, relatively even. But we've seen what Kip can do, especially with that Galaga out, racking on a lot of damage in no time at all. Kind of surprised we didn't see Kip actually go for a down air off the ledge there. Pac-Man's probably making it back from that. Yep. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked we're not seeing a couple more down airs at the ledge coming through from Bako as they get punished for another air slash.
I think the Bako probably knows like how well Pac-Man can just maneuver off stage and stuff. So doing things like a run off stage down air isn't always the
not run off stage. Just do it just on the ledge, so because it hits through.
Oh
the ledge.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like right here, like right there. Okay, kind of heard me. Okay, they heard me and started doing it. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, that's the kind of option I was talking about because that down air, because that Monado extends as we get that up air. Fantastic drop from Bako. Honestly, that's all they needed to do. Because it extends so far underneath the stage, it can clip people who are underneath.
It's a similar situation to Sephiroth's down air as well.
Yep, exactly. 1000%. As we see, good clutch.
There we go.
Monado. That was so clutch.
So clutch. Right when he needed it, came out active. And now there's Buster. Gotta think you gotta get something started. 35% already. Looking for a grab. Not gonna get it.
But needs to rack on as much damage as possible with that. You got 56% out of that Buster. You know what? That's pretty good. And you know what? I think this is like 20 or 30% and a Smash Monado award away from potentially being another stock for Bako. But they do have to hang on. They're at 143%. Are looking pretty good though. They're Smash. And here come the down airs.
I like this. Kip is just stalling off stage, trying to wait out Smash Art. Great presence of mind to do that. And
you know what? Kip's saying, you know, wait as long as you want. I am gonna get that air slash. And you know what? That was risky. That was risky.
I think it does it.
There it is. Oh, there. Finally.
It doesn't matter.
Finally. That's what I was talking about. I said I was surprised we're not seeing more down airs coming through from Bako. And you know what? Right on cue, managing to do it. And you know what? Quinnipiac is in a position to potentially even take this game if they can hang on to the stock. That's probably it. Oh no, jump Monado.
He's got jump.
No, okay, but that is it. Getting hit by a bunch of fruits, but yeah, you know what? Bako going out, but if I'm Quinnipiac, I am very happy with how that went. I am incredibly happy with how that went. You took off 2 stocks when all you really needed to do was kind of take out 1, managed to take out 2. So all Mo has to do is come up in here and clean it up. Just clean up 1 stock off of Kip's Pac-Man. Definitely doable, but then you have Squid Plumber's Belmont right after that. And again, Terry and all the fighting game characters in the game, you know, Terry, Kazuya, Ryu, Ken, they all tend to struggle against, you know, characters like Pac-Man, characters like Belmont, who just like to throw out 7,000 things at you at a time. So it's not looking great for Quinnipiac, but this is exactly what Bako needed, though.
Well, here we see again that second stock kill. I thought he had him honestly with the taking out the power pellet, but then just being very patient, waiting, get that down there. Doesn't even get the spike, doesn't even need it. Gets a stage spike instead, taking that second stock, and now, yeah, you're sending in a Terry into 2, let's be honest, unfavorable matchups for this. Into only got to take 1 stock off of Pac-Man. Pac-Man character that can play similarly to Snake, that can just fully zone you out or just get up in your face and box whenever. But then you're going into Squid Plumber, had a legendary run at Glitch Regen, and now just you're asking a lot. It's a tall ask from Moat, but I think they're up to the task.
The thing is, if Moat can take out Kip without losing a stock, I don't like necessarily hate Terry against Belmont. I don't love it. But the thing about Belmont is they don't have a good disadvantage. Their disadvantage is so bad. They can't land. All they really have is down air to land. Pac-Man can use Hydrant to cover landing as you know, so that's a thing. But if you can get to Belmont without losing a stock here, if you're Moat, I don't hate it. Because you're going to be able to completely do it. If you can get your hands on Belmont, you can do whatever you want to them. You can combo them from now until next week. They can't really land. All they really have is down here to kind of supplement their landing, and that's a very punishable option. But hey, we'll see if we manage to even get there. Moat still has to take out Kip with 1 stock left, and yet if they can do it without losing 1, I don't hate their chances.
I don't either. I do think though, I would actually give it a little bit more in Moat's towards Moat size in that too, because when last time we saw Squid Plumber, they were pretty trigger happy on that up B to try and get things off them. So if Moat can get in on Squid Plumber, it's gonna be a big difference. Right now they have to get in and put this last stock away off Kip.
And right now, man, Moat going absolutely off already, 69%. 77 right here, looking for that KO, but Kip racking on some damage of their own. That jab power dunk, the bread and butter for Terry, coming through right here. One more might actually do it, if I'm being honest.
Little note that I do like is we've seen 3 different skins from Moat in this game, in this whole set, and there's burn.
There we go, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going down to the final 3 stocks for both of these teams in the game 3 of the conference championship. You cannot write this any better, Max.
You couldn't get the script, send it to Disney. They'd be like, "This never happened. This is fiction. What are you talking about?" But no, this is real life, folks.
This is too fake. We can't make a movie out of this. But man, again, this is so big for Shenandoah. Brought it up earlier. They played back all the way back in week 1, lost 2-0, lost that first game pretty convincingly. And at that point, you've lost 3 matches in a row against the same team. It's very easy to get down on yourself, to maybe, say to yourself, maybe we can't do it, maybe we can't win. But the fact that they've held composure and not only have won that next game, but have looked fantastic ever since losing that first game in this set, they have to feel really good about themselves. Now, obviously, you want to win the entire thing. You want to get the conference championship, so don't get too happy, yet. But man, for Shenandoah, I'm so impressed with how they've played considering the circumstances.
Yeah, they've brought it back. Really, it was one of those situations. Couldn't have said it better myself. Dug deep, took that next game, and now they're really both players 3 stocks away. Squid Plumber 3 stocks away from turning that O in Quinnipiac's number into a 1.
Oh yeah, Quinnipiac's undefeated. I totally forgot about that. They are 7-0 on the season so far. I think Shenandoah is either 6-1 or 5-1. But either way, again, 2 of the best teams here. I fully expect when the real playoffs start, I fully expect both these teams to make it, relatively far. Same with whoever's wins the second game between Manchester and Shawnee. I fully expect whoever wins to make it very, very far. Would not be shocked if I see either of those teams in the grand finals when we make it to that point. But yeah, back to this game. Man, game 3 final stock, game 3, 3 stocks left. Man, this is incredible. I expected these matches to go and to be this close, but just the back and forth between these 2 teams has been so cool to watch, man.
Fantastic. It's really took the words right out of my mouth with that one. So we're going to be seeing Moat. We're going to be seeing Squid Plumber. Did exactly what you asked of him earlier, taking that last stock off Kip, not losing 1. So it's 3v3. It all comes down to this. 1 game to decide it all. Put your money on the table. You win, you pick it up and take it home. You lose. There he goes. It's it.
Yeah. Man, but like I said earlier, I don't hate Terry against Belmont. Again, on paper, you can definitely see Terry struggling, especially against Squid Plumber, who is incredible with his projectile. Oh, you know what? One point I need to bring up about Squid Plumber's Beaumont specifically, they are so good at using the back hit of the cross, the side B. They'll oftentimes just throw it and then jump over it so it keeps coming back. And I've seen against, other players, Squid Plumber will do that. And as soon as Squid Plumber starts getting comboed by the opponent, that cross just comes back, hits him right out of it. And I'm thinking that's probably going to be a big factor here against Terry, who obviously relies on combos to do all their damage. But if we see what I'm talking about, I will definitely point it out. Because I fully expect it to be a big thing.
Right there, okay.
Uppercut, opening up.
Start. And it's really just going to be this is going to be, I would assume, to be a pretty slow game. It's all going to come down to whether or not Moat can breach the defenses, get out of the Belmont zone of Squid Plumber. Doing a good job so far catching the holy water, and they're just playing catch with it right now, throwing it back and forth.
Literally just throwing it back and forth between each other. Well, man, Squid got off to such a hot start, but Moat racking it, all that damage right back up.
This is dead even.
Yep, this is as even of a match as we've seen all day today. Oh, that's punish. Oh, that should have been a punish. Squid Plumber kind of continuing a couple of errant up Bs right there. Unfortunately for them, did not get punished for it though.
Yeah, unfortunate. But now we got the go meter up. This is where you got to be careful. Power Geyser, Buster Wolf, trying to get anything started. Almost jumping into that Power Geyser right there. This is touch of death time. If you get jabbed once, you're dead.
Okay, seeing they go the back hit of that cross again, forcing Moat to kind of hold shield right there and not approach. And again, that gold meter is still active right here. I would imagine we're going to see it. Oh, he went for the Buster Wolf. We saw the first frames of Buster Wolf coming out right there, but it got stuffed out by the Holy Water. Squid Plumber was ready and prepared for it. And you know what? Moat was not ready and prepared for that axe, as first stock goes to Squid.
Yeah, Squid Plumber asked him a question, and he failed the test. There you go, right there.
Yep. That's what I was talking about. The back hit of that crop. That back hit of the cross, like I said, Squid is so good at using that. It's to either extend combos or to break themselves out of combos right there. And that's going to, if he wins, that's going to be why.
Since right there, yeah. Again, sending it away, allowing it to just cover his getup. Jab, power dunk.
And Squid finally losing that first stock, but man, did 89% of extra credit over there to Moat. I'm hoping Moat can make up a bit of this damage, but man, Squid is just playing so well. Oh, you know what? Right on cue, though.
Yep, doing the damage.
Yep. Oh, you know what? Just as I said, I don't know if he can make up the damage. Makes up the damage. Right on cue. Commentator's curse.
Exactly. Gets the jab, Rising Thunder as well.
Okay,
and go meters online.
Here. Time to cheat.
Enter the Belmont zone.
Oh, never mind. There we go. Hey, Squid did not even give him a chance to use that go. Back hit of cross. I keep saying it. It's such a good tool, and Squid is so good at using it. It forces Terry to either shield or to jump, which means they're not approaching you anymore. Okay, whip.
Left tilt. Yep.
Back hit. Okay, jumping over it. Yep. Okay,
it's so weird having a character who's like most primary recovery is a tether.
Yeah, you don't see it very often. Okay, option here. Birdie dunk. Oh no, air dodging right out of it. That would have been huge for Moat, because that would have been a stock 1000%. There you go. Oh no!
Wow! Again! Oh my gosh! Smash Ultimate just be like, no, you get none of your confirms today. No. You're
man, Smash Ultimate is
uppy
a game. But man, Squid Plumber finally taking out Moat. The comeback from Shenandoah University is complete. Again, I have to bring it up. They got 2-0'd all the way back in week 1 by the same school. They lost to game number 1 of this set pretty handily. I thought it was over. I'm not gonna lie, but Shenandoah bringing that back, staying the course, keeping their mentality up, keeping their mentals up, and finally taking out Quinnipiac University in an incredible 3-game set.
That you couldn't ask for a better ending. Comes back, drops, like you said, 3 games in a row, digs deep, takes it in the championships, comes back, reverse 2-0s them, and now you not only reverse 2-0 in the championship, but you also spoil their undefeated season.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's another good point to bring up. Thank you. Yeah, Quinnipiac was 7-0 up until this point, and they are now 7-1, and that one probably could not have come at a worse time for them. But hey, we will likely see them later on. But for right now, we have an interview with Shenandoah University, and I cannot wait for that. Oh, not yet. My bad. My apologies. But we will have an interview with Shenandoah University coming up very, very shortly. I definitely have some questions I want to ask them. Again, just the fact that they were able to just beat like their mental demons, come back again. I bring it up. Lost in week 1, lost the first game, and then just were able to just keep composure, and despite being down, able to bring this all the way back after that first game, after Grit kind of just ran through them. Like, I thought they were done. I'm not gonna lie. I thought they were done. Yeah. But they proved me wrong.
If you're going through and you're looking at like how this whole match played out, if you had to give an MVP award, who are you giving it to? Because honestly, I'm probably going either Kip or Igloo.
I lean towards Igloo, but man, it's so hard because everybody did so well on Shenandoah. It's hard for me to like point out who did the best. I lean towards Igloo. Moon Lady really impressed me when they went Aegis in this last set. Kip just was solid all around. Squid Plumber kind of fumbled in game 2 against Grit, but again did exactly what they needed to do in this match. I do lean towards Igloo being kind of the MVP of the team, but in all honesty, this is kind of a cop-out, but I think everybody on the team deserves it.
Oh yeah,
everybody did their job.
Exactly, because I mean, you can give an MVP award to like an individual effort and stuff, but at the end of the day, it is the sum of the parts. It's the whole team, and like you said, everybody did their job. Igloo, Kip, Squid Plumber, Moon Lady, they all had their moments to shine, and they all had their moments where they proved, yep, I'm a top player, I'm a solid player, and I'm here for my team.
And like, and I kind of go back to Moon Lady as well, switching to Aegis. I think that was a really big factor here. Went Byleth the first 2 sets, didn't work out. Worked out kind of okay, but for the most part, they played okay, but not amazingly. But that Aegis, I go back. I wonder if they used that Aegis in that first game that they lost. Does this whole thing turn around if Moon Lady goes Aegis in that first game?
Game 1 Aegis, and then it's warm for game 2, which could completely change that thing. And like you said earlier, this could have been done a whole game ago. But as I said, we'll never know. Hindsight is 2020 after all.
1000%. And again, everyone, Squid Plumber doing what they needed to do. Not the best Squid Plumber set I have seen, but still played solid all in all. This is 1000%. We've seen Igloo, we've seen Shenandoah before. This is 1000% the best I've seen Igloo play. 1,000,000%. Always a talented player, but they stepped it up today like tenfold. And that's, I think they were the X factor as to why Shenandoah won this match. Again, I bring up again the first game. After Grit kind of ran through everybody, I thought they was done, but Igloo just came back in game 3 and 1000%. I think, I don't want to say hard carried, but was the deciding factor. So I was very impressed with Igloo.
Very, very impressed. But if you're Quinnipiac, you can't really hang your head that long because you played a very, very solid game. You took this thing down to the wire, and at the end, it really just came up to 2 unfavorable matchups. It came down to a Terry versus 2 zoners. So, Baco still played fantastic, did their job, but you're gonna have an LCQ. You're still not out of it. You're looking forward to the playoffs, and I would assume they would make a pretty deep run as well.
And I do not want to be the team that has to see Quinnipiac in the LCQ. Whoever that ends up being, I pray that you manage to make it out of that, because I do not envy that position. This is such it's like those players in like a standard tournament where you see them in losers bracket and you're like, how the hell did they get in losers bracket? I want to avoid them as much as I can. And Quinnipiac, I think, is definitely that school. Again, they were 7-0 up until this point, 7-1 now, and they were, or 6-0, whatever it was, for a reason. They were undefeated up until this point for a reason. Unfortunately, this loss came at the absolute worst time for them. But like I said, whoever has to fight them in the LCQ, man, I pray for you.
It's a similar. If you can think all the way back to the before times, I would say very similar to MK Leo at Frostbite, the last Frostbite. Gets upset by Prodigy, or now known as Karama, and goes on this tear. Just puts his head down and just bowls through the entire tournament to get to the end, and that's where we saw the first ever MK Leo Byleth too. So, I remember that. I was actually there for that. I think I was too. Yeah. That was my first major. I got to see. I saw that live. I saw that as a Meister fanboy. I got to watch him get to grand finals and then just get bowled over by him.
And so like I said, Quinnipiac definitely not what I want to see. A team that good in a desperate position is scary. Is absolutely when everything is on the line. Because cool, look, you wanted to win the conference championship, you didn't. You still have another life. But in the LCQ, if you lose, you're done. Like, bye. Like that's it for you. So like having to fight a team like that in a desperate position where this is it, especially after having a perfect regular season, is terrifying to think about.
It's a caged animal, and what are we told growing up? You do not approach a caged animal.
Yep, because they're going to bite back.
Any animal with the back against the wall, they're going to fight for their life, and that's what I expect Quinnipiac to do in the LCQ.
And on the other side, Shenandoah, again, very solid regular season. It's 5-1 or 6-1. Moving on, won their conference. This is the East 3 conference, winning that. Good to see them in the playoffs. Definitely, I have to say, if they could play how they played in that third game, I would have to say they're definitely one of the top 4 or 5 teams I would put. Still, I have the favorite overall being Northwood University because they are just almost, it's unfair. Almost. I still have them as my number 1 school. But Shenandoah, if they make a run, I can see them making like a really good run to like that top 3, top 4 because they're just so talented.
I would put Shenandoah as a nice little Cinderella story at this point.
Sorry, we're actually... Sorry, go ahead, my bad.
No, just like unfortunately, we're not going to have an interview with anybody from Shenandoah today, so we're just going to run it back and remind you of this wonderful giveaway. Our friends at the Army ROTC want to give you a chance to win a free camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Check out the NACE Star League Twitter to enter, and that is, look at that backpack.
Like, I have a Herschel backpack too. Those things are top of the line. One of the best backpacks I have ever used in my entire life. I still have it in my closet here somewhere. It is absolutely incredible. So everyone, once again, go to the NACE Star League Twitter if you want a chance to win that backpack. And again, shout out to ROTC for letting us have that. So I think we're going to be going to a quick break before we head on to the next game. It's going to be Manchester University up against Shawnee State University. That is for the East 5 Conference Championship. That's going to be another hot one. So everyone, please stay tuned and do not leave. We'll be right back.
stay alive in this series, to keep their regular season hopes for that #1 spot in the conference alive and running. But now the streaks fall. Relay's going to take down Toxic briefly through mid-Q. He's falling to second one. MP40 in hand. He rips the head off of Shen.
They need this Graviton Surge. They need this protection against what Glen College is bringing to bear. Be Cool is gonna, his blade is great to have, but how'd you get through?
Yeah, we're gonna see the blade come out immediately. Vader finds 4 immediately.
I'll leave. We're alive here on a... But they are not alone. Maybe solo. That doesn't mean they aren't enough to defend this spot. Help is coming. The walls are closing. Ali with 3.
Tries to go up. Oh, this is going to be so difficult. Lands into the grab. I don't think this will kill it. It won't. No. But it's Augment. How are they going to get back on the stage here? It's hit by both arrows. That could be enough. If they land a portal, no, goes away instead with the bomb. Giving Augment away back on stage. Gonna be it. That's enough. The Buster Wolf kills.
Mizzou does not hesitate. Knocking it home, gets the game tied up. Good clear, though, from Kansas State off the kickoff. Maybe something to be found. Yeti on the fake. Crims does not play. Back the other way again. And Mizzou, a 3-on-1 up the field. Dishes it around 1. Disrespecting Kansas State to gain the lead.
No kill. Deep dive coming out from Ethos. Tower's going to go down. Ghost Toasty is hopping in with the rocket jump. Glacial Fisher goes down, and so does Cheha. Big pickup coming out from Arrogant. The shutdown foul knocks in Guillotine, taking heads. Arrogant will claim 1 more with the triple.
Oh my goodness.
Hello everybody and welcome back to NACE Star League's Fall 22 season. We are in the conference championships and we just had an incredible match and we have one more for you now. This is the conference championships for the, I believe, the East 5 region. We have Manchester University and Shawnee State University. We saw both of these teams play 2 weeks ago, I believe it was. It was a close 3-game set with Manchester coming out barely in that last game. So right now, Shawnee looking for a little bit of redemption. I'm going to quickly go over the rosters for both teams. Over on Manchester, we have Augment, the Terry, Pars, the Kazuya, Fleetwood, the Steve, and we have Ash No Joy, the Villager, who is incredible, by the way. I have to shout that out. And over on Shawnee State University, we have Waywardness, the Zelda, who is an amazing Zelda player, Atlas, the Pac-Man, Breadloaf, the Roy, who's all these players are incredible. But I feel like, people like Breadloaf and Waywardness are kind of, slightly better. And then we have Space Mariner, the 2-Link, who's also really, really good. And just looking at the matchups and the character-wise, over on Manchester, you have a very offline meta, very, kind of a team. Terry, Kazuya, Steve, all meta. Villager, not as much, but Ash is a very good villager. And over on Shawnee State, you have kind of the more Wi-Fi meta characters, Zelda, Pac-Man, Roy, Toon-Link, characters who definitely thrive in the online environment as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see if that comes into play here. Again, they did play 2 weeks ago with Manchester winning, so the offline meta ended up winning in that matchup. But here we go, a rematch. We'll see if it changes.
Yeah, and we have our own little predictions, obviously, below. I have... after watching the last time these two played, I predict Shawnee getting the victory in the salty run back. Particularly there's a lot of explosiveness on the side of Manchester, but I do think Shawnee State has more stability, more consistency in the Wi-Fi format.
It's just hard for me to bet against a team that has Steve and Kazuya on it. I cannot bet against that. But hey, either way, going into this game one, we have Ash No Joy, an incredible villager, up against Waywardness, an incredible Zelda. Arguably the two best characters, two best players on both of these teams, leading it off. But hey, you know what? Even if it is the best players on each team, everybody on each of these teams is incredible. So we're going to see how this goes. Right now, Waywardness with the opening advantage as we see a down tilt forward air, getting that first stock only at 28%, Max.
That was a big Shining Wizard. I thought what was going to be very interesting is the villager pocketed Phantom in the middle of that, and I was like, what's he going to do with that big shining armor in his pocket? But we never found out.
Apparently nothing. No. Apparently nothing. And right now we're seeing Waywardness already about to lap Ash in percentages right now. Ash only managing to get 61% right now on Wayward. This has been all Wayward all day. But you know what? Wayward does have to be careful with how they use that reflector, because it will get pocketed and do an incredible amount of damage if Ash does manage to toss it back. Oh, wait, you're fine.
Those are the situations we're going to see a lot. Like that reflector, especially in a match like this, a character that gets a lot out of their moves that might not always look like projectiles, but definitely are, including like that F smash. It's going to come down to a lot of the reflector.
Yeah. But like, you know what? Both of them really have to be careful with the reflectors. What the heck just happened? What was that? Oh, Phantom was behind the tree. I didn't see it. They hid Phantom behind the tree to get that KO. Oh my, that was so smart.
And I think Phantom hitting the tree extended the hurt box of it, so it made it last longer too. So smart from Waywardness.
I didn't even see that, and just like that, Wayward 2-stock lead, maybe a 3 if they can manage to get this final kill. Ash has to pull everything out of their pockets right now to try and get this. Has them at 114, but the thing about Villager is this character can struggle to get consistent KOs, and I think we're going to start to see that coming through right here.
It's rapid jab at ledge too.
Okay. Reflector? Nope. Phantom couldn't quite get the KO. Yeah. And that jab at the ledge, oh my god, this is...
What in the world?
Jesus, okay. Oh wow. That was a lot of damage for seemingly no reason. As we see Ash get a lot out of that jab, has Wayward at 157, has to try and take at least one.
There's the village.
You're fine. You're fine. One of the best recoveries in the game. Again, has that Phantom pocketed, takes a stock, okay, saving it for the second stock. I do like this. Reflected the Void Rocket.
Something I have to commend Waywardness for is their angles are on. This has to be somebody that studies engineering, but there is the big boot taking Ash out of it. Game number one.
So now here's the thing. Now we have either Augment Pars or Fleetwood coming in from Manchester. But Terry specifically, I would not send an Augment right now because you kind of mentioned Zelda Waywardness is so good at their angles with that Din's Fire, and Terry off stage is kind of a sitting duck. Kazuya has up B, which can they can maneuver around. They have neutral B, which kind of stalls them. So they can recover a bit better. Steve obviously can recover from, it feels like, anywhere on the stage with Minecart, with up B as well. So it won't be as much as a factor against those two characters. But if they do go Augment with Terry right here, Waywardness is going to absolutely eat off stage because of how limited Terry is with recovery.
I think the Terry, you kind of keep Augment, like Wait in the Wings. Obviously, I think a great pick for third. But also Fleetwood, we've seen just how effective Waywardness is with the reflector in that first game. Being able to, and Fleetwood's going to have a lot of stuff of their own that they can be reflected. Minecart in particular, sends them right back at you, and the next thing you know, you're eating a Phantom, maybe even an F smash. Who knows? So it's this next pick is going to be really the key to this first game.
And I think even going back to the previous set we just had, I really feel like most of these sets have been decided in like the second game. Like something happens in game 2 that shifts the momentum one way, and whichever team gets that momentum ends up carrying it. I really feel like that's been a consistent theme throughout. So I 1000% agree with you that this second game I think is going to be a big deciding factor. But to go back to character selection, we have Kazuya, which is typically safe against a lot of characters. Though with the way Zelda and Waywardness plays, that could be a bit of a risk. I feel like the safest pick is Steve, because Steve, just matchup-wise, is arguably the best character in the entire game. Doesn't lose to many characters, if any. Some people would really argue. So I think that's the safest pick. Terry, I think, is probably where you don't go. So between Steve and Kazuya, arguably the 1 and 2 characters in the game right now, if you ask a lot of people. It's a good decision either way, but with the way Waywardness, that's a tongue twister, with the way Waywardness is playing, man, it's hard because you risk losing either of them this early on.
It's a really tough one to call here. Obviously Kazuya is going to be like more vulnerable off stage to a lot of the stuff we've seen. That Waywardness land with the fireballs, with the Phantoms and everything. I do think though, on stage, it's another case of you get it's a Luigi effect. You get 3 Electric Wind Godfist, 3 of them land, and there can be 3 stocks right there. However, it is the effect of online here, so it's not like offline where everything's going to be much more consistent, and these Kazuya combos are going to be more consistent. There's a just due to the nature of the way everything's being played, there's a higher volatility that you're going to drop your Kazuya combos. You may get the Electric Wind Godfist, but can you follow up after that? And that's really where I think Pars is going to might struggle with this. But if they've made it this far, they're Manchester 6-0. I think they definitely have some Ethernet at the very minimum.
I would absolutely hope so. We're going to find out here as we get into this next game. Again, Wayward off to a hot start, taking 3 stocks off of Ash while only losing 1. And the option here for Manchester, it is going to be Pars, the Kazuya. Again, some people would argue it's the best character in the game. Other people would argue it's the second best character in the game. But hey, no matter what, definitely in that top echelon of characters in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So often a safe pick. If you're unfamiliar with how Kazuya works, all you need is to get 1 hit and you will win the match. Oftentimes, You know what? Zelda Waywardness kind of getting saved by the end of FD right there, because that could have been very deadly.
Kazuya character that, oh my goodness, this man is dashing across the stage. This one move that, since this character has like 50 moves or something, and they're all like command inputs, Kazuya does have a reflector. I believe it's like a double dash forward into like forward.
I think something like that. Yeah.
It's a big axe kick, but it will send projectiles back. If Pars has that under their fingers like consistently, this becomes a completely different matchup.
And one more thing that Kazuya has is Rage, which you are seeing right now. That is why they turned red. That red aura gives them access to a very powerful command grab. If they do get to 150% before using it, though, it will vanish. So that will be a factor. In that 68%, it might actually KO, if I'm being honest with you. That should be it right there. Oh, no, goes to the axe instead. I would have fully expected the Rage to come out, but gets an up smash instead and still hangs onto it. Now, one thing I have to mention, sorry to cut you off, but one thing I have to mention, the last time these two teams played, despite Manchester winning, nobody on Manchester was really able to deal with Phantom. We saw Waywardness do a lot of work with that Phantom, and I'm hoping that for their sake, Manchester has, learned how to deal with it better. Maybe they practiced a bit, but that's one thing to look out for.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, there's a nice little fourth throw. I love the cinematic camera they gave him, but my goodness.
Yo, was that 78%?
That's Kazuya, baby. That's Kazuya. One of the most, if not the most explosive character in the game, and proving it right there. We got it. I can't wait for the replay on this.
I don't know why I'm shocked. The region I'm in, Toronto, we have the best Kazuya player in the world, Riddles. I have the opportunity to watch him all the time, but every time I see this character, I'm still like shocked. Okay, what is that? 68% or 78%?
63 so far.
Off that command input uppercut. Oh my god, yeah, 78. Jeez,
my good. And it's not even one of those iffy ones. That's just deletion.
That was like a no doubt.
Just click and drag and take Zelda straight to the recycling bin.
That was like that one. Barry Bonds home run, no doubt. Like that was just out, man. And that is the power of Kazuya.
Somebody, and just like Barry Bonds, somebody needs to check Kazuya because I'm pretty sure he's taking steroids.
Oh, PEDs, everything, steroids, testosterone, everything. Just got everything because there's no way. There's no way you should be KOing people like that at 78%. Well, man, again, that's Kazuya for you. That's why this is one of the most dangerous characters in the game. Why a lot of people are arguing this character is like top 3. A few people will argue top 1. I'm not one of those people, but definitely in that top 3 to 10 range. Absolutely deadly. And the crazy thing about that match, Max, is we didn't even see the good stuff from Kazuya. That's the crazy thing.
We saw a surprising amount of reflector being thrown out, but the axe kick. But yet we didn't see any. He didn't start up the engine at all. Just got maybe 1-2 Electric Wind Godfist, but still, because this character can kill you in so many different ways. It doesn't. They don't even need to use their full kit. That's why you see like Kazuya's a 3-move character, but they have 50 and every single one can kill.
Yep, and here we're going right into Space Miner. Okay, I'm assuming we're picked the wrong stage right here, but it will be Space Miner up against Pars, the Kazuya. And you know what? And this, I would imagine going Space Miner because obviously Toon Link being a zoner, you don't have to get up close and personal with Kazuya. But the issue is that Toon Link just famously struggles to KO. and to get those KOs, you do have to get up close and personal, and one bad back air, one bad forward air, and you can get punished from 0 to death, potentially, especially being a light character like Toon Link. So this is going to be a big risk-reward option here for Shawnee State.
And the lower weight your character is, the less times Kazuya needs to hit you. Like
Exactly.
what it takes, 1, 2, 3. I've seen Kazuya give more people the 3-piece with the soda than I've ever seen. Like it.
This character's it's crazy. And you know what? So go ahead.
No, it's just I've seen Kazi give the 3-piece with the soda more times than I've seen any Toon Link play. So Space Miner is a rare breed, but I imagine they're going to hold their own quite well.
This game has been out for like 4 years, and I think we've already had more Kazuya games played than Toon Link, despite Kazuya only being out for like 2 years now, year and a half, whatever it is. Either way, next game again, it will be Space Miner and Pars. They definitely opted for this because they want to run away from Kazuya. They want Kazuya to approach, and if there is one kind of sort of weakness that Kazuya has, it is approaching. You kind of know what they want to do. They're either going to approach you with Nair, or they're going to approach you with Electric Wind God Fist. It's pick one. Now, it's a lot harder than it sounds to get out of that oftentimes, but it is relatively linear. So you can deal with it if you know what's coming.
Definitely going for the zoner route in this one. Kazuya, a bigger character, also some very, very heavy themselves. But here we go, starting it up, not going to get it. But there's 2 electric winds. There's the up B, not going to kill just yet, but that is 90% in the blink.
And the crazy thing is, like, that's not even the best Kazuya you can do.
No.
That's a dropped combo.
Exactly, and like that's a situation I feel like it's online, it's Wi-Fi, so your consistency with your Kazuya combos becomes a lot more difficult. But like you said, you don't even need like the consistency. You still put 90 damage in the blink of an eye.
And Pars is just so good too. Don't want to give all the credit to the character. Pars is an incredible player in their own right, and it takes a good player to consistently do the combos like that. So big shout outs to them as well. They do have Rage right here. One Rage command grab will 1000% take Toon Link out. But again, if Pars does get to 150 before using it, it will go away. So I think that's probably going to be the goal here for Space Miner. Ooh, uppercut, whiffing. We saw them go for one right there, but Space Miner's up smash just came out a couple frames earlier, and they did manage to take that stock, which is exactly what they needed. And if I'm Space Miner, if I can take out this last one without losing one, then I think Shawnee's in a great position.
Exactly, and now just trying to get anything started here. There is Kazuya just having a struggling to get him, but you know what? Yep. There you go. One stray Electric Wind God Fist into an up B, and just death. Death right there.
So does manage to take off one stock of Space Miner, and you know what? Despite the percentage lead right here for Toon Link, do not count Kazuya yet. We've seen what they can do. One touch, you can go from 0 to 90, if not just losing your stock outright. So do not doubt them just yet. Rage is now active. Probably not going to use it unless they just want to rack on some damage right here. Off stage, good DI. They're going to be fine to make it back. Oh, taking off the platform. Oh, what? They nair. Okay, I don't know if you saw it in the little bubble down there, but they ended up going for a nair instead of an up B, which I'm assuming is a misinput because I really feel like they could have made it back from that depth. But unfortunately for Pars, they do lose that stock. Space Miner is still alive, which I think 2 stocks left, if I'm not mistaken. So now Shawnee going up into this next match up, what, 4 or 3? Something like that?
Something. Like, it's a comfortable lead for sure. And here we're going to see it again. Last stock situation. What exactly happens here? Has the Rage Drive online, gets hit by this nice double bomb setup into the fair, and then just offstage stalls a little bit with the laser, hits the jump. Nice tech, side Bs, but yeah, right there. Just nairs and is it all.
I would assume that was just either like some weird muscle memory or just a misinput, but hey, for Pars, probably kicking herself for that one again. Probably could have made it back with an up B there. But hey, either way, Manchester down to their final 2 players. They have Augment, the Terry. They have Fleetwood, the Steve, up against Space Miner's Toon Link. I would probably think to go Steve. In this case, I think Steve just deals with projectiles a lot better. Has as much KO power as feels like anyone else in the game. You can just build a wall, block out everything. Excuse me. One of my good friend Nurse once told me, once Steve basically puts a vertical wall of 3 blocks up, they basically just win neutral right there, because that's essentially free diamond, free gold, whatever they need to mine up. And most characters, especially a character like Toon Link, who doesn't really have a long range, can't really deal with that wall adequately.
It'll also, there's so many things that go into playing against a Steve. I'm from West Michigan, and where over here the homie is Onan. So I have commentated more Steve versus Steve finals than anybody probably ever should have.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that.
They were not fun at start, but got more fun as time went on. But right here, we're gonna see him all. With a stage like this, you're going to be getting a lot more stone, but the key is to fighting against a Steve, or in this case an Enderman, is there's this beautiful mid-range where Steve always has the ability to, like, do I approach, do I stay away? It's going to come down to this weird kind of mid-range that's really hard to describe, but my goodness, the minecart putting up the damage.
See, remember I said if you get 3 walls up, you basically win neutral for free. We saw Fleetwood get a free gold right there. We're probably going to see them crowd very, very soon. Does get that TNT down, but I don't think they had any. Opting to not actually blow it up and just leave it there. Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to see up there's that iron. Yep, has that iron now. And there's the diamond. That's the danger one right there. We're probably going to start to see Space Miner opt to run away a little bit right here. Might see that three wall block come up, so they can safely build that diamond. I would imagine they're going to go. Yeah, here it is, right here.
There you go.
Yeah, there's a diamond, and that means you are at death percent once you hit like 30. It feels like
any like up tilt, up smash, whatever. Back, definitely at this point, back air.
Yeah,
and minecart as well,
or minecart, and has has a diamond ready, has another diamond waiting in the inventory too. If Space Miner takes like 1 up tilt, good tech off the block there. If they take 1 up tilt, they're going to be eating like 50% damage easily.
Steve players do this beautifully smart thing where they will place what seems like just random blocks, and okay, there you go. Good kill confirmed from Space Miner. They will just place these random blocks where you think, okay, why'd you place that there? But then they put themselves in a situation where if I fail this neutral, then I'm just going to be knocked right into the block I just placed, and I can tech right off it and get right back into it. So you're playing 4D chess at all times.
No, that's a really good point, and you probably know better than me watching Onan all the time. When I got to watch Onan at Gommel back in July, I saw them do that so often, just putting up blocks in places that you're like, what are you doing? But it saved their life so many times, and I think that's what we're seeing from Fleetwood as well. But they are taking quite a bit of damage right now. Have to hurry up and take the stock. I'm hoping for their sake, for Fleetwood's sake, they don't lose one more. They do have that diamond out, so this is going to be a relatively easy stock if they do manage to get their hands on Space Miner. But all Space Miner needs right now is like 1 forward smash to take another one.
And Steve players live and die by their is it back throw? What's going to be the follow up here? Yep, they live and die obviously by their resources, by the little bar that shows all their materials.
Ouch.
Good confirm. And you want to pressure Steve to use as many blocks as can, and then once that bar is empty, that's when you put on the pressure. So the less time you give Steve, and then with iron too, and iron backer, the less time you give Steve to mine, the more you can pressure, because the less resources they're going to have.
And now Shawnee State down to 6 stocks. They still have Atlas and Breadloaf up next. Breadloaf, the Roy is it is crazy how good he is. Like, Atlas is incredible too, both of them are. But man, I've seen so much stuff from Breadloaf. Like, one of the best players I think in the entire tournament. Honestly, there's 3 players on Shawnee State. Actually, honestly, all 4 of Shawnee State I can argue are all like top 15 players in the entire tournament. It's such an incredible team. But they still have Atlas. They still have Breadloaf left. I would imagine against Steve, you might just want to go Roy with Breadloaf just to rush them down, clean it up. You run the risk of getting up tilted and getting comboed up until next week. With Pac-Man, it's a bit safer. You're not running up on Steve as much, but you are giving Steve a lot more time to mine, get easier diamond, get easier gold, all that kind of stuff. So it's a double-edged sword no matter what. It's a risk no matter where you go, but at the same time, I don't think either way is a terrible pick.
No, but if you go with the Pac-Man and Fleetwood does build that build that wall. You have Bell right there with the unique angle it has of an arch drop down. You could even just like, I don't even have to break your wall. I can still hit you around it.
No, that's also a really, really good point too. Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I think forward smash actually might hit through the blocks as well. Same with Roy's forward smash. I think they hit through the blocks. I might be wrong about that one, so don't quote me. But yeah, no matter which way you go, you're running some kind of risk, because like if you're Roy and you approach Steve and you do it stupidly, do a dash attack where you're not supposed to, you do it early where you're not supposed to, and you get hit by up tilt. Roy, especially being a fast faller, you're literally taking like minimum like 60%. If the Steve does not drop the combo, you're taking a minimum of 60% off of up tilt. If they have diamond, probably even more. But then it is only one stock, and all Roy needs is like 2 openings to take that stock. So that's the kind of risk you're playing. Pac-Man not going to kill as much. You're risking letting Steve hang around a little bit too long. If they get rage at 150 or 100% rage, Diamond is killing you at like 70. Oftentimes it feels like, and I would assume that's what Shani is talking about right now. But I think if you could take out Steve, then you're looking pretty good.
I would agree with that one. So the case for Breadloaf is you send in Breadloaf, take 1 stock, take it as fast as you can, and don't even let Fleetwood think, really. Don't let Fleetwood gather a single thought before that stock is gone. And right now, who we're going to see it? We are going to see Breadloaf coming in, trying to take this last stock off Fleetwood. We are on Town and City.
Okay, so yeah, going Roy. Okay, they're opting for we're just gonna stuff out Steve option and not let him do anything choice of the two. So I do like it. Roy gonna KO you relatively early. Again, if you're smart with your approaches, you're not gonna get enough time to really do anything. Again, see, that 3 blocks doesn't even matter to Roy because of how strong they are and how fast they are. And right now we're seeing a quick 36% from Fleetwood already. And again, just staying in Steve's face, staying in Fleetwood's space, not letting them really get a chance to mine too much. And whenever they do opt for a mine, they are getting punished for it.
And taking the time to get rid of the crafting table as well. Liking that.
Okay, yes, right now Fleetwood just being very careful with their mining, has the wood out, pause, but not going to be able to do too much from it.
No. Okay. Get anything? Wow. Oh, nice little Phantom Footstool. Getting some height off of it.
Okay.
Another thing is, when building that wall, even if Roy's sword does go through, you know it's going to be the sour spot.
Exactly. 1000%. Like, you can get hit through the wall, but like you said, it's not going to be doing too much, but it can get rid of the blocks, which leaves you open for a follow-up. Does take that minecart. Ooh, Breadloaf might lose a stock here. Already at 98%, 107% right now. Lucky for them, Breadloaf only has the wood tools.
Yeah, and given the stage, they're going to be getting a lot less stone as well, but they do have gold.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, there we go. I love that setup so much. It's such a cool setup. But man, Breadloaf, you hate to lose that stock, and now the lead from Shen. Oh my god.
They ran out of tools.
Breadloaf needs to thank Sakurai for that happening, because if that tool did not break halfway through that combo, you're probably losing another stock. Because up smash that high up, you're gone.
Thank you, Sakurai, for implementing durability mechanics into Smash Ultimate. My
goodness, that was absolutely crazy right there. But man, Breadloaf making it out of that barely. They would have loved to hang on to that stock, so I think they maintained their 2-stock lead, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But now, who is left on Manchester? They still have Augment, the Terry left, who is going to be their last player. Roy versus Terry. I fully expect this match to go, no matter who wins, this is going to go very quick.
Yeah.
No matter who wins, because both of these are characters who are going to put their hands on each other and rack up a lot of damage and get early KOs. So no matter which way this goes, it's going to be very fast. Very volatile as well. On paper, I kind of give it to Roy just because of the sword, even though Roy's sword isn't that big. You can still kind of keep Terry out, but being a fast faller, once Terry gets their hands on you, you're eating a lot of damage, but then Terry doesn't have great disadvantage, so if Roy gets their hands on you, you're eating a lot of damage. It's just going to go back and forth.
Yeah, just weighing a balance of the scales, the risk and reward. But then at the end of it, you got to think, Augment takes out Bread Loaf.
Yeah.
What's he got waiting for him? He's got another Terry in the Pac-Man matchup.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, no, you're 1,000% correct.
It's gonna definitely be a good one. I do like saving Augment for last. So we have two very, very explosive characters that are gonna be up in each other's faces. When they're not, they're gonna be fighting some ghosts around the side. I have seen cases where I think Terry's F tilt can almost match the range that Terry's got some long legs, let's be honest.
Yes, very
matched in the range of Roy's sword. So it's gonna be a good one. It, like you said, it can go either way.
Yeah, and we're gonna see how it goes in when we get into this next game. It is going to be Augment the Terry, the last player on Manchester, up against Breadloaf with 5 stocks left. And before we get into this match, I gotta tell y'all, Nate Starleague runs on Duncan. Please click the banner to find the nearest Duncan close to you. I'm in Canada, so we don't got Duncan. I really wish we did. Whenever I come to America, that's one of the first places I go to. So big shout outs to Duncan for sponsoring the tournament. As we get into this next match, Augment has quite a bit to do right here. If they can win this while only losing 1, ideally they don't want to lose any, but if they can only lose 1 stock here and win this match, then I don't hate their chances going into the final game. But man, Breadloaf is just such a good player. I think Breadloaf is on the 12 stock club, if I'm not mistaken. Someone who's actually taken out a whole team by themselves. I think they are.
Really?
Yeah, I think they're one of the few people in that elusive club, if I'm not mistaken. Or they've taken out like at least 8, 9, 10 off of someone before we've seen it. So this is going to be a very hard ask here for Augment as Breadloaf does lose that stock. But yeah, do never count out Breadloaf.
Never. But I love that option from Augment. Gets the double jab. Instead of waiting, a character like Roy is always going to want to force center stage. So gets the double jab on shield, dash back, waiting, knowing they're going to run in. And oh no. It happens to the best of us at the worst of times.
You go from potentially going into game 2 up a stock, maybe 2 stocks, to now it being tied. Now it is Atlas and it is Pac-Man. Again, I said this, like, I feel like all 4 players on Shawnee State have an argument for being like a top 15 player in this entire tournament. So no matter which way you go, it's like you're running into somebody hard. And we saw this in the previous set. Pac-Man and Terry, not great for Terry. You have to approach, you have to run in. Pac-Man has a lot of tools to just keep you away. They can run away. They have Hydrant to stall. They have Key to stop your approach. They have Bell to stop your approach. They have everything. Damn near everything in their arsenal can stop Terry from approaching. But again, Terry, like every FGC characters, once they get their hands on you, the matchup no longer matters once they hit you once. So it's going to be cool to see how this goes. But I have to give the edge to Atlas's Pac-Man here.
I would agree with that, especially because a character, and as we take a look at that last stock, what exactly happened here? So it gets the jab, power dunk, fair.
So I'm really interested. I really want to see what went on. It got nared, and I think they burned their jump on that nair. That's what it was. I think they burned the jump on that nair, got hit. Okay. Yeah. I really hate to see. You really do hate to see that, man. Oh. Yeah.
I just keep saying it happens to the best, but don't worry, it happens to the best of us at the worst of times.
Yeah, but hey, you know what? Having Atlas waiting in the back, you could I'm still confident. If I'm them, I'm still confident that we can come away with this. But you would have loved to go into this next match up a stock, up 2 stocks potentially, just for the cleanup. But now we're just down to the final one on each of these teams. We might see, man, the way this goes, we might see another 3-game set, Max. With how close this is, we might see another 3-game set.
I mean, what else would you expect from the championships, really? These 2 teams have played the entire season, fought so hard, shown that they are in the upper echelon. And now you're at the point where the skill level is dead even by both teams. So you would expect almost nothing less than a 3-game set.
Yeah. And it's crazy because I think the only loss Shawnee State has this season was to Manchester, if I'm not mistaken. So again, this is a bit of a redemption for them. They got 2. It was 2-1 last time they played 2. So that was a 3-game set. I think that was 2 weeks ago, like on the 20th of October. That was a 3-game set. So if they do another 3-game set, it's just, it's par for the course.
Exactly. Looking into it, trying to just waiting on things to get going here for Atlas.
But yeah, for everyone who is watching and repping your schools and cheering for your schools, we appreciate every single one of you. I'm kind of briefly looking over at the Twitch chat a bit, and whenever we see these schools, we always see like 10 comments of different people from the school yelling and cheering and for whoever, and I always love to see it. So much school pride as we get into this final game of set number 1 between Manchester and Shawnee. It will be Augment, the Terry up against Atlas, the Pac-Man. 3 stocks left on both teams. This is just a best of 1.
Exactly. It comes down to this. Starting off strong. Now, the thing with Pac-Man is Pac-Man has the ability to play in a similar mode as, say, a Snake, where they have the ability to box as well as just be full zoner. So it's that dangerous mix that you always have to be
Jesus.
careful of right there.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That was gross.
Yeah,
that landed. Jeez.
Galaga conversions are always like, Mike, how'd you do that? That thing's looping, that thing's dipping and diving. How did you keep connecting with that? But dang.
Yeah, and like Atlas and same thing with Kip from the last match are just so good with doing those, man. It's always cool to see. Okay, here we go. Nair off stage right there for Augment. Couldn't quite get much off of it. Looking for the birding knuckle. Couldn't get it. Or sorry, couldn't get the KO from it though. But does have Atlas at 101%. Another jab power dunk might be able to do this.
It's a great job. Ooh, run back
up smash. Okay, and you know what? Atlas went straight up there. That DI, a bit questionable, but hey, for Augment, you will take it. Only at 89%. Pac-Man's going to need another 20 to 30 or so to get a KO unless they manage to land that bell.
Ooh, I like that. Oh, man. Augment is doing a phenomenal job of just being patient in shield. And honestly, while that's working right now, I think that's showing Atlas right now, okay, they're going to just sit in shield. I'm going to have a free grabs a lot more than I think.
Yeah, 1000%. So right now, Go Meter is active right there for Terry. We might see a lot of damage get racked on right here, but you know what? Augment still has to get in, and I don't think Atlas is really giving them a chance to do so. The bell on the ledge. Does he drop?
There's the grab.
Good grab. Grab release. Oh, and tries to run away, but gets hit by the power guys. Are eating a bunch of percentage right there. 43. Oh wow, that melon KO. That looks so cheesy.
You never expect the melon is legitimately the knuckleball of his kit. You don't expect it ever, but when it does hit, it's like, whoa, that thing packs a punch.
Oh man, but yeah, right there, Atlas definitely will take that. Using the water from the hydrant to kind of boost that combo a little bit. One more jab power dunk from Augment, I think, will take a stock, and there it is not. Oh my god.
Oh no, great SDI coming out from Atlas to avoid.
That could have been really dangerous there for Augment, but yeah. 112 right now on Atlas. Augment doing whatever they can to try and take the stock.
Flanking with the
Here we go. Oh gosh. Ooh, if they up aired right there instead of going for the dash attack, they would have been able to extend that combo, but bad option select there for Atlas, letting Augment get out of that.
They're down there. Okay, got Bell online. Bell gonna clank it with the Nair. Okay, drop. Z drop.
Ooh. Oh, okay.
A little bit of spaghetti. Yeah. A little bit of spaghetti.
If he landed it though, that would have been cool.
He was big thinking. He was doing 17 calculations at one time.
That's about 16 more than I could do.
He just forgot to carry the 0.
Yeah, oh yeah. Both of them just looking for this KO right now. Atlas just doing whatever they can to keep Augment out. Gold meter is now active at 100%. Buster Wolf going right through everything. Oh my god.
Terry has had plenty of vitamin C for the day. Doesn't need another orange, and it's just gonna Buster Wolf right on through.
Not gonna lie, I didn't know it went right through everything like that. That's crazy. But that's just what Augment needed.
I do think there's certain fruits that might beat it, but the orange was not one.
Clearly. Apple on hand right here for what is this setup? Sorry, that setup from Atlas was interesting to say the least. Okay, has the bell in hand. Fire hydrant ready. Key. I'm kind of shocked we haven't seen too much key yet by Atlas at this point. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, the key landed one previously, almost killed and got one first stock off Augment, but now another key is gonna take a second.
That's what I was waiting for. Now
we got a last stock situation here.
One stock apiece from both of these teams, and oh my god, Augment looking to take it immediately. Okay, back on stage right here.
Special.
Oh yeah, back on stage right here.
Jab.
Ooh, wrong side of that jab, letting Augment get out of it. Now what's Augment gonna do? Augment to run away and charge some bonus fruit, but all Augment needs right now is one more hit. One more hit, one more power dunk, one more birding knuckle. That's it. Probably not gonna get the chance to use go. So you're gonna have to rely on the standard moves right here and gets the charging tackle, and that is going to be game number 1.
Dang, and here we are talking about
to Manchester.
Augment. Exactly. Sorry for interrupting that one.
No, you're good.
But we got Augment going into the Lion's Den. 3 stocks taken against an unfavorable matchup in Pac-Man, doing away using that rising tackle at the end. Hits a little bit of the slip and slide with the help of the fire hydrant to make sure it all connects. And game 1 going to Manchester.
Yeah, and like these two teams went to game 3 last time. I think it was game 3, like exactly the situation. Last player each. Whoever won that match would have won the entire thing. So I'm not shocked to see these two teams have another close set like this, but we will have game number 2 for everyone coming right after this break, so please stay seated. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We will have Game 2 of the East 5 Conference Championship between Manchester University and Shawnee State University coming up very soon. In case you missed it, we just saw an incredible first game from both of these schools, coming down to the very last character and the very last person on both teams. But Manchester did manage to squeak out a very narrow victory. So Shawnee State looking for a little bit of redemption here in game number 2. I mentioned earlier, these two teams played against each other, I think in like week 7 or week 6. It was a really close 3-game set. Fully expected this match to go exactly the same way, and up to this point, it really has been.
And if you're Shawnee State, you're looking, I said earlier, you're looking for that salty run back. The salt is still fresh. It's fresh out of the mine right now, given that it only happened in week 7. Yeah. But good job from Augment to take game 1 for Manchester. And now we're seeing a similar situation from Shawnee State as Shenandoah was in the last match. On their back foot. They don't want it to be a blowout. Who wants it to be a blowout, really? Manchester wants it to be. So we're going to see if this can go to a game 3 or if Manchester's going to put their foot down and be like, no. We're going championships.
So we do have the first characters from both teams. It will be Pars the Kazuya up against Waywardness the Zelda. Waywardness is typically who starts for Shawnee, so no surprise there. And they are starting with Kazuya over on Manchester. Kazuya, I think, in the crew battle format, I think is one of the best lead characters in the entire format because of their ability to, you're almost guaranteed at least a stock. At least a stock. On a bad day, you're guaranteed at least a stock. On a good day, you can absolutely just wipe somebody off the face of the earth. But this is Waywardness. This is Waywardness Zelda. I have learned to never doubt Waywardness because they are incredible, even in a matchup that might not necessarily be great. And I think Waywardness from this match, we're going to see a lot of Phantom. Manchester kind of struggled against Phantom the last time they played. We're probably going to see a lot of Phantom coming out as soon as Kazuya's off stage. We're going to see a lot of Din's Fires coming through. Kazuya does have a bit of recovery mix-up that they can do, but it's still relatively linear. But from the other side on Kazuya, does not care about your matchup. They get their hands on you once, you're gone.
You're gone. Get out of here. Get dunked on. Get destroyed. It's over. So you gotta be very, very careful. That Electric Wind Godfist, even shielding it doesn't always work.
So here we go. It is gonna be on small battlefield. I do like this for Zelda. You want to avoid Town and City, or it's kind of surprised we know how to follow up there. But you want to avoid Town and City or FD if you are playing against a Kazuya. So I do like this pick. But Kazuya can take advantage of these platforms as well, but does prefer a flatter stage.
I do believe every time we see like that the Tombstone Crusher, that spinning downward hit thing, Pars most likely is going for the easy cheat for the Electric Wind Godfist, so just down forward. But there's a Hell's Gate turnaround and then nasty angle and snipes him with the laser.
Think you're coming back from this.
Get out of here!
Shouts to Dunkin' Donuts, man. Oh my gosh. That was an incredible spike, an incredible read from Pars, and here we go. It's crazy how you can drop a combo and still do 59%.
It's insane. It's like this character just does crazy stuff. But
right now we're seeing potentially the comeback here from Wayward, doing some damage right here. Oh my god. How did that Phantom not hit?
Z-Axis. When in doubt, blame Z-Axis.
Super Spectral results, baby. But we now have that Rage and the Din's Fire. I said it earlier, as soon as Pars is off stage, we're going to see Din's Fires coming out left and right from Wayward. Does manage to take a stock right as Kazuya got Rage. So kind of saving their life right there. Going for the uppercut. Second up smash, not going to be quite enough, but does have that 121%. What's the option here?
Kazuya just needs one little hit, and Waywardness is going to another stop.
Okay, gets the aerial. Couldn't quite get it. Oh, wow. Wow, that was such a disrespectful looking kick, bro. He's waited for you to come, knew where you were going to be, and just waited for you to be there. But here's the edge guard here from Wayward. Again, the Phantom is such a good tool, and Wayward is so good at using it. Does a lot of damage. Couldn't quite get the KO, though. And got the Electric Wind Godfist. Dropped the combo again.
Eats an S smash for the troubles. There's the Din's Fire, and that's going to connect. Big snipe. There goes the fireball.
2 for 2 on the Din's Fire snipes for Wayward. And man, we're seeing Pars get so many Godfists, but just unable to convert off of them. I'll kind of blame Wi-Fi for that one. You do have a lot more delay, so it is harder to land some precise combos like that.
Up throw. Up throw?
Yep. Don't see that very often.
But
yo, what the heck? Wait. So, whoa. Can I get a replay on that one? Can I get a replay on that one?
What kind of shoes you think Kazuya wears? Because he just put that thing about 3 inches deep and right in Zelda's mouth.
I need a slow motion replay of that one because that did not look like it should have hit. I'm assuming Waywardness threw out a hitbox that extended her hurt box, or an extended to Zelda's hurt box or something. But I want to see that one back. Thank you. Okay, so it's that up throw. Wow, what in the world?
Hits
Okay,
a little shimmy.
so I'm gonna assume they threw out an attack or something. They went for forward air. Okay, they went for forward air. And the first little frame of forward air came out, which extended Zelda's hurt box a little bit, which meant that connected. If Wayward did not throw out a move, that forward tilt would not have hit from Kazuya. So a bit of greed right there on the side of Waywardness ends up costing them, unfortunately. But but seeing that in real time, that looks so trippy. Wow, that looks so trippy.
My goodness, it just took that size 7 Doc Martin.
Oh yeah,
probably size 13. I
7
completely undershot that.
7.
Kazi got some ladies' feet. Never mind.
How tall is Kazuya? You know what? I'm doing some research.
Kazi, my guess, without looking it up, I had to guess 6'4", 6'5" range.
5'11". Average male height. 5'11". That is not an average male strength. Okay.
No.
Goodness gracious. They got his blood type and everything. 168 pounds of pure muscle too. I have to look that up. Anyways, but man, if I'm just wondering now if Wayward doesn't throw an attack and just lands, doesn't throw anything out, that forward tilt or whatever move that was misses, and potentially Waywardness manages to get back on stage to take another stock. And repeating a topic we talked about in every single game, every single set, there has been one moment that changes everything. And I'm wondering if Waywardness opting to throw out a forward air there and getting punished for it is that moment.
Right now, we're getting into game number 2. Sending right back in.
Space
Miner.
I agree. I agree with this pick wholeheartedly. Oh, I think wrong stage or Pars didn't lose their stock or something. Because Pars should be down to 1 stock, I believe. Okay, so this I'm gonna reset that game.
Little quick reset, but we're gonna end. We are getting Space Miner versus Pars here.
I agree with the pick. You want to run away. You don't want to give Kazuya the chance to get the Kazuya stuff on you. Game of 2 Link, you risk dying earlier because you are incredibly light. You are a bit floaty, so you can sometimes kind of cheat your way out of Kazuya's stuff because of how floaty 2 Link is, but those chances are very far and few between. So I don't expect to see that too often. But yeah, I like it. You're going to be running away a lot. Space Miner is great with bombs and boomerangs and arrows. And they're just going to do whatever they can to keep Pars out.
Yep, so it was the right stage. Just I think Pars misinputted and accidentally threw out a laser, so it had to be set.
Yeah.
All good to go here. Get right into it.
And
I would say there's nothing more dangerous than a Kaz. Luckily, it's not in the situation, but if Pars had 2 stocks, this would be a completely different game.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
With 1 stock, Space Miner can just sort of take his time, play around it, and just throw out as many projectiles as they want to get that kill confirmed they need.
But yeah, Haz is doing a good job keeping the Pars out already at 85%. Has not been touched yet, and I probably just jinxed it. What's the option here? Hey, the thing about Kazuya, don't worry about percentages. They need to get their hands on you once, and you could be gone. But Battlefield will actually save Space Miner from a lot of the combos that Kazuya has. Okay, has Rage Drive active. Up smash.
Oh, patience, pure patience.
Yep. I feel like a less seasoned player than Pars would have dropped shield right there and gotten punished for it. There's that first hit.
Looking for the crumple.
Yep. 137%, about 13% away from actually losing this Rage Drive, and isn't even going to get a chance to pop it as Space Miner ties this game up, only taking 19% from Pars in that match as well.
Relatively untouched. I think that was the perfect call for the counter pick. Space Miner can just sort of dodge and weave, especially on a stage like Battlefield. Space Miner can just sort of bob and weave and just avoid any of the Kazuya shenanigans because, like we said, you get hit once, you're going to lose a stock most likely. So just being able to platform camp, so consistent, almost every single bomb hit. So good job from Space Miner.
As we get into the replay here, wait for the laser. the bomb into the forward air. That is the Toon Link special. Oftentimes you'll see, a lot of KOs coming through like that, whether that's boomerang forward air, bomb forward air, whatever the case is. But Space Miner coming in, doing exactly what they needed to do. Now Manchester, they are down to their final 3. They have Augment the Terry, Fleetwood Steve, Ash No Joy the Villager, who I really want to see. Ash did not do great in that first game, but last week or 2 weeks ago when we saw Ash, played absolutely incredible. I want to see them pop in here again to kind of redeem themselves from kind of not playing a great first game. Villager Toon Link, maybe not the most exciting matchup, not gonna lie, but I think that might be a good option here. Villager obviously can plant Tree to block out all projectiles, can use Pocket to block out projectiles. Lloyd Rocket cancels out a lot of projectiles too. Can't really give Villager too much as well. You can pop the balloons with, Arrow and Boomerang and stuff like that. But I really think Villager has a lot of the tools to deal with Toon Link. But on the other hand, if Toon Link gets close to you and you get hit by like a forward air train or something like that, Villager can't really do anything about that. So that's kind of the dichotomy here. You still have Fleetwood the Steve. We saw them play earlier. I forget how that went, but still, Fleetwood the Steve could build up a wall of stuff. Toon Link can't do anything about it. And you still have Augment the Terry, which I would assume they're saving for last again, just in case. So I think the options here are between Fleetwood and Ash.
Yeah, I would agree. I would personally go with Fleetwood. I think, you said it about the Villager Toon Link matchup, but we're gonna see exactly who's right here. Getting into this one, and it is Fleetwood. So we're getting the Steve, we're getting the Toon Link. You build the wall, start mining.
And yeah, you build the wall, Toon Link can't do much about it, and you get, free resources. And yeah, you'll build a whole fortress right now. Again, free resources. I saw some redstone getting mined right there too. Unfortunately for Fleetwood, no diamond, which is what they're probably looking for. But still, you got a full kit of resources. And you only took, 30% for it? That's a pretty good trade.
Yeah, getting already, and have gold too, so you get some boosted minecarts like that one right there. But good job from Space Miner having the bomb interrupt that. It can be so tricky hitting Steve out of that minecart because it's such a weird hitbox. You can challenge it. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and sometimes it feels like a coin flip.
If I didn't know any better, I would assume Space Miner was going to be the Steve player. Bro got literally a miner in his name. But either way, 64% right here on Fleetwood. Still looking for that diamond. There it is. Wanted that diamond very, very badly. Took a lot of damage at the cost of looking for that diamond. But hey, maybe it'll be worth it if they can manage to get their hands right here on Space Miner. But that's such a hard task.
Started up. Yep. Right now, still doing it. Anvil. Wow. That's one of the few times I've seen Anvil lose to a move.
When that long reach of that up air from Toon Link, yeah, one of the few things that will beat out. Oh, that's a punish. I lied. One of the few things that will beat out that Anvil. But like you said, rarely ever see that get punished.
Fleetwood sitting at 125. Space Miner still pretty much untouched here.
Yeah, that's tough.
Fleetwood has just been unable to get that one little up tilt they've been searching for this whole time.
Yeah. But hey, you know what? Yeah, wait, I didn't even know it's only 13% on Space Miner. Didn't even realize that as Fleetwood gets that stock absolutely just evaporated right there. But man, it's so hard to hit Space Miner. They're so good at running away. And you know what? The playstyle might not be the most visually, might not be the best to watch. Not visually pleasing. But they are doing exactly what they need to do to win a match in a matchup that is probably not amazing for Toon Link, but they're doing exactly what they need to do.
They're playing this matchup like they're a snake player, just bombs everywhere, and every single one is connecting. It's knocking Fleetwood out of minecart. It's interrupting his mining, everything. So good job from Space Miner, and taken for a little bit of a ride. They're going to make it back thanks to tether recovery, and Fleetwood's still unable to get any little thing started. Just random stray hits here and there, almost jumping into another Space Miner fair.
It's very rare to see that to say that a Steve isn't able to get much going, because for those unfamiliar, Steve is considered by a lot of people at this point, oh my god, to be the best character in the game as they get that stock ripped away from them. Only 49% on Space Miner. But yeah, a lot of people consider Steve one of the best characters in the game in at least top 5 minimum. So it's very hard, it's very rare to see this character not able to get anything going, especially in the hands of someone as good as Fleetwood.
Yeah, and that's 4 consecutive stocks for Space Miner as well. Uninterrupted, and even when Fleetwood gets that first up tilt immediately interrupted By Fleet. Sorry, by
And
Space Miner.
it's Space Miner just on the verge right here of taking out 3 stocks without losing a single one. Here we go.
Something I really like about characters that have access to like explosions and bombs and stuff, that something that will create a big sort of effect on the screen. Players can use it like a smoke screen.
Yeah, no, that's 1000% the case there. I totally agree with that.
And especially like Toon Link, whose bombs have such a distinct effect when they explode. Like you can explode and then just get in that smoke screen really, really quick and like hide like a smash attack or a fair.
And we do see Fleetwood now has the diamond. You got to try and at least take one diamond back here from basically anywhere on the stage. We'll take a KO, and so will that minecart. You know what? The is at 104%, but don't count it out just yet. Up till yep, there. This is what they needed. This is exactly what they needed. Dropped it, but still got a good 39%, 65% still going.
This goes to show the just comeback mechanic of diamond.
Yep, you need a diamond back here right here if you want to stand a chance, and you are not gonna get it as Space Miner hits you right out of that minecart. Shawnee State University with a 2-stock lead going into this next game. Manchester still has Ash Nojoy. They still got Augment. I said earlier, I really want to see Ash again. Played incredible 2 weeks ago against, I think it was against Manchester as well. No, yeah, whatever. Whoever it was. Played incredible against them. Unfortunately for them, they did not play great in the first game, but I know that they have a lot more to offer than what they showed there. A player fully capable of like taking out like 5-6 stocks off of you, like something crazy like that. We've seen it before, so I do really want to see them come in. But you run the risk where if Space Miner keeps playing as good as they're playing now, you run the risk of losing Ash before Space Miner is taken out, which is I think really your big trump card. So yeah, it's gonna be. I'm wondering what Manchester is gonna choose here.
I definitely think you throw in Ash at this point.
Yeah.
I think Ash is the next one up. Villagers, like you said before, when we were speculating whether or not it would be Fleetwood or Ash, you mentioned just how many ways Villager has to negate projectiles, and what we're seeing from Space Miner is a lot of bombs. Yes. Pocket bomb, use tree to block it. See how Lloyd Rocket will interact with it. There's just so many options there that I think it's time for Ash to step up, and you got to take 2 stocks off Space Miner, but from once that happens, I think you can roll it.
And similar to Steve, Steve can build up those 3 blocks. Villager has that tree, which functionally acts similarly in terms of his blocking projectiles and stuff like that, but with the added bonus of having a hitbox. If you do opt to cut it down, that's one more thing that if they do go with Villager and Ash, that's one more thing that Space Miner is gonna have to be privy of. Obviously they probably know that at this point. But man, it's just hard for me to bet against Space Miner right now. Like the way they are playing is incredible. Again, it's not the most visually pleasing, not the most aesthetically pleasing, but it's exactly what they need to do to win this. Like this is the conference championship. You just got to do what you got to. You got to do what you got to do. Yeah,
it's bringing it back before. It's like you got to throw out your best. You got to put your best foot forward, and that will raise your chance to win the most.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I agree wholeheartedly. Again, Manchester has Augment. They have Fleet. They have Ash Nojoy left. Augment the Terry. I would save for last. I would save to go up against either Breadloaf or Atlas. Kind of a tough position that you're in here, and this actually makes me go back to that game between Pars and Kazuya in game 1 or 2, whichever it was. If Waver doesn't throw out that forward air and Kazuya Pars doesn't get that forward tilt to get a KO, and Waver just manages to come back and take a stock, this whole thing is switched up. This whole match is switched up on its head right now. So instead of Manchester being down 2 stocks, maybe they're only down 1 stock, or maybe they're even tied right now. And that's just the crazy thing about crew battles. Like, one moment can completely change a match.
I agree.
Yeah.
So we're still just waiting in to see who exactly gets sent next. They're doing a lot of deliberation at this point. They're really they're sitting and they're like, the council will decide now. Who do we send in next?
Sitting at the round table like Arthur and the Knights or whatever, deciding everything.
But somebody's got a whiteboard and somebody's got they're just big exploit. Like, see, if we do this over here, okay, you're gonna run around here, and the tight end's gonna break free, hit him with the long ball. We win the championship. Game over.
If you hit them more than they hit you, you'll probably win the game. There
A
you go.
wise scholar once said, "Just don't get hit."
Just don't get hit. Hey, shouts to Isaiah. But here we go into this next game. Either Augment or Ash is going to be coming in for Manchester, and is going to be Augment looking to take out Space Miner. Questionable pick, not gonna lie, especially with how defensive Space Miner plays. We all know how Augment and how Terry are gonna want to approach, and I think that plays right into the defensive play style of Space Miner.
I would agree with that. It is a bit of a questionable pick, but I think it's a case where once, like, Toon Link is still a light character.
Yeah.
Augment gets in a couple times, and you're looking at a similar situation to Kazuya. Not quite the explosiveness of Kazuya, but still a lot of damage, really, really fast, and consistent kill confirms.
Here we go. Oh, could have got the up air into the rising tackle, but couldn't quite get it. That up B is going to do quite a bit of damage there for Space Miner. And yeah, I think this floatiness from Toon Link is allowing Space to just DI out of so much of Terry's follow-up so much easier.
Carpet. Throwing all these little bombs, getting more confirms out of it too. I think the key for this one in Augment is going to be parry. It's going to be really tough because you're on the line, but you're going to want to parry as many of these bombs, as many of these projectiles as you can.
Yeah, and you know what? But Space isn't really giving them a chance to do that. Already 92% and really close to losing a stock. Unfortunately for Space, jumps into that.
What a call
power dunk, and yeah, amazing call out. They knew exactly where Space was gonna be when they were gonna be there, and gets an amazing rising tackle right there to take that stock at a relatively early percentage too.
Yep, it's still living here, against heading all the way across the stage. Ooh, the crack shoot, not so weird, but okay, there you go.
Quick
now
41.
Power Geyser.
Nope, opting to play a bit safe. I know.
Probably looking for that jab Buster Wolf confirm.
Not going to be able to get it as Space takes out one more stock, but is already at 41%. Honestly, if you're Augment, you absolutely have to get away. You have to manage to take away this stock without losing one more. You want to get into this next match still holding on to 2 to give your team a chance. But again, it's so hard to really bet against Space Miner with how well they're playing.
Yeah, it's just they're putting up this. They're not letting Terry get anywhere in, and Augment, very good job of just, like, you know, being patient in shield and, like, reacting out of it. But still, it's just like they can't get anything started because Space Miner is just bomb after bomb after bomb.
And a couple of bad options in a row there for Augment, both getting punished by Space Miner, but still has them at 65. Get another bad power dunk right there. Not a big punish, but still got hit with the boomerang. Gold meter is on deck and ready. Will they get a chance to use it? Space Miner swinging for the fences.
Oh my goodness, that was a hot confirm.
Yo, that was so disrespectful. Man, Power Geyser in your face. Yo, that's so again.
He did it again. Are you kidding me? Get him out of here. Get him out of here. You're gonna get hit by once, fool me once, shame on me.
Yo, you know how disrespectful it is to Power Geyser in someone's face?
To do it and then to hit it twice in a row.
Do you know how disrespectful that is, bro? Oh my god. The fact that he landed it once is enough. The fact that you got it twice back to back within like 5 seconds of each other is crazy. We're gonna see the replay of that right here. Oh my god, man. Cancel the up smash 2 into that Power Geyser, I believe. Oh my god. And then again.
He tried to do it again right there.
About to say, went for it again before that bomb hit, and the exact same thing. Hit onto your shield, Power Geyser right into your face. Oh my lord. Augment is clutching that out after it wasn't looking too great for them. And you know what? Manchester only down, I think, 1 going into this next game. Shawnee still has Breadloaf, who is very, very scary. Same thing with Atlas, 2 very scary players coming up next. So no matter who it is, Augment's gonna have a fun time trying to take out either way, to take one of them out either way. I lean towards Pac-Man though.
I definitely
just for zoning purposes. Though, hey, we just saw what Augment could do to another zoner in Toon Link. Didn't work out too well for Space Miner, so maybe they're gonna look to mix it up by sending out Breadloaf.
Maybe. Again, I'm with you. I like the Pac-Man pick. But as for Breadloaf, like, such a solid Roy that you really can't count them out anything. Like, you can't really go wrong either way into this Terry matchup between either player. So it's gonna be, I'm gonna see who's coming in. As for the Pac-Man, I do feel like there's so many layers with a crew battle. Not only are you counterpicking a character, you're counterpicking a playstyle, you're counterpicking a stage as well. So you give it's like one of two things. You give Roy Smashville, and Terry's going to be dying at 60% off the side, or you give Pac-Man PS2, and he has all the space to roam and set up all his shenanigans. So it's like an onion. There's so many layers to everything.
Honestly, and one thing we haven't actually talked about, that's a good point you brought up. We haven't really talked about stages too much. We talked about more of the character-to-character matchup. That's a really good point about, like, yeah, if you do go bread loaf, if you do go bread loaf, obviously Manchester doesn't know who you're going to be sending in. Do you try your best to go to Smashville? Do they ban Smashville? Whatever the case is, I know for a fact you probably don't want to go to FD, no matter who you're going. Whether it's Pac-Man or you definitely don't want to go to FD. Stage-wise, it's like I have a good feeling we're going to see Town and City. I think that's just a good stage for everyone left. I have a feeling we're going to see Town and City. If not Town and City, I feel like we're going to see PS2. I can't imagine them if you're Manchester, knowing that they have Roy, you're not going to go to Smashville. Even if you don't know Fredloff is going in, you're just not going to Smashville no matter what, just to play it safe. You're definitely not going to FD in this case either. So I have a good feeling we're likely going to see Town or PS2.
Yeah, Town or PS2. That's one of. I'm also unfamiliar with the actual stage list is and what the counter picks are. If Hollow Bastion's open, if that's a legal stage, I imagine it'd be
also a thing. Yep.
I would imagine that'd be a counter pick too. So that one would play. That's another one I think could play towards either character, either Roy or Pac-Man.
Oh no, absolutely. As we get into this next game here, it is going to be. Yes, PS2. Okay.
Yeah, you're just gonna give us a wild card.
Echo Force, the surprise substitution.
This person wasn't in my notes.
Coming in. Honestly, it wasn't in mine either. Gotta quickly add that to my notebook. But yeah, the surprise substitution. Echo
Shame
Force.
on you, Shawnee. Catching us off guard.
Making us look dumb. Well, right now, Augment looking pretty good early on. Only has to take. Has to take off 3 stocks. Echo only has to take off these 2. Augment's looking to tie this up, but there is Arsene. That is when Joker can start to cheat a little bit. And right now we're seeing Augment opt to just run away to try to burn the Arsene out. The other option is you can play a bit more aggressively and just beat the Arsene out of Joker, but I think Augment's going to play it a bit safer, especially when you're down.
If there's any character that could be like, you hear the challenger approaches, the siren goes off. If there's any character that comes out of the woodwork for that, a Joker is probably the smartest choice. Because Joker can be up in Terry's face as much as Terry can be up in Joker's face, but then the whole thing of Arsene, have a reflector there, you have consistent back airs, consistent kill confirms like that, speed as well. I like this pick. You call in I like the substitution.
No, I agree wholeheartedly. Right there, we do see Echo lose that stock, but you know what? They only got to take off 1 more to maintain this lead. But man, Augment is absolutely going off. Arsene is now active, but I think we're going to start to see Augment stay aggressive and try to beat the Arsene out of it. Already beat it down to about halfway. 1 more combo, and I think Arsene's probably going to be gone. But does get that side B, that passive damage is going to put in a lot of work there for Echo Force, as we're already seeing 71% on Augment on this final stock.
Yep, seeing it time and time again. You do not, if there's anywhere you don't want to be, it's on those platforms with Joker below you. You can get some sick loops.
Yeah, we've seen people like MKLA and others do that, so definitely don't want to be, like you said, don't want to be underneath that platform. Those up air strings are absolutely deadly. They will KO you very, very early. And another thing that will KO you very early is Terry with Go, if they do manage to get off another Power Geyser or a Buster Wolf, anything like that.
Big pummel into the dash attack.
A dash attack. And you know what? This is not a terrible position for Augment either. You know what? Because you can rack on quite a bit of damage right here if you get a Buster Wolf.
And you can take this thing, jab, Buster Wolf at the side. Who knows how early that thing's killing against Joker.
Back air, good edge guarding here. Are you gone? Yes, you are. But you know what? Augment coming in, taking out 2 stocks. Taking out 2 stocks, I believe. So now down to 4. The last 4 for Manchester. Sorry, for Shawnee. And now Manchester down to the last player, which is Ash No Joy. Again, I keep bringing up Ash. I think they are an incredible player. I feel like saving them for last, even though like on a team with Terry, Kazi, and Steve, you wouldn't imagine it's a villager being the anchor. But trust me when I say Ashe is incredible, so I definitely like keeping them for last. Only got to take off one stock off of Echo, and then you have to deal with either Atlas or Breadloaf, which I think Villager can do decently well against both, just on a character-to-character basis. But yeah, you still have to take off this one stock, though. You still have to take off this one stock if you're Ashe before you can even think about those next matches.
And first things first, exactly, this last stock on Echo Force. But the biggest wrench that Echo Force's presence threw into this mix, besides catching both the commentators off guard, is the fact that now you get to flip a coin. You get to have to guess, is that last person, is it Atlas or is it Breadloaf? So you already had to sort of guess on which one was coming out before, but now you have it. You know you're facing a Joker, but what comes next? And like you said, bet it all on red, bet it on black. It's up to you.
And the thing is, it's almost less stressful if you're Manchester not knowing, because it's like you only have one person left. It's not like you have to decide who to send in next. It's like no matter what, if you're Ashe, you know what's coming. They know what's coming, and because it's like you already kind of know generally what's going to happen, it's almost like less stressful in a way. Because like your game plan is not going to change. It's like you know their options. You know there's not another surprise character that they might toss in here. Echo Force coming in now, cool, that's a shock, but now the shock is worn off. So you know exactly who's coming in. But at the same time, now you know that you don't have to fight one of them. Atlas and Breadloaf are both incredible, and now you know you don't have to fight at least one of them. And that mental boost that you get, that bit of confidence that you potentially get from that might be able to carry you. But again, you still have to take out Echo Force before you can even think about that. You still got to take out Echo Force, and if you're Ashe, you can't afford to lose a single stock right now.
Exactly. The key situation here is to get rid of that last stock before Joker even has a chance to get Arsene.
Yep.
So, big thing you want to look out for is Echo Force is going to be wanting to get Arsene as fast as possible. So assume a lot of Rebels Guard, and from there, that's a free grab.
Yeah,
you can get your grab combo started off that. So you know what to expect, you know how to plan, and then you can always just start thinking one step ahead.
Yeah, but yeah, that's going to be a really, really interesting match here. Ashe, again, I cannot praise Ashe enough. This Villager is absolutely incredible. Another player who I think has like a argument for saying they're one of the top players in the entire tournament. Definitely one of the better Villagers, if not the best Villager. And we are going to see them go up against Echo Force. Ashe now join Manchester down to their final 3 stocks of game number 2. Are they going to be able to close this out and take this conference championship 2-0, or is Shani going to force a game 3? We will find out very, very soon as we finally are getting this match underway.
Already planting the tree, getting stuff started. Want to make great your own miniature Steve wall to hide behind us, so that way, because one of the biggest like unsung things in this thing is the Joker side beat, because that tick damage adds up over time. I believe it's like 11 to 15%, somewhere in that range. That you can't stop. It just happens over time. So there's already Arsene is out, ready to play.
And you know what? Ashe is just running away. You know what? Yeah, not doesn't want to block, doesn't want to beat it out. Just gonna run away and wait for it to run out. You do got to be careful with throwing out those Lloyd rockets, though, because again, this is a reflector, like I was about to say, like I said right there. But Arsene is gonna run out very soon. Echo not able to get really much out of it. Ashe still only at 37%. If you're Echo, you want to do a bit better with Arsene there, but Ashe played that to perfection.
Now, there's a little, you don't want to be, if you're Echo Force, you don't be caught between a rock and a hard place. Hard place being that tree.
Okay, option right here. Arsene's going to be out very, very soon as well. Probably in a couple of seconds. One more hit is definitely going to do it.
I like that decision, just catching off guard, trying to catch a dash in.
Okay, those back airs popping out from Ashe. I would imagine we're going to see a lot of those. You don't want to get up close and personal against Arsene. Oh, GG's. Oh, no, I lied.
Oh, no, it's still GG's.
No. Wow, okay. Wow, the cannonball, sorry, the bowling ball barely missing that recovery, but you know what? Ashe just ready and waiting for that down smash into up smash, taking that stock. And once again, Max, color me surprised. We are down to the final 3 stocks of the final players in this match.
Either way.
Yeah. So it's going to be either Breadloaf or Atlas, either Pac-Man or Roy, up against Ashe's Villager. I lean towards Roy, just for the ability to just take away all of Villager's airspace. one of Villager's best tools, the pocket, is essentially useless in this matchup. Obviously, because Roy has no projectiles. But Pac-Man is a bit safer. You're not going to die as early because you're playing the keep away game. But because you rely on projectiles, you're giving Villager the opportunity to pocket your stuff, use them right back at you. And Villager does pretty decently against a lot of zoners. So this is a coin flip. I can see this going either way.
I definitely think it's going to be Breadloaf. I think that just the thought of Ash No Joy having Bell in hand or Key in hand is enough of a threat and enough of a scary thought to sort of shy Shawnee State away from sending out Atlas. So I think Breadloaf, the lack of projectiles, the ability to sort of get in their face is that's my pick at least. So
okay, yeah, I can understand that. Obviously Roy, Breadloaf going to be able to take out stocks like in a hurry if they manage to get their hands on Ash. Also Breadloaf, again, I think is a part of the 12 stock club, so this player is one of the best, shown that they're probably one of the top like 5, 6, 7 best players in the entire tournament, so don't ever count them out. But again, I keep praising up Ash. I think they're just like I was so impressed with how I saw them play in the first set that I really, it's hard for me to ever think that they're going to lose a match. But hey, either way, we're going to find out what happens here in this last game, and it going to be Atlas instead of Breadloaf. Okay, me and you were both wrong right there. I think they just didn't want Roy to have to deal with the zoning here from Ash. So we're going to see how this goes. 2 zoners up against each other in this final game.
Just pick it up and put the fire hydrant right in the pocket.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know the fire hydrant just went straight down like that when you tossed it as Villager.
Oh my gosh! What in the world? And if there's some wonky hitboxes, there's 2 of them out.
Oh my! What is happening? This is some circus music. And hey, you know what? Before we get into this match, I gotta shout out ROTC, become a leader for life. Also a giveaway. Please follow Naystar League on Twitter if you want to win an incredible Herschel backpack. And you know what? Talking about backpacks, Ash No Joy with that Villager holding a lot of stuff in their pockets right now. Probably could use a backpack from the army if they want to carry a couple more things. But here has that Galaga ready and waiting. I want to see what Villager can do with a Galaga. I want to see that.
Right now, we're seeing Atlas really put the boots to Ash. So,
literally,
so far, everything's coming out in their words.
Yeah, and right now, Atlas 60% lead right now. Ash hasn't really been able to do much of anything. Again, only 17%. A lot of stray hits. No real, juicy conversions.
Okay, so it's interesting that just a full Lloyd rocket won't actually knock off fire hydrant.
Kind of shocked at that too. Not gonna lie. But that melon just taking that Lloyd rocket, and Ash is unable to get in. Alice is doing an amazing job of just playing keep away right now. There's orange into the Lloyd rockets. No damage right there.
Shield pressure.
Yeah. Good block there from Atlas. Again, only at 25%. Ash unable to really get anything going here. Okay. There you go. There's some stuff right there for Ash. Can't do much with it though. Atlas potential to take a stock right here. Nope.
Yeah, the damage just keeps every single little spare hit interaction, stray hit is going in Atlas's favor.
And you know what? Ash had the opportunity to punish a whiff to grab there from Atlas, but a little bit of a fumble right there, giving Atlas a new lease on life. They just need to take out this 1 stock, and I would imagine we're going to see the key very soon after this bell. Ooh, fire hydrant down.
Pocket. Nope, pocketing the bell, though.
Good call. Z dropping it. Okay, not even going to use it.
He don't need it.
Off stage right here. Okay, this is where Ash could do some damage. Good pressure right there. Very good drop on that bowling ball right there, but so Atlas was ready though. Okay,
there goes the Lloyd rocket. Apple. Oh my gosh, where did that fire hydrant come from?
That was dangerous. Again, both players unable to actually take a stock right here, though Atlas has definitely been winning early on. 136% on Ash, only 70% on Atlas, and we do see that Apple Snipe gonna do it. Manchester down to their final 2 stocks. But you know what, Ash is not in a terrible position right now. I lied.
That
wow,
is a
quick 35%.
That is wow. I will say this is probably the tensest. This is the tensest slow match I have ever seen.
Oh,
you can just feel it in the air.
Absolutely. Bowling ball, second bowling ball, and that is going to be it. Hey, so nice. Have to try it twice. Finally taking that stock and Ash right back into this match. But man, I gotta say, despite it being close, it really feels like Atlas is in complete control.
Caught between a rock and a hard place. Oh,
boy.
punching your own tree.
Okay.
Was Lloyd.
And they're
Nothing
just...
yet.
Oh, that gonna be something? Oh, no. Okay, no follow-up there.
Pickup. The
Tried-
double drop.
Hey, tried for the Q conversion twice, couldn't get it though, but still has a really healthy lead right now, 105% on Ash. And Pac-Man's gonna start to look for those back airs very, very soon. Good catch on that Bell.
Yep, has Bell there. Still keeping it in the back pocket.
Planting some trees.
Then there goes the Bell.
Yep. Okay, Bell in hand for Pac. If they manage to... Oh, no, Bell's gone. I lied. Okay, Ash with a bit of life right here. Two fire hydrants. That's such a weird sight to see.
Yeah.
Kind of shocked that... Kind of shocked that Ash didn't go to try and knock both of them off. A little bit surprised there.
Yeah. Wonder what happens if you get caught in the middle of them.
Not good things. 144 still surviving. Atlas only at 53%. Okay, looking for the Bell. Goes for the key instead. Now
Pocketing the water.
Oh wait. Oh wow. I didn't even realize that. Can't do much with it, but hey, it's pretty cool if you can do that.
Yeah.
And both of them just looking for a stock.
Oh, going for a big down smash. Here's the back
Probably
throw.
fine.
Is that gonna be the stock?
No,
No,
you're probably
still
fine,
living.
Oh,
Key-
good catch.
oh, boy.
Yo, the cojones to go for a catch instead of just trying to air dodge it is crazy. But you know what?
164 to 67.
Now you have that key. It's going to be a bit more powerful since this villager's pocket does count as a reflector. But, oh, I think they got rid of it. Oh, they got rid of the key. Oh, my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, they just threw it straight up.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be? Yeah, it's Star KO too. The key isn't one of those things that what goes up must come down. That thing, you throw it up, it's just gone.
Yeah.
It just keeps going.
Yep. And Atlas right here, one stock away from completing this game for Shawnee State University. But Ash doing whatever they can to end this and take the conference championship. We're coming back from there. That's safe. Went for the down smash read, couldn't quite get it. Atlas opting to stay on the ledge just a little bit longer. Probably expected that down smash to come out and was ready for it. Quickly racking 49 damage right here. Hydrant pocketed.
Just picking it up off the ground.
Yeah. Uh-oh. We're okay, over there.
Yeah, where to go?
Yeah, I lost it for a second, not gonna lie.
They just love flying helicopters out my window. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, you can't hear it.
Perfect.
Man, 89% right here on Ash, and that is going to be it as Shawnee State University stays alive. And Max, we are getting another game 3 today during the conference championship, and you could not have written this any better.
What exactly? I said it from the beginning. What else did you expect? Of course, we were going to get a game 3. I would have put money from the beginning. We would have gotten a game 3 because that's just how the championships go. That's just how this stuff goes. It's such high level Smash. You expect this thing to go wire to wire. So, and now as we go into game 3, we have a whole other thing thrown in the mix because now Echo Force is here. Now the Echo Force surprise has been spoiled. You now know, okay, so we can expect a Joker possibly as well going into game number 3.
And it's scary because now you don't know if you're going to have to fight either Atlas or Bread and Loaf, who are both, again, everyone on Shawnee is amazing, but I really feel like those two are probably their, you know, their keep. I see Space Miner too. Oh my god, yeah, you don't even know if you're not going to have to fight one of them. Which is crazy, and having that and just not knowing where this is going to go is going to be a really hard mental battle for Manchester University, but we are going to find out who they do opt to go for when we get right back from this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We will have a Game 3 here in the East 5 Conference Championship between Manchester University and Shawnee State University, and you cannot have asked for a better set. Both games going down to the final characters, final players, last 3 stocks. Game 1 went to Manchester and Augment, who cleaned that up. Last one going to Shawnee State, and man, this is gonna be incredible going in. I wonder if Manchester has like a secret 5th character. We got Echo Force, secret 5th player that we didn't quite know about. I wonder if Manchester has a hidden X factor that they'll opt to whip out now, or are they going to run the same 4 players that they have been doing up to this point? But now Shawnee State, we now know they have 5 people. So that means out of everybody on their team, we know that there's one person you're not going to have to fight, which is kind of good, but a bit stressful just not knowing what to expect.
Yeah, I would still expect there to be Waywardness and Space Miner as definitive lock-ins, given how they've performed and how like Waywardness just is such a solid Zelda, and then how Space Miner fared against the characters like Kazuya and Terry. So I would assume those 2 are locks, but the other 3, like the other 2 spots for the crew battle, is really up for debate. So.
Yeah, no, I agree wholeheartedly. Like this last game, I don't even know who I want to take, man. Like, I just look at the character roster from Manchester: Terry, Kazuya, Steve Villager, all great players, and that's so hard to bet against. But then again, like I said about Shawnee State, I think like literally everybody on that team has an argument for being like a top 15 player in the entire. And there are a lot of schools in this tournament, people. There are a lot of schools in this tournament. And I feel like they both have like an argument for being like top 15. But hey, either way, we're getting into the final game of Game 3. Ash No Joy leading it off for Manchester University. Shawnee State going with Waywardness, who is their usual starter, so no surprises there. Also, we'll see how this goes. These 2 have played before. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, the first time they played like 2 weeks ago, I'm pretty sure Waywardness won. I don't remember how it happened, but I'm pretty sure that was the result. And right now, looking pretty good to start off this 3rd game.
Looking very, very good. Already trying to get stuff started. There's the Nair here, setting it up. Reflect, like anything, is going to be a big, big player in this one. Villager will be able to pocket Phantom as well. Possibly Din's Fire. I'm not sure how that would work. Yeah. But so far, doing a pretty good job. Very, very even start up here. Okay, just putting a lot of damage. I like how Villager uses Tree the same way Steve uses the 3 high wall. Just hides behind it, uses it to tank stuff, and forces your opponent to like try and approach me through this. You're gonna have to jump over if you are.
Now the thing about Zelda is I think Phantom will hit through the tree. I don't know if Din Fire gets stopped by the tree or not, but I know that Phantom will just hit through it. And we actually saw when they played earlier, Waywardness actually hid Phantom behind the tree. Don't know if that was on purpose or not, but actually kind of hid Phantom behind the tree, and it caught Ash off guard, and they took a stock for that. So we'll see if that comes into play here. But hey, Ash off to a pretty decent start. Has Waywardness at 104%. And reverse edge guard from Ash. That is the risk you take when you decide to go deep, especially against a character like Villager, who can afford to kind of hang around off stage like that. You avoid get the risk of getting a reverse edge guarded just like that. So first stock going to Ash.
Yep, the big no you, and now Ash No Joy is just rolling with it. Just keeping things going.
Phantom.
Okay, what in the world? Hold on now.
Phantom pocket. Do it.
Grab that thing. Grab the Phantom from downtown, by the way. Just like extendo arm grabbed, put it in the pocket.
Wait,
there we go.
Again?
He's grabbing it by the tip of the sword.
Do it. Oh, he missed. Oh, they missed. I would have loved to see that one land. That would have killed. Absolutely would have killed. Again, for those who don't know, anything that gets reflected back at the opponent does, I'm not sure the actual percentages, but they do, like I think like double the amount of damage, like double the amount of knockback, something crazy like that. So Phantom, which is already a strong move, becomes even stronger when getting tossed out by the Villager. So that's why I really want to see them manage to land that. That shouldn't be a stock yet, but does get that down smash into up smash. Gonna do a lot of damage though.
So I really like that get up confirmed from Ash.
Oh, GG's again.
Oh, there you go. Yep, another no you. Nope. You get a little too greedy off the side, you're gonna get the back air. The whole thing of just dropping F smash at ledge, and then even if it whiffs, you know your opponent's gonna be so panicked by that they're gonna most likely roll in, being waiting for the down smash for the round into the up smash. So really big brain.
Ash with all the momentum right here has a relatively healthy stock, still at 58%, but rolls into that Din's Fire. Gonna see another one. Wayward is so good with hitting those Din's Fires and sniping people out. I would imagine, okay, bringing this back. This could have went very, very poorly for Wayward. Both of those stocks that they lost were from reverse edge guards because they got a little bit greedy. So this was looking pretty bad. But now they're in a position to actually potentially take off this last stock. But with Ash getting you to 102%, still sitting at 0. Man, it's going to be very hard to do that, especially with how good Ash is playing right now.
Wholeheartedly agree. Trying to there's not going for the grab.
I thought
either.
the grab was coming too.
Probably not high enough percent. Probably no, it's not high enough percent for the back throw to kill.
Back air, one more of those is going to be it for you. Planting the tree. Couldn't grab the Phantom that time, and again,
but
it's the third or fourth time we've seen them tech roll into the Din's Fire. And now we're seeing Wayward actually not aim for them. Wayward's actually aiming the Din's Fire a little bit further back, expecting Ash to roll into it again.
Oh my gosh, let Lloyd Rocket go into the very, very end, just ending, but there goes.
And
that's a strike. And
Ash, yeah, definitely a strike. And Ash surviving that with 1 stock. Could have been a 2 stock if, that one forward air from Wayward didn't KO. But hey, if you're Ash, you will definitely take that. Shawnee State down. Now they have 4 people left. They have Atlas, Breadloaf, Space Miner, and Echo Force. My gut tells me that Space Miner is coming in. My gut tells me Space Miner, because it is only 1 stock off of Villager. Definitely capable of doing that. I'm probably saving Breadloaf for Anchor in case this is a close match. If it comes down to our last 2 players, I would probably want Breadloaf to be that last person if I'm Shawnee. Pac-Man, Atlas, also a good choice. Echo Force, I feel like Toon Link is probably a better choice than both Joker and Pac-Man. No, I should repeat that. I feel like Space Miner specifically is a better choice than going with Echo Force or Atlas, because of we've seen what Space Miner did in those first 2 games. Despite them losing that first one, Space Miner went on an absolute tear. Game 2 went on an absolute tear. So I think sending in Space Miner right now to try to make up for the little deficit that you have, it's probably your better option. I would save Breadloaf for Anchor.
Perfect. Honestly, I agree wholeheartedly. Knowing just because Space Miner, you can tell they've put a lot of time into their bomb setups. They're so clean with it, so consistent with it. They know, okay, every single bomb can land if they want it to. So just keeping Ash at bay. Can't even hide behind your tree at that point. You're just chucking stuff, and sure, Ash is going to be able to pocket those bombs, but you just throw another one, clank in the middle, and it's a net 0. So at best, it's +1. At worst, it's net 0.
And even the thing about Toon Link, I don't even think Toon Link cares that much about things being pocketed, because unlike Pac-Man or Zelda, Toon Link's projectiles aren't killing you. Cool, you'll take 8, 9, whatever, 9, 10% damage. Cool, nice. But it's never going to KO you. So I don't think Space Miner cares or shouldn't care too much about the pockets. So I think they could afford to kind of go crazy with their projectiles. But with Villager, it's just that tree, man. It's that damn tree. All they need to do is put that tree up, and everything you do as Toon Link is nullified. You have to approach or wait at that point, which kind of just puts the match to a standstill. And from what I've seen from Space Miner, it seems like they even though they play a zoning style, they like it when the match is a bit quicker paced. That's what it really So that's what it's been seeming like to me. Either way, we're going into this next game. I think my guess is going to be Space Miner, which means I'm probably wrong. Yes, I am. Wow.
Yeah, it's Atlas.
I'm shooting man, I got to go back and watch all the VODs and get my percentages for character selections, because I think I'm at 8% accuracy right now.
Yeah, you're definitely batting below the Mendoza line, so.
Oh, boy.
Jeez.
But hey, Atlas, a fantastic pick too. Again, one of the better players in this entire tournament. We did see that Hydra get pocketed and sent right back out at Ash. If you're Ash, take 1 stock. That's your goal. Take 1 stock. If you could take more than 1, fantastic. But your goal should be take 1 stock. And
exactly.
Then trust the rest of your team to be able to do the rest.
If you can get a net 4 stocks, then absolutely massive. Absolutely beautiful start to any crew battle.
Done your job. Yep. Okay.
That was a big clank with a lot of end lag.
Oh yeah. Bell.
Who's gonna win the battle?
Bell
or Orange?
Probably Bill. Probably Bill.
Yeah.
I would assume. And, you know, Orange is getting tossed away immediately. One thing we have seen from Ash, though, and again, it's not on purpose, but whenever they grab a projectile, we haven't really seen them utilize it very well until that. We haven't really seen them utilize it very well. A lot of, you know, whiffs, a lot of throwing it away, either accidentally or on purpose. And I would like to see them kind of take advantage of the projectiles a little bit more.
I 100% agree. Just trying to do, like, if you have Orange, you know, Orange, very consistent thing. Apple, that's going to bounce a lot, but Melon is going to be slow, but you're really looking for those last two. You're looking to pocket Bell, you're looking to pocket Key.
Oh, yeah.
Right there, ooh, Key into Fire Hydrant, sending at that angle, kind of, one, you can just hide behind tree if you're Ash, but, like, approaching is another story.
Yeah, and going for, that's it, and going for the Key pocket as Atlas takes that is so risky because how fast it is. When it's fast, when it does, it'll KO you at like 110, 120. So if you're at that range, going for that pocket is so risky because if you whiff, you're either dying or putting yourself off stage, which Pac-Man likes it when you're off stage. Either way, it didn't really matter. Ash going out takes off 3 stocks, I believe. Yeah, managed to take off 3 stocks. So you know what? You did what you had to do at that point. You put your teammates in a position where they're at least not losing. So now we have either Augment, Pars, or Fleetwood next. Kazuya, Terry, Steve. Eileen. It's so hard for me to not just say put in Steve because how good Steve is against almost everybody in the game. Kazuya and Terry, on the other hand, are going to have a hard time dealing with Pac-Man's projectiles. Oh, gosh, I have no idea. You know what? I'm going to stop guessing because I'm wrong every time.
Yeah, here, I'm just going
to shut up.
I think for a first time being welcomed onto the wonderful Nace Star stream, I think I'm batting pretty well, but I'm going to put my money on Steve.
Okay, you know what? I'm not going to say anything because I'm going to say Steve and they're going to have a 5th player that ends up being like MK Leo or something. So I'm just going to shut up. I'm just going to shut up.
And now for the Manchester sub, get ready for this one. It's a Kirby.
Oh my! I'd probably leave. I'd be like, take me off.
Or a Sora.
Oh please no. Oh man! But you know what? I will predict they will send in a player who will play Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Oh, that one you can always win with that one.
Galaxy Brain.
1,000.
Galaxy Brain. If I just did that every time, I'd be batting 1,000, like you said. But no. In all seriousness, though. I lean towards the Steve. I think you want to have, but do you? Oh man, but do you want to save Steve? Do you want to save Fleetwood for Space Miner at the same time? Man, this is tough. Because
I do think you go with Fleetwood. I think the way Steve can, because I believe like Iron Sword, you're gonna have a lot easier time dealing with Hydrant as Steve. You can build the wall. Obviously, the water isn't gonna go through the wall. You're gonna have to just deal with like stuff like Key, which I don't even know if Key will go straight through some of your blocks. So it really comes down to building that wall. The same thing that we saw Ash do with the tree. But I do think that Fleetwood is gonna have a much more successful time snuffing out any approach from Atlas.
No, I can definitely agree with that. I'm just so scared of Space Miner against FGC characters because how good Space Miner is. But yeah, I agree with you. I think Fleetwood is the play, and I think however this match goes is going to determine the rest of the set. I really think this is essentially the final game. I think whoever wins this, whoever comes out on top, is going to end up winning the set because no matter what, like. Terry Kazuya with the lead, amazing. Space Miner Breadloaf with the lead, amazing. So no matter which way this goes, I feel like whoever wins this is probably going to end up winning overall. Right now, no matter who goes in, I give the edge to Atlas because I just don't know how good Atlas is. I kind of give them the edge, but you got to remember that Manchester has already beaten this team. A couple of weeks ago, so it's hard for me to definitively say like who has the edge here.
It's a tough one. These are definitely two they're so evenly matched, and they have the ability to just counterpick each other. But now there's the case where you're kind of struggling for that big counterpick you need. Obviously, you kind of want to send out the Steve against the Pac-Man, but if Steve drops 2 stocks, who do you have to deal with? Who do you have to deal with Space Miner in that Toon Link? Just all with more projectiles. So
I have no idea.
It definitely, I can tell they're another case where it's taking a little bit to get into this, so where they're deliberating. They are scheming something strong.
Yeah, and like this is the time to do it again. Conference championship, all on the line right here. You don't want to get sent. You do not want to get sent down to that LCQ where you could potentially get eliminated from the tournament. You want to make the playoffs with a high seed to get some more favorable matchups in your hand. So there's a lot at stake here in this match. So I totally understand why they're taking so long to pick, because this is huge. Like I said earlier, I feel like this second match is what's going to determine who ends up winning. And they probably know that just as much as I do. You don't want to go into Space Miner or Breadloaf down. You don't want to go into Pars or Augment down. So I would imagine from here on out, each game is going to take like a long time to decide who's going to go in. There's so much at stake, man.
But here are answers. Here is our answer coming up right now as we're getting into this next game. It's gonna be.
It is gonna be. Oh man, we were both wrong. Oh, I was wrong again.
We're both wrong again.
You always suck, man.
No, we're both not doing too hot today. So it's Pars time, and my goodness, if Steve could deal with Hydrant pretty easily, I think Kazi's going to have an even easier time dealing with Hydrant.
Yeah, again, that Axic Reflector. Where is that? Okay, yeah, almost landed right on top of Atlas, and we saw Pars get ready to do something there, but didn't pull the trigger on it.
Maybe looking for a crumple, or maybe just looking for that electric.
Good neutral get up there from Atlas to avoid the Hydrant. That angle that Hydrant goes straight up is so dangerous because you don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah, it's like you'd hit it with that. Oh my gosh, and the reflector
that was reflected.
Too?
Yep. Okay. For those who didn't notice that fire hydrant was reflected, hit back and reflected, which means his power would have doubled or something like that. Might have actually KO'd Pac-Man at 68%. Crazy enough.
But even then, you're still like Pars still eating a lot of damage early here. Okay, my goodness.
Oh, you're alive.
No, that's a coat. He puts rocks in his coat to make sure he lives longer.
Now has that rage drive ready. Haven't actually seen it get used quite yet. No one's really given Pars the chance to pop it. Opting to spam a couple lasers right here. I like that choice. Keeping Atlas at bay. I would assume a rage drive grab is going to KO. What the heck? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, no, you can't rage drive the Hydrant.
Okay, I would assume a rage drive is probably going to KO Atlas right here if they do opt to go for it. Oh, uppercut. Couldn't quite get it.
Yep.
Well, and when
there goes.
Yeah, got the rage drive beaten out of them, unfortunately. Okay, that's
key.
crazy. Okay, I gotta say, that's crazy, because when you use that axe kick on the Hydrant, you first knock the Hydrant off of its spot and then reflect it in the same move, which is insane. I didn't notice that before. Wow. I did not know that was a thing.
You immediately, not only knock it away, but you increase its power.
Yep.
Uh-oh, there you go.
That's
One
it.
hit.
Oh, no, I lied.
Just getting away. Oh, what in the world? Hitting the skibbity whoop.
Oh, man. Is this melee?
Man, jumping into light speed there.
Is this melee? Was that a wave dash? What in the hell? Jeez, man. But hey, yeah, if you're Pars, you will take that any day of the week. Okay, looking for something right here. Good DI. Melon. Oh, GG's. Oh, okay. Good job jumping out of that. Down air
connecting, but gotta be careful. Still getting hit by Hydrant.
Good laser again. Already has Atlas at 42% on the second stock. And one more conversion from either character could actually be a stock. And there it is for Atlas.
An angle.
Yeah, an amazing angle right there for Atlas. And, you have to know that was 100% on purpose.
Now, you don't want to be stuck at light shoot like Kazia.
Yep. And already Atlas putting themselves back into this match. That was a very risky roll in from Pars that could have got hit by a forward smash if Atlas pulled the trigger on that, but opted to not do it. And just like that, game already tied up. Atlas now has the lead, actually.
I like that. But here's the thing. It's still Kazia. I love that air stall, by the way. Avoiding the...
Oh, boy.
Hit one. Roll in.
Okay, there's rage drive. You gotta pop it. Again, have not seen it be a factor up until this point for Pars. Oh, both up. Again, uppercutting the Hydrant. Couldn't get it.
At that point, I think you guys just got to do that big boot.
Yeah. Grab, forward throw. No, back throw instead. And there goes the rage drive again. Once again, not being neutralized from Pars. Maybe being a little bit too careful. As you get hit by that Hydrant. I think Pars is maybe being a little bit too careful. Sometimes you just got to play ignorant and just pop it. Like, be like, I am Kazuya Mishima. I don't care. I'm just going to pop it. And if it hits you, it hits you. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But we do see that uppercut coming through from Pars taking that stock.
Oh, yep, whiff grab. Such a long recovery on his grab animation.
Already 35% right here. It all
Going
Pars
under.
needs is one opening. That could be it.
There's the crumple.
That could be the opening. That could be
49,
the opening. That,
63, 78. Is he dead?
That is game. No, he didn't do it.
What the drop? How did that not hit?
He didn't do it. You had an uppercut. No. Pars.
You gotta let it rip. Also, the bell just clipped through the stage.
Pars. No, that was it. That was it. Oh my gosh, you better win this match, Pars.
Yeah, Pars?
Pars, you better win this match. Oh my gosh. Okay. Atlas, oh man, Atlas has a new lease on life and is taking advantage of it fully right here. Again, Rage Drive. Are we finally gonna see it? Parry into up B. What's the hydrant?
Avoid the bell.
Oh my gosh. If I can't even talk right now. I can't even talk right now.
I can't either. There's the key. 131, 101. The bell.
Okay.
Laser coming out. Not doing a good job. Oh, there's the. Oh my goodness gracious, Pars. Atlas clutching up.
I can't. That was a bag fumble of historic proportions.
Bag.
So much on the line there, and it's like, man, it's like the one time we saw Pars actually get one of those long Kazuya strings, and unfortunately just misinputted or just something. I think there was a point in time where they had the crumple and they could have got an uppercut, and went for like the down chop move.
They tried to extend it too much. They had it right there. If anything, you probably just could have gone with the up. Yeah, the up smash. If anything.
Again, like the thing about Kazuya is like sometimes you just gotta be very ignorant, and you just gotta play ignorant and just be like, yo, I don't care. You're at 70%. I'm just going to kill you. I'm just gonna go for some stupidness and try to kill you, and not play it safe. Because when you play it safe and you try to rack on a little bit extra damage, that's when you end up dropping combos like that. When you could have just won outright. Now it could have been mitigated if Pars ended up closing it out anyways, but just like that, Atlas and Shawnee State now up a stock. And I'm gonna go back to what I said earlier because I called it. This match is gonna determine, I think, how the rest of this goes. Imagine if we had Pars going into this next matchup against whoever with a stock, and he managed to take one more with Kazuya because they managed to land a combo. Now that's completely thrown out the window. Now Atlas and Shawnee State are now up a stock, and they still have Space Spider. They still have Red Loaf. Okay?
They do.
And now you're gonna have to go into those matches down on one of those people. Now, whoever comes in now, if they take out Atlas, you're gonna have to go in the next match like down or tied with them instead of being potentially up a stock, which is huge. Oh my gosh, man!
Hate to, but still, you got to think. Atlas hit a clean bell confirm, like threw it into the hydrant. That thing just shot across the stage, clipping Kazi and get that F smash. So, still like, did not waver one bit. Did not let any fear enter their head, like, after the drops confirm, but, like, still, Atlas sitting pretty. And another case here, Manchester University, if I remember correctly, is also undefeated. So we have the potential here to see two undefeated teams fall in the championship.
Actually, I think Shawnee's a 5-1. Shawnee's 5-1.
What about Manchester?
Manchester's undefeated. Yeah. Manchester's undefeated. Oh, but yeah, that's definitely true. Wow, we will see two undefeated teams potentially losing their first games. Oh man, I didn't even think about that.
All the way in the championship.
It's like, oh my gosh, and like the worst time to do that too. You would have loved to trade like a regular season loss to like for this potentially. But hey, you know what? They're definitely not out of it just yet. Again, now on the side of Manchester, we still got Augment. We still got, I think, Fleetwood left. Yeah, still got Fleetwood. Still got Augment. Who is it going to be? Whoever it is, they have to take out one stock off of Pac-Man. It is, it is going to be Fleetwood. They need to take this off without losing a single one.
No.
If Atlas takes out one stock here, I think Shawnee wins everything else. If Atlas takes out one stock. We'll see how it goes right there. A bit of mining for Fleetwood. No diamond, unfortunately, for them. Would have loved to get diamond early, but still, got some wood. Doing 45%.
Manchester had the stage pick here too. Interesting choice going for Town and City, a stage where you're going to get a lot more wood and very little stone, or so. you're not really going to be able to upgrade into like stone tools any earlier. So
Building a little door there. It's so funny seeing Steve just build stuff. I don't know why. I find it hilarious. Building a little wall there to try to prevent Pac-Man from getting close. Does build that wood hammer. Does have some iron as well.
Okay, so Key does not go through even dirt.
No.
Key just bounces off dirt too. So that's going to be a big game changer for this set.
Yeah, brick wall or dirt wall is absolutely crazy. There is a diamond right there. I did hear it popping out. So the second Fleetwood gets a chance to craft, there it is. Gets that diamond sword. And at 76%, you're absolutely in percentage where diamond back here will kill you. Second diamond.
Yep. Got a backup one just in case. Steve does keep his materials through lives.
Mm-hmm. And I think like Atlas is giving Fleetwood too much time to do stuff. Like I know Pac-Man likes to play, long to mid range, but Steve is a character where if you give them time, they could just get as many resources as they need.
Yeah, they can just sort of stall out and build whatever they want. Oh my! What? How did it come back?
Don't ask me. No clue. No idea. Steve. That's how it came back.
Steve stuff.
TNT right there on deck. Oh wow! Wait, did the bell just push the TNT back?
It did.
Huh? Did not know that. Did not know that. That was the
and
thing.
it activated it too.
And the hydrants in. Sorry, minecarts into hydrant is gonna do it. And Fleetwood. Sorry. Fleetwood doing exactly what they needed to do. Taking out that stock, not losing a single one. So now we're all tied up at 6 apiece as Shawnee State has their final 2 players left. Still got Breadloaf, still got Space Miner, still got Echo Force. If I'm them, I'm playing it safe. I'm sending in either Space Miner or Breadloaf. Because again, those 2 players are incredible. Echo Force is great too, but I think those 2 players are just a slight step above. I'm playing it safe with those 2. Don't know who I'm not going to guess who goes in because I'm just going to be wrong again. But no matter which way you go, I think you're pretty well off.
Yeah, I agree. So looking forward, yeah.
So
I'm thinking too.
I'm just debating it. I'm just debating it. I have no clue.
You got to put yourself in their shoes. Like, what are you thinking? I'm gonna say Space Miner. I'm gonna say it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it on the table right there.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm thinking too. I just think with how Space Miner has been their best player today, like by far and away. I think Shawnee State's best player has been Space Miner today. So I think that's where you go in to try to just clean this up a bit. You hate to be tied, so I guess you want to hope that Space Miner can give you like a 2-stock lead, something like that. That's the hope. But Fleetwood played that last game like incredibly. They played Space Miner before. They're a bit more familiar with how Space Miner likes to play. So I think we're going to see a really good version of Fleetwood in this match as well. But yeah, I think, and of course I'm going to be wrong. I think you go Space Miner here, which means
it's going to be Breadloaf.
Which means they're going to go Breadloaf for Echo Force.
Exactly. So whatever we say, they're going to do the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think that might be their way of mitigating the commentary curse.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, let's see how wrong we are going to be. And it is going to be. It's going to be.
Okay, we're right for once.
I'm like 3 for 28 today, guys. Let's do it. But it is Space Miner. They're definitely going to look for Space Miner to give them at least a 1-2 stock lead going into the potential last character, or no, the last character for Manchester after Fleetwood. And yeah, Space Miner been their best player today by far in a way, taking the most stocks I believe out of everybody on Shawnee State. So I do like this pick.
So far, we're seeing that bomb setup. Bomb confirms, racking up percent early. For Space Miner, you got to be very, very, very careful of the minecart. The minecart, you did a good job of avoiding it the last time you played Fleetwood. Good job of countering it even. So you just got to keep up that momentum.
Minecart couldn't quite do anything of it, and here we're seeing what Space Miner likes to do. Likes to run away, force you to approach. Actually, Lord.
Oh no!
Incoming. Wow, that was a quick SD. Jeez. You hate to see it. But yeah, Fleetwood does get that diamond though, so hopefully for them, they can rack up some damage and take a stock right here. But you hate to see SDs, both as a player and as obviously as a person playing, you hate to do it. As a competitor, you take it, but you oftentimes hate to see your opponent SD because as a competitive person, you want to beat your opponent at their best. So it sucks to see that, man, especially this deep in this important of a game. You really hate to see that.
especially with these stakes and everything. One thing, okay, he's trying to hit the Thunderdome. Okay, liking it. One thing I would like to see from Fleetwood, put that one little block at the off stage, and then just sit there and see if you can get the back throw. See if you can give him the tech check, because we were talking about checkmate ledge traps earlier. You get that the Onin back throw. Even if they tech it, they're sitting like right in place to eat an F smash. So really can't lose.
So I think Fleetwood. Oh boy, that's gone. I think Fleetwood is playing too passively. I think Fleetwood is playing. I think they're playing way too passively right here. They're opting to mine all the time, which great. Obviously, that's what you want to do. That's probably should be a stock. Oh no, didn't get the spike hitbox. But hey,
in the platform.
But yeah, I think they're playing a little bit too passively. They got to amp up the aggressiveness, especially when they have that diamond, because Space Miner is totally fine playing the boring kind of camp keep you away game, and by not being aggressive, you're I think playing right into his hand.
The only thing is you have to look at Fleetwood's resource pool. Not very much iron. Not going to be able to throw out very many mine carts here. So they just have a lot of wood. They have a lot of stuff to build and be defensive. But like you said, they really kind of got to turn away from being the defensive one right now.
Yeah. There's the diamond right there. It has 2 diamonds on deck, but you got to go for something. Gets that mine cart.
But no follow-up.
Again, just opting to run away and mine, probably looking for something redstone or something like that. But I really feel like when you're down this much, this is where you kind of got to turn up the aggressiveness and just remember that you play Steve and just go for back airs.
Maybe trying to get something started with up tilt also, but
yeah,
can't find much of anything as they're just going to get,
Yeah, Fleetwood or Space Miner just completely running over Fleetwood there. Again, I think Fleetwood was just playing way too passively in a match where I think you needed to turn up that aggressiveness. Would have diamond, but would still kind of opt to go back and mine a bit more. Had 2Link at 70-ish%, where like a diamond back here may have KO'd off the side. But again, I think there are times, I said this about Kazuya, there are times where you just gotta play ignorant and remember what character you're using.
Yeah.
You gotta remember what character you're using, and know that diamond back air is like one of the most ignorant moves in this game, and will KO people at percentages that don't seem legal. And you just gotta remember that.
And I definitely think Fleetwood could have gone for a lot more throws in that game. Obviously, you didn't want to throw it out too much because it has a lot of end lag, and you're going to get punished from that. Obviously, from like a bomb or a boomerang or something. But there were still plenty of opportunities that like you saw Space Miner approaching, and if you had just thrown out the fishing rod, you could have gotten a down throw into walking the dog. Something started. So definitely an excellent showing there from Space Miner. Going to keep this thing rolling, giving Shawnee State a 3-stock lead. And
remember what I said when Atlas played Pars. What I said, whoever wins that match, I'm pretty sure is going to win the rest of this set. Imagine if Pars finished that combo against Pac-Man 2-3 matches ago. How different this whole set looks. How different this entire thing looks. And now, unfortunately for Manchester, they're going into this final game down 3, and we haven't even seen Breadloaf yet, arguably their best player. Space Miner, who is one of the best 2Links I think I've ever seen in my entire life. I've been commentating Smash Ultimate since the day this game came out. One of the best 2Links I think I've ever seen. And you still got Breadloaf, you still have Echo Force, who's also solid in their own right. I think at this point, unless Ash they have Augment left. Sorry. Unless Augment just drinks Michael's secret stuff from Space Jam or something, I think it's safe to say that Shawnee is likely going to come out with this. But I don't want to ever doubt Terry, because I know how offensively potent Terry is, so you never really want to doubt them. But Space Miner is just so good, dude.
It's going to be so... Space Miner is going to have the ability to both wall Terry out with all these projectiles, and then as soon as like a single mistake is made, boom, you're caught in a back air string like this one right here. There's 3, 4, 5.
Oh no. Punish?
Still got...
No punish.
Still, that's 72% to... Okay, hold on a second. Hold up now.
Okay, Augment.
Hold up now.
Oh, bomb. You're fine.
The clutchest bomb.
Yep. Oftentimes you'll see 2Links, Links, and Young Link just kind of pull bomb and disadvantage. Well, maybe not Big Link as much, but Young Link and 2Link especially, just pull that bomb out and disadvantage because it will save your life. Now, Go Meter is now active for Augment, but never mind. No, it isn't. As we see Space Miner clean up that stock, and now Shawnee State University 2 stocks away from their conference championship and a good seed in the playoffs coming up next week.
And ruining Manchester University's perfect season.
Yep.
So much at stake with these last 2 stocks from Augment. There you go. Oh, gets one down tilt. Doesn't get the punish on the air dodge in.
Oh, back air string, but your Augment opting to just run away and get the safe damage. Edgeguard here went for the forward tilt with a get up attack from Augment. Just barely gonna beat it out. That should be a stock. Yo, it is not. Got sent to the deepest part of the corner of Battlefield, and Space Miner just barely surviving that power dunk. That should be it.
And
there we go.
Rise attack will take it off the top. Patience. Like I said earlier, Augment's so good at being patient on shield. However, like, there's so much time that like Space Miner can just run up, and you have a tether grab as Toon Link. You can just sort of run up, and if you keep pressuring shield, Augment's just going to sit in it, run up, get the grab, and then start your back air strings.
Yep. And on top of that, if Terry is at a higher percentage, Toon Link has one of the stronger back throws in the entire game. So at around this percentage, is probably going to KO. But hey, you know, Augment has GOAT meter, so don't want to count Terry out just yet. Saw the either power wave or power guys get stuffed out there by the bombs, and Space Miner just throwing everything at Augment, not letting them get the chance to use any of their go moves.
Oh, not one bit. There we go. There's a back air starting. Ooh, spiked into set. No, I thought that was a star KO for a second.
Ooh, and there we go. The last little hit of up air is going to do it, and Shawnee State University looking primed to take home the East 5 Conference Championship if Space Miner can continue what they have been doing all season long, which is just being a consistent to dominant Toon Link. Never seen them have a bad game, and you know what? They are keeping that streak going right here, and that's not going to be quite it. And there it isn't.
Still
I lied.
alive.
There it isn't. Augment with a little bit of life left right here. Can they manage to do this? They need one jab into a Buster Wolf to take out this first stock, or the second stock. Here we go.
Oh. Trying to wait for him to land, and now Space Miner's like, okay, maybe I got a little bit too trigger happy.
Guys are
Slow it down a little bit.
Called it. Yeah, there you go. I knew it was coming. Okay, so right there, Augment, a bit of a new lease on life. They can do it. Buster Wolf can do
They're
a quick 60%. Still in this. One more jab should do it. One more jab should do it.
Slowing it up.
Yep, Space Miner knows that though, and is just gonna opt to run away and use bombs. Wants that bomb into forward air probably. One more jab from Augment though. We will have a final game. Oh my god.
So close. Back here, not landing. Shield's getting spun. There's the power geyser, but no punish.
There it is. Okay, no, not quite. Up air, not gonna do enough. One more bomb is gonna do it. And Space Miner just swinging for the fin. That's it. Oh no! Oh no!
A B?
No way! No way! Okay, I don't know if I'll just notice what. Okay, so let me break that down for you. Okay, god damn.
Please,
so
please.
We saw the bomb. Now everyone's expecting the back air. Everybody and their mother is expecting the back air. Okay, we'll watch right here. Okay. Oh no, boomerang. Sorry. Everyone's expecting the back air. Augment was expecting the back air. That's why they air dodged in. But Space Miner knew that and waited and just waited. Said, I know exactly where you're going to be, when you're going to be there. You're going to be right here at this time, and I'm going to wait there and get that up B to get that KO. That was one of the most incredible reads I think I've ever seen all season long. That was nuts.
Clean clutch. And if you notice, charges it up too.
Yep.
Knows like, okay, if I just let this thing rip from the beginning, it could miss. So I got to have hold it just a little bit, just enough to where the air dodge comes in, lands, gets caught in it, and boom, Shawnee State taking it 2-1 over Manchester University.
So your East 5 conference champions are Shawnee State University, and I can't wait to get the chance to talk to them very, very shortly. A team where if we see them make it to like the grand finals, top 4, don't be shocked. Like if they're playing like this, there is not a single team that they cannot beat. Though we have a lot of really good schools in this tournament, so it's gonna be cool to see a lot of those top teams playing up against each other. But yeah, Shawnee State definitely has to be in like that top excuse me, like if you're talking about favorites in that top like 4 or 5 teams that I think could absolutely win it, even though I didn't take them in this match. I took Manchester. I know, I'm sorry.
My prediction was correct, by the way.
I'm sorry. I'm just not smart. But definitely one of those teams I could see making it very, very far, even potentially making it all the way to grands and even winning if they keep playing like this. And we didn't even see Breadloaf that match too. That's how good this team is. We saw Space Miner, we saw Atlas Waywardness, all amazing players. Same with Echo Force. Breadloaf and the Space Miner, between those two, you can debate who arguably their best player is. We didn't even see potentially the best player there in Breadloaf, and they still won by like what 5 stocks, 6 stocks. But hey, we're gonna get an interview with Shawnee State University, and I am speaking with Atlas. Atlas, first off, congratulations on winning your conference. That was an incredibly close set. Obviously, Manchester beat you in the regular season really early on. So coming into this next game, were you guys, studying that last match to see what you did wrong? Were you coming into this already kind of thinking, already kind of on a down note, like, oh, they already beat us, I don't know if we can do it? Or did you think you could beat them the entire time?
So our loss against them was definitely painful, but we took that and we pretty much ran with it. We found all of the VODs possible on all the characters that they have, and we just learned as much as we could in I think the week we had, and I think that's that has showed through our performance. All of the players, even those that did not compete, would still participate in that, and it definitely brought the morale back up from where we were at last Thursday. So I am incredibly proud of everyone on the team. I think they all did amazing, and I'm happy to clutch it out for all of us. So yeah.
Echo Force, somebody that wasn't on our radar as a sub before then, just shows up in game number 2. What was the thought process behind sending in just Echo Force as the Joker?
Yeah, sure. So Desmond, he is on our team typically as the third pick for us. He's incredibly good offline, and online has been hard for all of us. But he's slowly adapted, and I do think that that Joker online can perform pretty well, and so to see him be able to do the things he can do online and offline is pretty impressive. So he is definitely on his way to being a threat, I think. So I'm pretty happy for him too.
So one more question before I let you go, Atlas. So obviously playoffs coming up very, very soon, coming up next week actually. How are you feeling going into it? Are you confident? Are you a bit uneasy? Like, what's the mindset of not just yourself, but the entire team going into playoffs?
I would say pretty confident. Not in the sense of we are way better than them, but more so we know how to adapt, and we know how to keep our mentality in check, and those two things helped us a lot, because it's incredibly easy in a best of 3 format to think, okay, well, I lost the first one, so why try again? But there's 3 other people counting on you, and so you can't do that. And so I think that we are strong in that aspect, and so even if we take a hit here, and there, we'll still do our best. So I'm pretty happy about that.
So, Atlas, we're going to let you go. Tell the rest of your team congratulations and good
Thank
luck
you.
in the playoffs. I fully expect you guys to make it to grand final, so please don't let me down, okay?
I will not. I will try not to. Believe it.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Atlas. So that was Atlas from Shawnee State University. I always love talking to the players right after the match, just to see kind of where their heads at, were they nervous, all that kind of stuff. Again, like I said, I fully expect that team to make it very far. If they make it to grand finals, I will not be shocked. If they win, I will not be shocked either. But hey, we do have to wrap up very, very soon. But before we do that, the final reminder of today, that our friends at Army ROTC want to give you, yes, you, a chance to win a free Camel Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Please check out the Nate Star League Twitter to enter. And man, I wish I could enter, because I kind of want that backpack. That is an incredible backpack. Herschel Walker backpacks are amazing. I love them. Love them. So please enter that. That is the Nate Star League Twitter to enter. And we'll take a quick look at the schedule as well. We do have on Tuesday Overwatch. I think the final week of Overwatch regular season and League of Legends, I think. Something like that. League of Legends on Tuesday, so the final week of regular season will be there. Playoffs start next Thursday for Smash, and I am so excited to see that. But before me and Max sign off, I got to give a big shout out to everyone who made this tournament possible. Extra Life, play games to change kids' health and change the future. Please join Extra Life today. Obviously, Nate Star League runs on Dunkin', and please click the Twitch panel below to find a Dunkin' near you. And last but not least, we just mentioned them during the giveaway, but ROTC. So thank you so much for every single one of those sponsors for helping us out. And Max, do you have any last thoughts before we end for today?
Nothing really. It was fantastic. It was a pleasure commentating with you.
Oh, thank you.
Pleasure. Big thank you to everybody, and huge shout out to the people behind the scenes that run this event. They put in so much work time and time again, and they do a fantastic job with it. So congratulations to all the competitors today, and yeah, thanks for having me.
No, pleasure casting with you too. Hopefully we get to do it again in the near future. Next time I'm in Michigan, I'll hit you up. But anyways, that's it for us, everybody. Please have a great rest of your weekend and have a great week. But we will be back with playoffs on Thursday. Please stay tuned. It's going to be a very, very intense few weeks. But yeah, that's it for us, everybody. Please have a great day.